I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh, let me tell them one time. I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Talking now, I pull his sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my chunt. Talking now, I pull his sons. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Smoking now I pull his us. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Hip pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my chunt. Talking now I pull his us. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Hip pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Hello everyone and welcome to BMPS 2026 years, and guess what? The qualifiers has pretty much been concluded here, and now we're heading in towards the survival stage where all these teams is going to be fighting for only 8 slots to try and make themselves in towards the semifinals. Hello everyone, my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Super Johnny as we take you through the commentaries for this past few days. And guess what? Today's games are going to be a little bit of shuffle here. We are going to be having 4 different groups which were located in a group draw session yesterday, and they were seated in their respective groups. We have Group A, B, C, and D. We obviously have to talk about these 4 groups here because I am at a loss on where our favorite teams are in which group right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think this time things seem a little bit more balanced considering, of course, we still have a few big names inside of the mix of the 4 groups that you spoke about. But apart from that, majority of the names that people usually root for are already seeded in towards the semis and the grand finals. So to get through the survival stages, it becomes a little bit tricky for all of these teams that are fighting for an opportunity. And as you were talking about the groups, I think there was hype, a lot of hype, in fact. The speculations of which team gets placed where, and of course a few of these teams are going to look at their matchups at their groups and feel like, all right, we might have an easier time. I'm talking about TAG, of course.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, because TAG being in the survival stages, we kind of expected it, but considering now we are headed into a round robin format, TAG, we need to make sure that, or it's not us that need to make sure. TAG, they need to make sure that they do their very best and finish somehow in the top 4. I know the top 8 qualifier, but the expectation will be of top 4.
Fair enough. But at the same time as well, we also have to take into consideration, right, they're no longer fighting between 16 teams.
Exactly.
15 other teams if you count themselves as well. It is going to be a fight between all 32 teams together. So I think the competition is going to be a little bit difficult here, especially if you are in the same bracket trying to score some serious points with the same tough competitions here. So the points is going to be a little bit spread out here for the tougher groups. So in my opinion, I think Group B should be a little bit tougher in my honest opinion.
I don't think any single group over here is tough. It's just the level of unpredictability that you will have to deal with, right? Because all of these groups, even some of the groups, as we talk about Group A, right? You might not see the teams that usually get a lot of limelight make those flashy plays inside of the matches and put up big numbers on the board. But consistently, I mean. But there are teams in Group A as well that are able to have those one-off performances that set them at the top. I mean, I'm talking about MADKINGS. MADKINGS had a great start to their journey in the group stages, but then there was a very bad fall-off. Same goes for AX in the final week. We saw them step up very nicely, but the first 3 weeks were an absolute disaster for them.
Yeah, hopefully things are going to be for better for them here. But Group A, we have MADKINGS, AX, HADX, NoNx, Rapid Chaos, VXT, Aries Esports, and also Likitha Esports. A pretty solid group, I would say, for Group B. This is the reason why I'm saying it's going to be tough here. We've got JAGUAR Esports, we've got K9, Esports Social, Santa X, True Rippers, Quantum Sparks, Rising Esports, and also Team Doxy. So I feel like that is going to be a little bit tricky one here, especially with Quantum Sparks in the mix.
I mean, if you talk about it that way, then Group C is equally tricky, right? You have Naksh, who had a great first week, learned from past, who were there in Group C last week, a brilliant step up from them, from Red Ross. Thunder Gods, you never can predict what Thunder Gods will be up to. Awkward third parties, if they are in your group. And then you have TAG, of course, the big name in Group C that you have to beat. We move on to Group D. We have Myth Official, Lastade, names that we are still waiting to see in the same form that we saw from them during BGIS 2026. And if Myth and Lastade get anywhere close to how they were playing during the quarterfinals or maybe the semis of that BGIS 2026, then it is going to turn out that Group D all of a sudden will be that group of death just because of these 2 names.
I wasn't expecting Myth to be in the survival stage here, considering that how much of a Cinderella run they had BGIS, sneaking into the grand finals as well. Detrox has been a phenomenal player. I thought by now he would have been poached to a different team here, but they still stuck as the original 4. And hopefully they are going to be able to regrind their way into the grand finals again.
Ain't no poaching, I see. There was an official transfer season, you know?
Okay,
it's a transfer now. He would have been transferred.
Okay.
Didn't happen, though. Did not happen. To be fair, I also expected that to happen. I expected the entirety of Myth to be picked up by some big-name organization, but I think the lads have chosen to stick together with each other and build something of their own. And these are the struggles when you start to build a legacy for yourself by your own hands. You are going to face these downfalls. You are going to face tough times. But now is the real test for Myth. Can they deal with the pressure, deal with the fact that they have failed to qualify or even get promoted out of their group in the entirety of their journey during the qualifier stages? And now, can they finally step up, make their way towards the semis, make their way towards the grand finals, and once again make it to the grand finals of an official tournament.
Fair enough. But speaking of which, Rapid Chaos is also part of these groups as well. They are in Group A, and Groove is still sitting at the top here as the eliminator. However, he will continue to farm up some serious points, whereas the rest of the pack, such as Victorious Summers, even Force Joker, their run for eliminators pretty much stops right here, right now.
Yeah, pretty much. As you mentioned, I think it was interesting to see how this race was faring up as well. At one point, we expected Scary Jaw to finally take that throne away from Dhruv, but still the only player. As far as the elimination leaders are considered, Dhruv is still the only player to have crossed that 50 finish marker, and it has set him and his team in a very incredible position. Now, as we can't wait to see more of Rapid Chaos, I would want to see if we witness any change of strategies. Are we going to witness a change in form, be it from the side of Dhruv or from his teammates? Are the other three players from the side of Rapid Chaos finally going to step up?
I think we also had this conversation, right, where elimination leader doesn't mean the teams is going to be succeeding as well. And that's why Rapid Chaos is still in the survival stage. Yes, Dhruv has been doing really well. He's been very consistent in farming frags, but placement points are also equally important as well. So unfortunately for them, they have to play through the survival stage. Hopefully they will be able to survive this, because as of yet, today, this schedule is going to be a little bit mixed up for you guys. We are going to be playing a total of 6 matches. Obviously, as usual, Rondo, 3 Erangel, and then 2 Miramar. But the group changes by every single match. The first game is going to be AB. Second game is going to be BC, and then CD, and then AD, and then ABC. BC, and then we have BD, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, every single group gets 3 matches a day. But I think that's how we have to look at it, just to simplify things. Every group plays 3 matches a day, and with those 3 matches, you have to try and maximize your points. And again, I think if we start looking at it from a team's perspective, then that's the simplest form of simplest way of looking at the format. You just look at your matches, you ignore what everyone else is doing. At the end of the day, you are fighting on the overall leaderboard with all the 32 teams, but you need to keep the focus on yourself. But again, priority changes with a certain map, that map of Rondo. It is going to be a big one for Group A and Group B to kick things off on. We know it's a map where you can convert a lot of finishes, and that becomes a big responsibility for the teams that are known to be frag heavy, for teams like AX in particular.
So speaking of what you're saying here as well, because there is 2 groups that is going to be playing Rondo, that means arguably in the top 8 overall by the end of today should be coming in from groups A and B?
Yeah, I think that has to be the case. Major teams need to be there from group A and B. You need to capitalize on that Rondo. If they aren't able to, and if group C and D take over, then they will have the upper hand once they get their Rondo pick or their Rondo play.
Fair enough. That's very, very valuable insights here. But at the same time, I think now coming to this game as well, it's all about those frag heavies here. So this upcoming match is going to be Group A and also B. Obviously, I'm going to be signing on towards True Rippers a little bit more here, just because I believe in Pung's legacy of being one of the best IGLs in the country here. But unfortunately, could not make the grand finals here. Their run during the final weekends was extremely shaky as well, to a point that they couldn't even qualify towards the semi-finals during their Group B run, which begs to differ. What exactly went wrong with True Rippers?
Exactly. I have no idea as well. They were doing so well once they started their journey. They moved up all the way towards Group B. And as you mentioned, that fail that happened in Group B, it was surprising. But we have the predictions from all of the talents. And of course, me, Ocean, Maisie, we have gone for TAG because TAG on top. You have picked True Rippers along with Ankybot. Sparrow, he's gone for MADKINGS. Salty has gone for Quantum Spark. Necro picking H4K. Any thoughts about these predictions, I see?
I think it makes a lot of sense why all these picks are picked here, but I'm a little more on the question mark on why Necro specifically picked H4K. And oftentimes, especially for the past few years of working with him, during these moments where he makes a wild pick, for some reason the team actually does well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see H4K does well, but I just don't know why he picked it.
Hey man, I mean, recently Necro has been cursing at few teams. Every single time he takes a name, team gets wiped out. So hopefully things are A-okay for H4K. Let's see how this day 1 is going to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick off our journey with the match between groups A and B. And of course, we all know, map number 1 of the day, here we go towards Rondo.
Well, this is going to be a tricky situation here, especially for both Group A and Group B. This is going to be a big match for them to score some serious points, and they definitely need to do so as well, because this is not just a fight between 16 teams. This is going to be a fight between all 32 teams to stay at the top 8 by the end of survival stage, and only top 8 will advance in towards the semifinals land, which is going to be happening in Delhi. And I'm looking forward to see all those teams up close and personal, which I think we won't get a chance to meet them until the grand final.
Wait, really? No, we will.
We're going to be here.
No, we're going to be there.
Okay, let's see.
I mean, I hope we are there, man, to be honest. I'm going to make it happen, actually. Don't worry about it. Leave it with me. But anyways, we do have the 2 flight paths in our screens, and I was just thinking, wouldn't it be amazing if we just split both the groups individually on either flight paths, like Group A on one, Group B on one? Let's just see how that works out. But anyways, that's not how the game works. So far, everyone's just randomly slotted into those 2 planes. And we do see a massive cluster of teams heading towards Stadium, considering it was very close to that intersection point between the 2 flight paths. And Stadium has become a hard spot inside of Rondo right now, with Team Doxy kicking things off with that first pick.
Santa's having a little bit of trouble as well. Seems like even NoNx Likitha Esports is all still going to be in a little bit of mad scramble here. We've seen all this fiasco right from the get-go. And fortunately for all these teams, the circle is going to be swinging towards the west side. But as of yet, can they survive this ordeal and just stay in the circle is going to be different as well. But again, staying alive means you are going to waste those recall advantages here. So you don't really want to stick around for that. So you kind of want to wrap things up, get as many points, and then just go in for the reset. NoNx going to be playing on top here. Likitha Esports trying to smoke a player here with those nades. Cyrus is pretty much dropped down pretty low. Likitha Esports, look at Starboy. He's looking for an off angle to try and lob those nades. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to connect as well. It's going to be a little bit of game of patience here between both teams. Still, Starboy trying to cook up that one nade that he has. The rest of the pack is still looking to try and swamp their way through, but no connection so far. 3 fires coming in, but no knocks off yet.
That was a decent nade, though. Almost taking away half the HP bar from Hexy. And NoNx just forced into a position where they have to reset. But that was a fight happening in the building up front. Right behind them, Team Doxy still taking on the players of Santa Esports. And it seems like Santa Esports, they've lost the form that we saw them in during their final week. This match of Rondo, not really a great start, as Santa Esports take 2 early casualties. And here's the final push. Likitha Esports, they make this climb. NoNx losing bodies, although somehow they do manage to find a few trades. He's just waiting on the stairs with the shotgun, fails the duel. Hexy with the trade. And NoNx finally having the upper hand in this fight. Also, I see an update, by the way. We have the first team getting wiped out on this map of Rondo as Rising Esports, and we could have the second as well. What was that whiff? The confusion on top of the rooftop. Both the players just completely miss each other.
Yeah, panic at the situation here as well, especially tensions coming in through. But look at this. 3rd parties are coming in, waiting on the bottom as well. Team Doxy going to be looking to try and chime in as well. NoNx down towards the last player. Inferno doesn't have meds to actually reset as well. So he is going to try and get a little bit cheeky here. But Team Doxy, Yapes, going to be lobbing the nade over top. Trying to go in for a little bit of chip damage. No connection from both teams here. And Stunner on top is still going to be conquering his way through on top. But again, very tough spot to be in here with the 3rd parties coming in. But guess what? We have a 4th party as well. It's going to be VXT.
Yeah. VXT, they are looking to move in, and of course, if you look at the radar, you see the players from Team AX taking shots from a distance, and they have found 2. 1 from the side of NoNx, 1 from the side of Likitha Esports, both the finishes being claimed, and now that just leaves Team Doxy to deal with the onslaught and the assault coming in from the players of Versatile and AX. My goodness, 2 players just run face first towards Team Doxy. Devotee, he's been a star for the side of AX, although needs to shine extremely bright and catch the players of Team Doxy off guard. Utility being lobbed indoors as well, just to try and throw the players off. But Doxy somehow managing to hold on their ground.
Yeah, well, not with this nade though. When Rex finds him in the corner, Yepes is down. Death God remains here from some Team Doxy, and they are going to get overrun as well. Cyrex dropping with the nade here, trying to secure the finish, and that is going to be a finish stolen away in the hands of Cyrex. VXT still a little bit hesitant to push up here, knowing that there are teams outside looking through in the disguise of AX's compadre. So these two players, they need to try and bait things out and draw things out here for his teammates to actually provide some sort of cover fire. Or maybe Team Doxy can pull a potential miracle play.
Well, it's going to be tough considering Death God has been handed his namesake, Death itself, at least for this game. But AX, they do still want to keep this fight going. VXT with an awkward push, do lose one. That nade, though, from Smoker takes out Cyrax, leaving Devotee, the last player, still in this fight from the side of AX with K9 moving in for a very quick third party. Brilliant start of this fray from Taurus. That nade finds the open. Devotee gets a reset, but now a 1v2. And finally, AX, they're going to be put out of their misery. Devotee gets shut down and AX are forced to reset somewhere else on the map.
Oh my goodness, that was the 5th team so far. Now here comes the 6th, and True Rippers is going to be chiming in here to try and join the fray against K9 Esports. This is an absolute massacre here. The amount of teams that has fallen in this apartment is close to 5 to 6 teams. This is just insane here. But Rising Esports Team Doxy already eliminated from this game, so that means the end game will have a little bit more space at least for 14 teams. For K9 and also True Rippers to go head-to-head right from the get-go. Not exactly what this kind of start you kind of want to have as well. Termi is going to really bailed out of this, but Taurus jumps out, gets picked off. What a shot from Cheyenne.
Just got completely off guard by Cheyenne and Termi, and Taurus mid-animation couldn't really do anything over there. And now it's just down to Snowjaw to be the savior for K9 Esports in this fight. A Smoker as well in the backline. Can potentially get one. But no, targets the wrong man, Termi. Half his HP bar goes away, but at least Cheyenne and Termi both are still left standing. And a brilliant knock. An opportunity created by Termi. Swing around the corner, Smoker falls, and K9 Esports now kind of have their back against the wall, to be honest.
Oh boy, he's going to try and res as well. True Rippers is going to try and deny it as well as the push comes through, but they miss the timing. Immediate walks up, gets traded off, but fortunately for them, Cheyenne is able to find the pick, and here comes the full reset here for True Rippers, and the final victors of this apartment goes to True Rippers.
What an early fight over there. And K9 Esports, brilliant start, brilliant reset opportunity created, but then Smoker failing that duel against Termi. It's a complete shutdown, but Throve, man oh man, it doesn't really seem like he is willing or he is going to lose that Eliminator title anytime soon. What a quick flick.
That was insane spray as well. He is the Eliminator for a reason.
Yeah.
And sad to say, there is a particular team that has been kicked out of NoNx Factory. That's going to be MADKINGS. Usually they do dominate onto his NoNx Factory really, really well. We've seen Clutch gone during his moments in the early weeks where he just completely shuts them all up. But this time, they were taken out rather early, forced to recall outside, and then play towards the end game here. Now, let's talk about the current standings of what's happened so far. We've got 5 eliminations here onto his AX, onto his VXT as well. We've got K9 with 4. True Rippers with also a decent amount of points as well. And guess what? True Rippers, they actually survived the ordeal. And with the circle shifting in their favor, they are going to call dibs inside the zone of where they want to play here. So this is going to be a great time here for True Rippers. But for the rest of the pack teams, look at the east side for Rapid Chaos, for Ares, for even JAGUAR Esports as well. They are going to have a little bit of trouble to find space inside the zone now.
I just want to see if True Rippers are able to find space close to the center of the circle, because as you mentioned, Quantum Spark, Ares, K9, all these teams moving in. True Rippers could face some unnecessary pressure mid-rotation and lose a few bodies for no reason. Santa Esports, though, this rotation now gets extremely awkward. Look at the radar. VXT, Likitha Esports. All of a sudden, Santa Esports, they find themselves surrounded by threat.
Oh boy, speaking of threat here, VXT, they're trying to find a little bit of a dark spot here to get into the zone. They know for a fact that this zone, especially in the south side, is going to be very tricky here. It's going to be a lot of open grounds to work with. So they are going to try and go on their merry way to potentially go into his Jiaotin. But for Santa ESP, they're going to stick around the center here to try and find those off angles to try and sneak past here to try and catch people off. So a very tricky spot to be in, but I really like what Santa is doing right now. This is a spot where the only way you get assaulted is people pretty much slamming the entire vehicles ontowards you. So either or, the moment shots are fired, most likely teams are going to back off. So that's going to be a little bit of a psychological warfare right there that Santa needs to play in this game in order to survive towards the end game.
Pretty much, and it's not going to be an easy job for them as well. Jaguar Esports still in the blue. There's threat lurking on the flank in the form of HADX. Aries waiting for them on the edge of the circle. Not an easy rotation for Jaguar Esports to execute, but a recap of that showdown between Rising Esports and VXT. And well, to be fair, Esports Social, they had that setup ready for VXT to claim. Just one man left standing, two already knocked out, and VXT, they showed up at the perfect time to claim that point.
Fortunately for them, at least Esports Social, they got their recall guy outside
Yes,
as well. But for
true.
Rising Esports and Team Doxy, I think their solo players outside was also picked off. That's the reason why they just got eliminated here. Very, very unfortunate for them. But for teams that are still inside the zone, they're going to be very happy that there is 2 teams eliminated. So this circle, it is going to be a little bit tricky. There is going to be a little bit more space. But for MADKINGS, seems like Shadow OG may have a little bit of problem here. Needs to swap his vehicles, finds a buggy on the roadside. Very lucky as well, considering how late the game is. You can still find a brand new vehicle. So that is a very, very good sign here for MADKINGS at least.
Hey, as you said, it's quite lucky for them. But we'll have to see when that luck finally runs out, because look at where MADKINGS are, getting chased by the players of Rapid Chaos. And if Rapid Chaos are able to plant themselves between that roster of MADKINGS, there is potential, if they have some cover, that they can isolate these fights. Well, right now we just see Clutch God, Shadow on the flank, on the radar, and it seems like Rapid Chaos, they do not want to back off. What is the call here? Do they keep the pedal to the metal and keep going, keep moving forward? Or are they going to stop in their tracks and choose to fight? It seems like the decision is clear. Run for cover, run for the hills. Rapid Chaos do manage to, well, gain access to the hills as well, but now they need to stop, need to start thinking. Where do they want to fight? Where do they want to grab those finish points?
I'm surprised Rapid Chaos did not decide to take a pit stop here. Decide to go on a merry way. And just like that, seems like with shots firing inside the circle as well, Likitha Esports finds a few picks here. True Rippers is the one that actually snatches those picks as well. Punk with the sharpshooter actually snatches the point away before Likitha Esports can actually do too much. Nice little steal here, Punk. Really far away. True Rippers pretty much smack middle of the zone. I'm pretty surprised they're still being able to be this aggressive, considering the spot they're in. There's not a lot of cover to work with.
That is true. I think even if they have cover, they will run out of ammunition if they keep on fighting. So that is a thing that True Rippers need to keep a track of. But overall, this is a very decent start of the game for them. All 4 recalls still available. 6 finishes on the board. And as we were talking about, in smack center of the circle. Best possible situation you could ask for in a battle royale. But again, it's the late stages. It's stage 5, stage 6. When the threat gets real. When you start getting pressured. And that is going to be the moment that True Rippers needs to lock in. But on the other side of things, NoNx, well, they're going after Esports Social. An easy knock secured by Hexy. And a finish conversion as well as Manny Jod get kicks out.
Oh, nice little pick here coming from NoNx. You know, catching off all those potential solo warriors into the city. It's going to be great for them. As long as the circle still includes Jaltin, the chances of an urban warfare might still happen. Meanwhile, for MADKINGS, seems like they are going to trail up north. You scout out Jaguar Esports on the edges as well. This is a fight they can potentially take here without potential third parties. So they do have to find those openers. Pre-fires are coming in, but Jaguar Esports, look at them. They're not exactly in a healthy position as well. They do have meds, but ammunition running down low here for Jaguar Esports. So it's going to be a tricky spot to be in. But for Jaguar Esports, look at them. They don't really want to move as well. They need to wait for the right timing.
And considering MADKINGS, they have been quite patient all this time. I think are going to have enough loot to deal with the players of Jaguar Esports. Next shift of the circle, still a centric one. That cluster towards the western edge. They are going to be well, they're going to be celebrating right now. Considering even VXT, a team towards the edge, will have a safe haven to work with in that city. But as we were talking about Jaguar Esports, they're forced to move. And they're moving towards the west. Could be a potential run-in into the players of K9 Esports as Taurus waits for them up there. You see it on the radar. And finally, I think that clash is going to happen. The only question is shots being taken. Who goes down? Turns out it's Avnish. Taurus with a brilliant opener in this fight, already claiming the advantage, but now he can't really run away for his life. Taurus gets knocked out. There's a trade that comes through as Somraj from the distance does manage to knock out Shogun.
Oh boy, they are going to try and push this as well. JAGUAR Esports Balu, he wants to try and thirst Taurus, but he can't seem to find the angle. The rest of the K9 pack is here to try and gobble them up. They've got them surrounded. With the information coming in, the nades are going to confirm Taurus, but they've got all the information. Smoker trying to go for an off angle, but gets taken off. And even Snowjaw loses his fight. And just like that, K9, they lose 3 players. And Somraj being the last player remaining, that is just a disaster here. But at the same time, the explosion of the vehicle takes out all of JAGUAR Esports. Somraj somehow, for some miracle, is able to clutch things out and keep the reset alive here for K9 Esports.
The fight is saved, but can he save the game as well is going to be the next question. I think it's stage 4, only 1 revive is going to happen. K9 Esports now are just going to be left struggling for scraps in this game. But Likitha Esports on the other front, taking on the players of Santa Esports. A brilliant gatekeeping opportunity being utilized by the players of Likitha Esports. Although still not enough pressure, Santa Esports with that reset do manage to fall back.
Boy, this is such a tricky spot to be in. Like, Likitha Esports can't really bail out as well. They've got teams in the back, and Santa is looking to try and force them out of cover. The pressure keeps going through. Adonis with this drive-by here. They do find the knock on Starboy. Likitha Esports, they're running out of options, and they finally make the call to bail out, losing 1 player. And just like that, Likitha Esports is forced to find a different cover outside the danger spot. It's going to be pretty much out in the open, but a great push here from Santa.
It was a brilliant push indeed. But this is not looking good. Rapid Chaos. Their star falls, and I think the team is going to follow up soon. Simp almost clutches out that fight. An important shutdown as Dhruv gets that opportunity and off angle, and he makes it work. MADKINGS, they get shut down from this game 1 with just 3 points. And Rapid Chaos, is he... will he be able to bring his teammates back? I think he should be able to get 2 at least, but...
Oh no, I don't think so. It's going to be really slow. No, he's about to bleed out. Ah, Dhruv, he tried. He missed his catch with the buggy as well. It's just a little bit of timing here. He thought it was not unsavable. Maybe a little bit of miscomms here, but Rapid Chaos Esports, they will shut down MADKINGS. But again, the entire team disbanded by a single player known as Sim. That is just insane.
That's fine, but I see. There's a team that we haven't really noticed yet because they've been quiet all this time. And it's a discussion that requires us to step into the quantum realm, you know. Quantum Spark, playing that southeastern edge. No conflicts in this game yet. I think recalls have gone away, so they will have an opportunity to play this like a standard battle royale. But as soon as I take their name, Quantum Spark, one of the players does get knocked out. They do manage to trade it out for a finish point. But that position towards the southeastern edge, it's going to be a tricky one to make it work, especially with True Rippers and Santa Esports with the left line of fire. But that was that. Now, Likitha Esports, it seems like their journey in this game might be coming to an end, as NoNx have finally decided to make a pounce. But Daniel with a ricochet nade does manage to shut things down for a few seconds. Not enough. Stunner runs in with a stunner and shuts down Likitha Esports completely.
And now the third-party needs are coming from AX to try and do a little bit of damage here to force a little bit more utilities. A little bit of poking coming through, but seems like they are shifting their focus onto his VXT, who has just rolled up onto his AX. Raiden gets the first knock. Spartan goes down. VXT, they're not prepared for this fight. Team AX tries to go in for a little bit of off-angle flank, but Raiden gets shot instead with True Rippers overseeing it from inside the zone.
Man, so much chaos over here around these silos. And even I can't predict who comes out on top on this one. Oh, that's a decent nade. VXT Rex, he loses a big chunk of his HP, just leaving behind his teammate Keshu, and He's already getting util dumped by the entirety of AX. AX have done quite well in this fight, by the way. Just staying safe and just causing a lot of harm to the players of VXT just off of the nades.
Yeah, nicely done. And Cyrex knows exactly where Keshu is as well. They've got them pinned, but knowing that True Rippers is firing away from afar, they're a little bit afraid to try and commit to this fight, but seems like they've made the call to push through. VXT is going to try and go for the reset as well. Devotee is going to try to deny this. The spam comes through, and they do clean them all up, and that's going to be AX with a big game once more, with 10 eliminations in a back in total.
What a day to start supporting AX, by the way. I mean, it's we really haven't seen this form from AX in the qualifier stages, and I think they were waiting for survival stages. The pressure, it's on, and AX are finally starting to step up. It's a good start to game 1.
Hey man, they're here to defend the trophy. They were the champions of last year's BMPS though. So it is going to be something that we will be watching out for, but look at this replay. Devotee has got the entire off angles of VXT completely pinned here. VXT had just had no place to run. They're going for a slam, but great call there coming from AX to immediately shift their focus onto this fight instead of NoNx, who is so far away.
Yeah, pretty much. But NoNx, they could get stuck if AX finally start focusing their attention on them instead of just trying to defend the silos. And Aryan, it seems like he is already there. And with that smoke lobbed out, I think he is going to try and see if he can find an angle to find an opening against the side of NoNx. AX now getting hungry for the finishes. But True Rippers with this line of fire, man oh man, that just changes everything.
Oh boy, tough spot to be in here. But based on the finish feed and scoreboard as well, Quantum Spark is going to be the team that, well, being one of the most annoying teams so far throughout the start of the game, because they were the gatekeepers of the southeast corner. That's why you see teams like MADKINGS, teams like JAGUAR Esports, everybody had to force out themselves to the east side, and that's why the competition got 10 out. And now we're down to the final 6 teams. The True Rippers still at center circle. This might be a potentially big game here for True Rippers, but for Team AX, an even bigger game, because now pressure is on them. The circle is going to force them to rotate with True, but they can't really rotate unless they take out NoNx. But this big nade will do the job. That's going to be 2 knocks. That might be the sign here for AX to push up.
Yeah, it has to be a sign, but the problem is that Aman, he's still left standing and True Rippers still hold the flank. And AX, they are just hesitating in making this bounce. NoNx, they're going to be grateful for all the time that they've gotten. Going for the revive, getting the reset, and AX being, I have to say, extra cautious for no reason at all. They could have wrapped around the slope, Icy, as you said, and been in range of utility and shut down NoNx completely. The most efficient thought, but Aryan, he does not have any util on him. What about the rest of his team? Devotee has 2 nades to work with, does find an opening as well as Cyrex gets knocked and finished off. Now Stunner, he's still there, and this nade, it should be enough to get the job done. Unfortunately, it isn't. NoNx are still left standing, although NoNx do run into the sandwich, as now there's pressure from one end, from AX, and from the other. True Rippers are also taking shots on them.
Spark now finally gets a little bit angsty as well. Aries getting pinned on the side here. Yashu's got 1 pin, but the counter nade from Aries chips him away, but he's not afraid to actually commit to this fight. Master looking for a wide swing angle, arch it as well. Scout OP gonna try and back him up in the front lines here, but Aries, they're slowly getting surrounded in this play. Needs to be very careful here as well with the circle, forcing them inch by inch, closer by closer into the zone. And everybody needs to hit towards Master's direction, where that is going to be the inner circle.
Yeah, pretty much. But look at the utility that's being lobbed towards areas by Quantum Spark. He actually should be able to find an opening. Spots out too, but the spray, it only gets 1. It is still enough. The next nade coming in from Scout himself drops the second, and all of a sudden, there is no fight left in these Gods of War. Ares, on the verge of getting eliminated, finally start to fight back. The trade knocks, they have been found. And Quantum Spark somehow still struggling to get a full squad wipe. Pixel of HP, man, get this done. Scout, last man left alive. Molotov goes out, gets the job done. Well, not the last man, he was the second last man, but still secures the eliminations for his team.
What a pick here coming from Scout, just completely annihilating Ares with all those nades. 3 picks off the get-go as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think he got all 3 finishes over there.
That was just beautifully done as well. But at the same time, the third party comes through. True Rippers finally decides to push up, knowing that they've got Circle in their favor. Try to take a little bit peek onto his Quantum Spark.
What a day to be a Quantum Spark and Scout fan. 5 finishes on the board for Scout. This time, I think he has decided that, all right, maybe it's time to give everyone a taste of what they have been missing. And Quantum Spark, 3 players still left alive. I think good, decent odds for Quantum Sparks as well to actually walk away with the chicken dinner from this match, along with Santa Esports and True Rippers. Does True Rippers still have that cover, I see?
Yeah, they do. They actually back off as well. They went for the pick, realized that Quantum Spark has going for the reset as well. They've lost Yashu, but the damage has been done. Thermi is going to try and add a little bit of added pressure here to stop Quantum Spark from pushing into those compounds to try and bait a little bit of a mistake, but considering that there's still 5 teams left remaining here, it's going to be tough to find out who is still alive. Because when it comes to solo warriors here, we've got 1 solo warrior from NoNx and 1 from AX who's outside the zone. NoNx will be the first to fall first though. So down to the final 4 team, but it is going to be a 3-team major showdown between True Rippers, Quantum Spark, and Santa X. Devotee will bleed out the zone to try and deny points, and most likely we will be seeing a lot of points denied just because of the fact that this is not a top 16 fight. This is a fight between 32 teams.
Exactly. I think that is the most important thing that you stated. You do not just need to worry about your group, you also need to worry about the other 2 groups as well. And you just need maximum impact from every single game. AX, I think they are going to be satisfied with those 13 eliminations and a few extra placement points, but this is where these 3 teams can try and make a big difference. And I think Quantum Spark, they are off to a great start. This is where you can equalize the numbers, put pressure on True Rippers. The opening has been found by Master as Thermi, the danger man from True Rippers, gets knocked out. And now it's just a question of can you go for this elimination. But as Quantum Spark switch their focus to try and eliminate True Rippers from this game, Santa Esports from the rear are in turn building up pressure on Quantum Spark, using that distraction to their advantage and hoping to find an opening. And they do. Scout gets taken out.
Yeah, Punk has been cover firing his way through here. The 2 most important players at the back lines from True Rippers. Trying to buy time here for Thermi, but Thermi will eventually bleed out as well. Cheyenne not in position to try and pick him up, so that's not going to be the reset possible. So it is going to be a 3 versus 2 situation with True Rippers somehow losing out 1 player, but Quantum Spark is going to be the biggest loser here. But now True Rippers, again, Punk finds an off angle onto a Santa this time. They are going to pick them apart here with the circle still favoring True Rippers once more. They're the one with the cover. They're the one with the high grounds. And just like that, everybody needs to run out in the open.
This is the match that you're not supposed to lose. Game starts off with you having brilliant third parties. You get a few extra elimination points right off the bat. And then from stage 1 till stage 8 now. And I think it's going to be the case in stage 9 as well, because that's the end game. True Rippers, they've always had the favor of the circle. They've been able to put up so much pressure on just the teams around them by just providing a little bit of suppressing fire and allowing no one to take away the control of these compounds. And now this is time to close things out. 3 versus 2 versus 2. They know the positions of Quantum Spark. They know where the players of Santa Esports are. Does True Ripper have any utility? I think they do. They should.
Yeah, they haven't really used too much as well. But
exactly.
For Quantum Spark, I'm really surprised they've got so many deployable covers as well. So they are finally going to set up shop here to try and push up and take a stand against True Rippers. It is going to be a little bit risky, but it's much needed here, especially if you want to play out in open. And even with Santa ESP, they've pretty much done out everything as well. They're trying to smoke up to try and find a little bit more cover. Because as of yet, both teams, they realize one thing. The biggest threat is not each other, but True Rippers, who's on those rooftops here. Punk cannot afford to be knocked here. And the circle going to be heading into the final endgame stages here. Where will it go is going to be my question. Because as of yet, Omega is trying to jiggle his way, conserve his ammunition. But the rest of the pack with Punk, he's going to try and bait some sort of reactions as of yet with Punk trying to scout out the vicinity here. They know Quantum Spark's still on the left, but they're so afraid to peek out right now.
Yeah, Omega is just waiting for Archit to reveal even a few pixels. Oh no, just the timing of it all. Master, he gets a pick on the other side as Santa Esports Coffin gets knocked out, and Archit finally realizing the amount of pressure he could be in if Omega just keeps his crosshair on the tree. And all of a sudden, both the players just lose basically 90% of their HP. Coffin gets confirmed. Master gets his finish. And Punk is close in a lot of distance. That nade, it shuts down Archit. Master, the last man left alive for the side of Quantum Spark in a 1 versus 3 situation. And Punk, well, he is not going to let this chicken dinner fall away. Master, he's running into the blue. Are they going to try and deny them the points? I think they are. But it doesn't matter. Punk still walks away, even with that last finish point of the game. And True Rippers, what a brilliant way to kick off their journey of the survival stages. Well, it's called survival of the fittest, and you can only get fit if you have a lot of chicken dinner.
Yes, indeed. And True Rippers with a very, very great opener here for the survival stages as well, with a winner-winner chicken dinner and 10 finishes in the bag. That will give them a decent amount of points in the overall points here. However, speaking of of points denial here, we saw the last player coming in from Santa actually being taken out from the zone, and Archit trying to deny the points. Unfortunately, the last spread of bullets from True Rippers was able to tap him and take those points. So very, very interesting strategies being played here, but this is a good example on what the switch up is going to be happening as well in terms of strategy, right? Like a lot of points denial in this game in particular.
100% agree with that, because that is the most important thing. We mentioned it during the game itself, that now you're not just competing within your group, and you're also not just competing to see which part of the tournament you get placed in. Now you're actually competing for survival against the 31 other teams that are there in the survival stages. And it makes sense. Quantum Spark, they were having a pretty decent time themselves. Doesn't matter if you deny the point to the team that walks away with the chicken dinner. They will still have less point, and the difference will still be a point less than what it would have been had you given them that finish. And that is, I think, one thing that Quantum Spark are hoping to do. Maybe, because at the end of the day, all you have to try and do is stay in the top 8.
Well, all you gotta try and do is be like Punk. You know, he's back on track once again. You know, during his Group D's runs, 12 matches, 9 top 5 finishes. I think that's pretty decent here, but if True Rippers maintains this performance for the next 3 games that they are playing today, well, that should be our top 8 right there. For today, at least.
Pretty much, but then again, it gets confusing, right? Because True Rippers did well, Santa Esports did well, AX did well, Quantum Spark did well. That's 4 names from just like the first 2 groups. Now we need 4 more from the upcoming 2 groups, but let's talk numbers now. We have the MVP of the game as Devotee from the side of AX. 8 eliminations on Devotee alone. And this is why I love this guy, man. He's been very consistent. Yeah, of course, there's going to be a few days where Devotee doesn't really play like himself, but majority of the times, if he starts shooting and if he starts connecting those shots, you're going to see him just turn into a monster.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Devotee perform at this level, since last year's BMPS and also last year's BMSD. But in the top 5, guess who joins the fray? We have Scout also going to be joining the fray here with our first entry, I would say.
Yeah, it's like the fan favorite on the commentator's desk, Scout OP. And it's been a while since we've seen that man inside of the top players list, but he's finally here. And hopefully this continues to be the case. I think would make Master and Archit extremely happy if Scout is also performing. But again, I think Scout is IGLing for this team, right?
Yeah, and his
so
Mini
that's too much
14
pressure.
is also been on point as well. It was very, very clean. A lot of very nice headshots, just completely denying helmets in this endgame zone as well. So it is going to be a little bit tricky, but I believe it is something that people need to take note as well. The DMR's armor shredding
it's been buffed.
damage has been buffed as well, so it is going to be a little bit of a small iterations, but it does help you towards the end game. It does make those shotguns hurt more in towards the end games because of this early poking.
Exactly. So that is the one thing I think in terms of weapon choices that you need to have, or weaponry adjustment, because as you mentioned, DMRs, bolt action, now the armor penetration has been increased. Just because there is no damage fall off at long ranges. Ranges beyond 50 meters, or actually 100 meters was where the damage fall off actually started to kick in. But now it's not there. So you can use that to spread the armor, as you said, at a distance, and then at close ranges, again, just go around with a shotgun. Also, damage fall off has been removed for ARs at long ranges as well. So even if you're proficient with your assault rifles, you find a 6x scope, you can still try and spray down the opponent's at a distance. And of course, damage amp for ARs at close ranges, hipfire still viable. But close range, you know, shotgun is still the meta.
Exactly. But speaking of point denial here, I was expecting higher numbers coming from True Rippers and AX, but considering the fact that a lot of points has been denied and only a couple of teams that's made towards the double digits here, it's going to be AX, Quantum Sparks, and Santa X. And surprise, surprise, AX with a big game itself here with 13 elimination right from the get-go and even a top 3 finish. So that's a decent amount of points here coming from AX. Sorry, top 4 finish. We have the last player actually bleeding out his zone over NoNx, which NoNx was only getting 3 points in position points here to get himself 8 points. K9 with 8 points, solely dependent on finish points, and unfortunately couldn't make it into his end games here because of that weird encounter with JAGUAR Esports.
Yeah, it was a weird rotation, and it was forced, as you mentioned during the match, by Quantum Spark being present towards the southeastern quadrant of the map, southeastern edge of that stage 5 circle. But apart from that, I think we also did notice majority of the teams that were involved in the apartment fights, the stadium apartments fights, finish in the top 8, all because of those early finishes. But teams like Team Doxy, who were forced out early, who went for that 4-man gamble drop, they paid a price. Just 2 finishes for Team Doxy. So if you need to recover from a situation like this, and if you're managing or planning to commit to something completely, you need to unleash the beast within. And for that, we have our energy drink partner, Monster, ladies and gentlemen. But the action does not stop here. We're going to have a switch in group, a switch in map. But that is going to happen after this very short break.
I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't fed them, top of the throne in the league. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMPS 2026 Survival Stages. Here we saw Game 1 with a very, very interesting victory here coming from True Rippers, now leading the pack here. And we are going to be jumping in towards a new set of group after this. It is going to be Group B and Group C. And don't worry, True Rippers is still around to try and join the fray. But this time we have a little bit of change as well. It's not just the groups as well. It is going to be a new set of casters. And in this case, it's going to be me, my name, ICBaby12, and also Salty going to be joining the fray here. Salty, after watching that, you were secretly rooting for Quantum Spark. And we know, based on your prediction, Quantum Spark was the team to watch out for. And they did pretty okay as well.
I mean, it's not even a secret anymore, I guess. Everybody in the world, at least in the country, knows that I've been deeply rooting for this team. It's because of their game style as well. And you look at the way they performed, I feel like, again, a very sensible gameplay. Scout OP, very rare that he does not over-aggress and systematically controls the team. It should be a good day for all the Scout fans out there.
Yeah, definitely as well. And his Mini 14 has been really, really annoying to work with as well.
His grenades as well, actually.
I think earlier during the week stages here, he's been focusing on M1 Garand all the way through. And this is the first time we've seen him switch up to Mini 14, which is much more the popular DMR to kind of work with as well. And I think he is one of the very few that has very, very good success on the Mini 14, aside from Lobster being number 1. And then we also have Adi joining the mix, Scout also starting to try and play a lot of Mini 14s. But I think now Scout has just proven himself that he is a top contender in the DMR category.
Absolutely, and I think he's very openly accepted that as well on his streams. I think it is not just him. All the old players kind of still can't move away from the DMR strategy. It's been there for a while now. And I also feel that, you know, on the maps of Miramar, it can be a great option. But when it comes to a very fighting map like Rondo, it does become extremely crucial for you to time those shots as well. And I think that one Scout did to perfection. But for Quantum Sparks, it has never really been a problem of the first day. I think that their real problem is being at the top in the next consecutive day. And I hope that they can actually do that, barring Rondo, on the maps of Erangel and Miramar.
Now, speaking of which here, we are going to be continuing to watch how Group B performs as well. Quantum Spark is going to be still playing part of the group itself, but for Group C, we are going to be introducing a new set of groups. We have NoNx Esports, Learn From Past, RedX Ross, Thunder Gods, Gods Send, Team Apex Gaming, Dragon Claw, and also Gen X FM. So this is where things are going to get even more spicier now because it's no longer just Cornersparks in the mix. We are also going to be bringing TAG into the mix as well with Jonathan coming to play. We've been hoping for a legendary showdown for the past, I don't know, few weeks so far.
Yeah.
And the one time they actually faced off each other was the final week in Group C, but they never had a head-to-head at all. I was waiting for a Scout versus Jonathan situation, and never exactly happened though.
Hey man, I think the real spice is in the wait. I mean, if it does happen, the excitement is gonna end at it all. So you know what, we're just gonna hold our horses. But I think bigger problems would be, can Team Apex Gaming actually overcome the differences and come and play as a single unit?
You know what? Shall I add in into it another mix into it as well? We've got Somrush, Jonathan's best friend, in the play as well with K9 Esports. What do you think?
Man, it's gonna be a fun day. That is what BMPS is all about, right? You bring all the pros, each of them have a single bit of rivalry with each other, and now you just throw them in the battlegrounds. Figure it out yourself, lads. Figure out your differences.
Well, we are going to be jumping into the game here to find out whether or not can they figure out the competition here. It's going to be a battle for supremacy. It's going to be a battle for survival, and we are heading in towards the map of Erangel.
It's gonna be fun once again. As we are back up in the skies, just like you mentioned, I see there's a different set of groups coming in as well. I mean, Naksh, learn from past. Certainly teams that you have to kind of watch out for. I mean, you also put in the Apex Predators in the mix of things as well. I think TAG is going to be watched out in this map of Erangel, I see, and right from the get-go, the sigh of the flight path. I get it. It is a very southern flight path. Teams going to military base is going to be very happy about it. But how do you go down to the north?
You know, I won't lie. I'm smelling something fishy off this zone here. I feel like the circle is going to be a brutal one. It's going to be heading all the way to its military base all the way through. I'm just saying, but with the circle shifting all the way down south, well, sorry, the flight path shifting all the way down south like that, that means we are going to be seeing a lot of potential drop clashes right from the get-go. But I'm more curious here. Seems like Cornersparks is going to be heading towards military base, and Team Doxy also going to be taking the south side here. So it is going to be a little bit of change, but Cornersparks in military base and TAG of Novo. So this is going to be a neighboring route here between these two teams. And whether or not will they face off each other? And so far, we haven't seen that though.
We haven't seen that. And I'm just hoping the circle kind of favors that fight. But if the circle does land on military base, I guess it's really not important for either teams to actually duke it out. Oh my god, the circle. Wow. Right up north, centering on around Georgopol. The northern Georgopol region is going to be one of the best, but there's absolutely no one there because, of course, the flight path is going to be so brutal. But we are going to be watching these teams jump into migration mode. I see any moment in time, I guess. Rising Esports, somebody who has been favoring the center of the circle. What is going to be their approach?
Yeah, but at the same time as well, K9 will finally get their home ground here onto Pochinki, uncontested by Godlike, so that is going to be a little bit of saving grace from K9. But knowing this lobby as well, JAGUAR Esports do have the tendency to linger around Pochinki, so they have to be a little bit more careful. However, now let's talk about the three titans here. True Rippers, Cornerspark, and TAG on the south side. They are going to be in a little bit of predicament, and I feel like Team Apex Gaming as of yet has one of the furthest rotations into the zone, which may or may not be inside Georgopol here. So it is going to be a little bit of a long distance here for Team Apex Gaming to go. But knowing them, I think they are going to try and salvage the hovercraft to try and bring it to his endgames here. And that has been the strategy that TAG had, especially for Jelly, that likes to bring out to the table. But the downside of that strategy is that the hovercraft is very slow.
Yeah. I mean, it does become extremely difficult for a tank like the hovercraft to just move around and cover miles underneath it as well. If you are somewhere near the circle, if it is landing around the forest regions, your hovercraft becomes your biggest asset. But if you have to travel from Novorupnoy to, let's say, towards northern Georgopol, then your hovercraft is going to slow you down by a massive mile. So better figure out better alternatives for that. As we speak, Rising Esports, we talked about them always favoring the center of the circle. This team loves to rotate early and then loot afterwards, and I think this is exactly what they're doing right now, I see.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Rising Esports, they couldn't really play the game just now as well. They were the first team to be eliminated alongside with Team Doxy.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a little bit tricky spot here, especially both these two teams actually comes in for Group B. And this is going to be a tough competition here, especially when now Cornerspark already making very early rotations into the zone. This is what 3 minutes in the game, they've already made a dip into the zone itself, and Two Rippers, they do fire away a couple of stray bullets, but no connections yet.
Very timely rotation coming in from Quantum Sparks to actually set them up for success. It is going to be a little risky for them because, of course, along their rotation routes, there will be multiple teams watching them in action. Dragonclaw would have actually been one of them. No shots coming in from Chokeboy as Quantum Sparks keep on sailing forward, I see. Where are they heading is going to be a big question. I guess they did complete their loot almost instantaneously, and now potentially moving in towards Hospital, towards Ruins. That can be potential destinations for Quantum Sparks, but there are teams present there already.
I think they need to stock up, that's for sure. They barely looted much.
Yeah.
They have a decent amount of loots, but based on Archie, even Scout's perspective as well, I think level 1 helmets, a couple of meds, a couple of, not even smokes as well. And they have prioritized to get for center control instead of just stocking up fully to try and take a awkward fight out in the open as well. So I like this idea coming from Quantum Spark, but they really need to find those restocks here.
I think if they can try and manage an early fight maybe and try and win that fight, they will be able to not just take away position away from that team, but also enough of their resources. For now, Santa Esports, so they've been hovering around that Hospital region. And right next to them is going to be the lads from Dragonclaw. They are watching them from upstairs. Shots can come in at any moment in time as Santa Esports Alpha just keeps on going. He has no idea. Finally the shots come through and this man gets taken down. Consequences of overextension. This time Adonis jumps in to try and protect him. A lot of pressure for Dragonclaw Esports. And Santa, a little bit of fate coming into them as well, I see.
Oh my goodness, what a rush coming from Santa. Arto try to provide a little bit of cover fire. They do confirm that finish, but still Santa a very quick response despite being at a deficit here. Dragonclaw stood no chance. Immediately, the entire roster crumbles in the face of Santa. It seems like the momentum coming from the previous game. Santa again, once an unstoppable force, is back on track. Do the Santa that we once know back in the days. This is insane stuff here coming from Santa, and what a day to be alive here, especially in the survival stage when it matters the most.
Absolutely, I see. And you know what? I've got to throw a question at you, of course. You know the cumulative leaderboard of 32 teams is going to give us the top 8 for the semi-finals. Do you believe Santa Esports have what it takes to be inside the top 8?
Well, if they continue their momentum from the previous game just like that, I think they stand a very strong chance here.
Agreed. I think last season the Miramars were fantastic. Even this season as well, I think, yes, there was a massive dip coming in the early weeks, but from that point on, Santa Esports, we kind of see a little bit of resurrection. We kind of see a little bit of redemption coming in from these lads as well. Now, of course, an early start, but still, that shot upstairs at Mount Everest shouldn't really have given the position away by Dragonclaw. And ladies and gentlemen, talking about what you should and what you shouldn't, make sure you get yourself the Olympian Academy. It's a brilliant Royal Pass that has got some amazing sets, by the way. And of course, if you do land all the missions completed, then you'll also get a little bit of UC, and you can purchase the next season as well.
Exactly. If you guys have been stocking up in your previous season's UC, now's the best time to get it as well and do the same thing again. Finish all those missions and get enough UC to, you know, save up for the next season as well. Be sure to do that. It's a pretty nice skin. You know what? I still want to have the Spartan King here. We caught a glimpse of it just now. Gold spin. One of my biggest nightmares. It's extremely difficult to get it.
We've got stats, by the way. It's one of the hardest spins out there. It's difficulty level was suggested to be ultimate and has got like a percentage of 0.2% for you to actually get that skin.
Where'd you get that number? But before that, let's take a look towards the replay. Coming to play. This was a very weird push coming from Santa. They overcommitted and did not realize that DC was just setting up an ambush. But as soon as they got the first shot, immediately the rest of the pack stopped and then provided cover. That was some very, very quick response time here coming from Santa. Yeah. Wasn't expecting it, but they've lost Alpha though. So the IGL pretty much done and dusted from this game. But for Santa X, they will be the king of the hill for now on towards Mount Everest. But Circle 1 is about to complete as well. Majority of the teams already made their way into the zone. And even Team Apex Gaming taking a very early rotation as well. Not trying to get caught outside the zone this scenario.
It's been a sunny afternoon on Erangel so far. All of these teams in migration mode. Finally, the circle does shift once again, which brings us back to Georgiopol. Team Apex Gaming will have to sort out the differences in such an open terrain. completely exposed, taking shots against Red X Ross. One man was brought down, but they also have teams like NoNx Esports around them. Shots coming in. Team Apex Gaming can they survive? A lot of HP. Bar was chewed up, but he still stands tall, at least for now. Elsewhere, True Rippers. Finally, you see Omega pulling on that finish feed. 3 men getting stomped on in just one quick spree.
This is a very interesting camp here coming from True Rippers. They tanked the zone just to wait for a team, and they were hoping to maybe potentially pick off Quantum Spark or True Rippers, but who they found was Team Doxy, and that's going to be 3 points in the back, and True Rippers is going to be very happy about this pickoff. Unfortunately for them, they do have a little bit of an easy entry down towards the south side because the Sage 2 circle is going to shift on towards Everest Center right at the tippity top. True Rippers is going to have a little bit of a tricky spot here on how they want to play towards the later stage of the game, but I hope this camp was absolutely worth it for True Rippers, but as of yet, the next phase is going to be brutal for them.
This camp was brilliant for True Rippers, in my opinion, because, come on, imagine this. The circle is up at Georgiapol. You are potentially one of the last teams still to hold on to the bridge lines, and all you expect is a team to actually walk into your crosshairs. Team Doxy did exactly that. Omega is not going to live up on yet another day. I mean, given an opportunity like that, I think 9 times out of 10, he's striking down your team back to the graveyard. But of course, Team Doxy, they have that second plan B as well. Doxy himself is taking the hovercraft, crossing on the bridge, but it's still an extremely long region, a distant rotation for him to cover. Once again, we see the efficiency of this man, the preciseness of those shots, and the EMP and the Scar are just doing the damage.
Yeah, there's nothing much could have done here. He just waited. There was a firing squad lying in the way. Team Doxy just wasn't expecting them to camp this late. Meanwhile, down seems like TAG also has a little bit of run in here down to his Georgia Bowl. Find Jaguar. That's a bit out. He's trying to escape here with Jelly finding away a couple of straightaway shots. But they do find themselves their second pick of the game for Team Apex Gaming. It seems like the gamble is going to be hoping the circle shifts in towards the Georgia Bowl city here. It seems like Apex Gaming, they are trying to capitalize on teams trying to rotate out of danger in towards the city through the bridge as a cover. And little do they know that ambush point has paid off for them. They do find another one. And I hope they do find even more, because there is going to be more teams coming to play. But for NoNx, they are going to be in Georgia Bowl containers. And this is going to be tricky, because this next phase of a circle, which is going to close in 2 seconds, is going to decide the fates of a lot of these teams. And it is going to shift to the east side. So Georgia Bowl containers still in play.
A brilliant circle for everybody that is on top of Everest. Mind you, Santa Esports is still up top. 3 players around that corner. You also have K9 Esports trying to get control of it. A majority of these teams coming in from the Georgia Bowl city, I think they are going to face the heat of the collision. The cluster that is massive. You've got Quantum Sparks, you've got Rising Esports as well. Jumping Esports learn from Boston this time. It is a little bit of a 1v1. Shogun still trying to drive around this little corner that he has. Finally gets support of his teammates as well and learn from Boss. They don't really want to give away much of their bodies into this fight. Just want to hold back and try and use the nades to try and dish out damage, I see. And it seems like a good strategy as long as learn from past don't give away the opening.
Ooh, I don't think they should actually commit to this fight. There's just no reason to overcommit. Like, Circle's still in play. You kind of want to look outside, but for Learn From Past, they have decided to go for a little bit of wide split here. Expecting the Circle is going to force them to actually push it towards them, so they do have a little bit more options here. The moment the cluster of teams inside those containers trying to group up, that's where they try and capitalize and thin the herd. So I don't think they need to risk unnecessarily here for Learn From Past. But for NoNx Esports, for Godsend, they're stuck in a stalemate. Like, they came in, there's no way out.
You know, this is also like the perfect setup for Santa Esports right now. They are up top at Everest. They've got the high ground advantage as well. And all of these teams, they're just underneath. Shots can be fired at any moment in time. But you speak of shots, and here we have a duel, which could be a talking point for ages right now. Team Apex Gaming versus Quantum Sparks did come close, did come head to head. But Quantum Sparks, they decided that let's just keep on moving forward. Good position is going to be very important, but Scout OP is still in the back lines, and it seems like Apex Gaming, I see, have no idea about it. What if Scout strikes right in time?
Yeah, but I think Apex Gaming has no reason to fight this as well. This zone doesn't really favor Hospital. They need to push through. And Quantum Sparks already got those warehouses completely locked down. So There's no reason for them to actually take this fight. They do have to find a different way here, but for RedX Ross to try to book it for center, gets picked off by the teams from containers. And even K9 from the Far East does have a very interesting off angle. K9 Esports, interesting enough, they actually hugged the east side compounds. Those are one of the strongest compounds to hold just because it is unpushable unless you overcommit.
Speaking of overcommitting, Quantum Sparks just holding down their position. Shots have been fired. Master was brought down quite fabulously. In fact, the Team Apex team could have been loving this situation had Master been a little out in the open, but the warehouse is kind of denied that angle for Hydro. They're still out there looking for blood, but those shots don't get connected. Team Apex Gaming is still outside of the circle, and now it's going to be very important for them to push inside. No real estate being given up. The circle still shifts. It has a little bit of containers. It has a little bit of the Everest as well. Santa Esports still in the prime spot, I see.
Oh my goodness, Santa is going to rain death and destruction on every single one down below, but it seems like the circle may shift down towards the mountains very, very soon here. RedX Ross does have one of the god spots, learn from past as well, does have one of the prime spots in this scenario, but only if they can defend. So we are going to be expecting a little bit of urban warfare here from those sides, but seems like TAG, they finally have to make the moves here. They are hovering around towards Quantum Sparks, and Scout just lets them through, knowing that it's just not worth fighting as of yet. So Quantum Sparks is potentially going to try and use TAG as a bait to try and sneak in the zone. At the moment TAG gets caught in the crossfire, that's where Quantum Sparks may look to try and pounce here. So a very sneaky approach, but Scout, look at him. He's spread out for the rest of the pack. And surprise, surprise, TAG did not even hear him. So this is a good sign here, at least for Quantum Spark. But for TAG, they are completely unaware as they try to cross towards the safety net here to try and creep up into the zone. It seems like they have no choice but to push towards the Georgia Pool City.
Could have been a masterstroke coming in from Quantum Sparks, leaving Scout OP in the back lines. The man who is ever aggressive, always known to over-aggress in situations like that. This time holding trigger discipline for the greater cause of his team. Sending 3 players up inside of the circle, keeping himself in the back line, still protecting them from that terrain, I believe is a brilliant job. But now finally Santa Esports is going to be under enormous pressure. They've got Troopers coming in from one flank on the right side. You've also got Esports Social on that left-hand side. And finally Troopers, they strike. Adonis has been brought down. Santa Esports in the need of retaliation. Troopers making those steady climbs, but still deteriorating. They are falling back, and they know potentially that there is going to be yet another squad, I see, who might just be challenging Santa Esports as well.
Yeah, Santa's pinned between both sides as well. Esports Social, True Rippers, they've realized that this is the god spot and they have to take this competition out before they can go on their merry way. True Rippers doesn't want to overcommit, but Santa has been completely shut down here. With only 2 players left. Punisher pretty much left on top. Coffin has went on his merry way inside, but he got picked off as well. So Punisher is going to be the last player left here for Santa, while True Rippers still at the stalemate, waiting for Esports Social to make a move. But no moves has been made. But for TAG, their rotations from the west side was put towards a halt. 2 players getting knocked, and I think Quantum Spark may look to try and pounce on this.
And I feel like they're still going to be holding those warehouses at least for a little while longer. And Quantum Sparks don't really have that compulsion to move in as well. They are well inside of the circle and they're just going to wait. And I guess it has also been figured out by the rest of the teams that there are a couple of them on top of Everest. You cannot actually get exposed that much. On the flip side, Esports Social this time starting to make their presence felt. Nades being lobbed in against Genix FM. None of those commit. We've seen Team Santa Esports holding this position for a while now. They have been deep through. Just 1 player left alive, but he still fights back. Punisher this time facing shotguns from True Rippers. This time needs to bow out Tryon. Can he connect those shots? Esports Social still a big threat. And a man has been finished off. It is the IGL from Team True Rippers, but they're still standing tall, I see. 4 finishes in the bag, and they are lucky to put up a fight.
Yeah, Circle seems to shift that down towards the Everest as well. So that means every single team from Georgia needs to get out. And True Rippers, they finally realized that they have to wrap things up before they can focus on teams outside the zone. And guess what? Nox now forced to make a move. TDG losing a player. Every single team in the containers are scrambling to get out now. But they have no choice but to wrap up those fights. Nox now getting pushed. TDG with those nades. No connection so far. Open picks up skillful, but the Molotovs chokes him out. The entrance is blocked. They are in a little bit of trouble here. TDG tries to go for the swing, but Executor from the back lines provides a little bit of cover. TDG, they may have made a mistake here.
This is a brilliant reset coming in from NoNx Esports as well. The recall from the back lines. A little bit of cover fire that has been coming in from PMWI IGL as well. TTG now in a world of danger as he's starting to take a step back. And they have to as well, but from the back lines, brilliant nade comes through. BMWI IGL strikes hard once again. This nade is going to strike for sure as crazy. Close, but that is still in a world of danger. Shots coming in from all angles. His position has been marked. Smokes around the corner. Can he fly out of this situation? Absolutely not. NoNx Esports just laid him out with bullets. But this time they themselves aren't really out of danger themselves. One man knocked out, getting revived. But are we building up for this fight? You've got TAG, Quantum Sparks and Troopers at the top. 3 Goliaths I see taking a standoff against each other.
Oh, this is a big clash here. They all realize they need to push up the mountain, and Quantum Sparks now caught in the crossfire here between them and TAG. Both has to take a little bit of pit stop. Yashu moves up forward to try and climb up to get some sort of distance, or maybe even off angle. But regardless of whatever the situation, the biggest threat is still going to be the teams on top, and that's going to be True Rippers, Esports Social, and the tippity top that will really death and destruction. So Quantum Spark TAG, no reason to overpick this. Afraid of getting shot from on top. They are going to be taking a little bit slow pill here, but it's screen here. Godsend comes in with a little bit of a clutch here. Shuts down Rising Esports with a clean takedown. Cleans out the northwest corner.
You know, I'm so proud of this young IGL Fraggy this time coming up with the fight of his own Godsend Esports. They certainly are dominating this lobby, but elsewhere we do have a fight. NoNx Esports this time on the back foot. Nades from Learn From Past is striking hard as NoNx Esports. They're losing space in this fight. Look at Honey in the front lines. This man strikes with his shotgun. Finds yet another finish for himself as well as Learn From Past are constantly trying to predict where the players are going to pop off from. Enough of fight, NoNx Esports. Get the heck out of here.
Oh, they stood no chance. Learn From Past, definitely the biggest victors from Georgetown City itself. They had the edge of the zone the longest of time, and almost every single team stuck in those containers were wiped out by Learn From Past. But new problems arise here for Learn From Past. It seems like they owe themselves, need to find a way to get out themselves. And fortunately for them, it's a very slow rotation for them with the circle favoring them somehow. But do they have space is going to be the question here. They are going to try and find a little bit of space, but teams on top of Mount Everest, guess what? They all need to come down now. Uh-oh, nobody has a clear advantage as of yet here.
Absolutely no one. Completely agreed. I think this circle has put a big confusion in the minds of all the IGLs right now. Where do you rotate and how do you deal with this threat? And kind of the low are going to be exposed. I worry about the teams who are coming in from the top. True Rippers, what do you do right now? You will have to find a way to come down the big boy mountain. And there's Team TAG waiting for you at the foothills of greatness. Jonathan, Jelly. You've also got Hydro in the mix of things as well as TAG. Hold on to that position. They don't really move as of yet. They don't really worry about the fact that they're outside of the circle, and this can be concerning. Elsewhere, you've got NoNx FM who are kind of pushing it forward, deep in the front lines up against 2 lads. This time finds a knockoff as well, and the trade is going to be there. NoNx FM losing bodies, 1 man left alive, 3 men not really in cover. And now have a look at this Esports Social. They try hard, but from the back lines, True Rippers, they come in and claim all of those finish points.
Goodness, Termi. Again with those timings. How does True Rippers do this every single time? It was spot on. They were waiting for this moment, and finally it arrives, and they are not letting this off the hook here. They are going to push up, but while this is happening, they get the re-knock once more. Bunny forced to concede those high grounds. The Molotovs are there to try and zone out True Rippers, but little did they know from behind, TAG, they themselves also heard these commotions as they try to sneak up. But True Rippers, they're not in the clear yet. With the circle, gonna force them to go down. They have to wrap this up quickly as well, or Team Apex Gaming is gonna stock up from the leftovers that True Ripper left behind and then continue to push on.
True Rippers have just one strat right now, I see. Press your foot on that gas pedal. Try and take down NoNx FM right now in this fight, because if you delay the onset of the inevitable, Team Apex Gaming from the back lines is going to shred you apart in the front lines. Hydro this time taking big damage, but the damage is already done. Cheyenne connects that nade. NoNx FM is going to be in a world of danger, I see.
Oh boy, Omega getting a little bit trade here. Counter nades are coming from TAG, but Termi getting pushed out. Damu getting taken out. Termi once again with a fantastic defense to completely keep JAGUAR FM at bay. But Jelly finds an off angle, picks off True Rippers. They're in shambles here for True Rippers. They're stuck out in the open. Termi getting picked off once again, and Jelly finds the second one as well. TAG pushes up, and now True Rippers, they might just fall. Omega losing as well. Jonathan finds the last player, and just like that, True Rippers, they get shut down as TAG with the perfect third party.
It's not really the end of problems for them. Team Apex Gaming now keep on progressing forward, and now their target is going to be JAGUAR FM. Once again, a shot is going to connect, but this time from Learn From Past. Even they themselves from Georgia Pool are trying to get involved in this fight. Bunny this time loses life in the front lines. Team Apex Gaming keep on pushing forward. And now, this is just the remnants of JAGUAR FM and their crates who are going to be staring at Apex Gaming, taking all their loot from that victory of that fight. Learn From Past is still going to threat them. But can Honey thread the needle with this nade itself? Needs to watch out. Team Apex Gaming have a great position. But I see the only problem is going to be the fact that the circle has betrayed them massively.
Oh boy. They don't really have a choice. Everybody's pretty much out in the open as well. Quantum Sparks, what a cheeky spot to be in as well. They're in the zone on top of the mountain. They are finding some sort of angle. But they are trying to push up with those DAG to try and third party this. Seems like they're looking for those off angle. Jonathan falls. Yashu gets the pick, but the counter is there. Hydro is there. Scout OP can't seem to swing up here to try and provide a little bit of assistance. But is going to go for a little bit risky play. But seems like he is going to back off to try and go into the reset instead. Seems like from on top.
No.
Hydro deciding if he wants to push here, but the cover fire from inside the zone is going to force him to scare off. So Quantum Spark looks like they have to disengage with the zone coming through.
This is absolute genius coming in from Quantum Sparks. They're Zen Master inside of the circle, and now they're waiting for the players of TAG just pop off from the top floor. As Jelly finds a knock on top of Scout OP, Quantum Sparks seems to be in a world of danger from the backlines. Of course, Jonathan seems to have been finished off. Quantum Sparks, they are still trying to rack up those numbers. 3 eliminations so far, but from the top of Everest, Hydro stands up tall. 10 eliminations coming in from Team Apex Gaming, and this team is showing the rest of the lobby what is class exactly.
What a clutch there coming from Hydro with those picks as well. Great ideas coming from Quantum Spark, but was spotted out. Took a little bit of time here, but Hydro was able to somehow survive this, but he is now the solo warrior here from Team Apex Gaming. We're down towards the final 4 team, and guess what? It is going to be an ultimate showdown. We learn from past having 3 players. Everybody else are solos, and learn from past has to be the biggest victors out of this, but they still need all these elimination points. Now it all comes down towards the hunt.
You know, amidst all of this chaos, look at Arto. This man has been surviving for so long, and Honey has no idea. He does not check back, and Arto is not taking shots either.
Oh my goodness, Arto, he's been hiding here since the beginning of time, realizing that Honey is all by himself. Does he look behind, learn from past? Does not check him as well. They have no idea. Oh no.
What?
But Arto, you cannot afford to shoot this. Like, there's still 2 more guys. The moment you shoot this, you are going to get traded off. You need to wait. You got to be patient. Oh boy. This guy. Calm down. Relax. Line up your shots. Wait for the right moment here. Honey. The moment Honey shoots, this is where you take him out. Thirst him. That's gonna be some points. Relax, Arto. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you still looking and not shooting? Oh my goodness.
I think he's going to hold his position. I think he's going to be holding his position at least for a wee while now. I mean, learn from past. He wants at least a couple of more players to jump into the blind spot. He knows exactly he has found exactly the spot that he wants to. Learn from past isn't going to check that corner anyway.
No way. No freaking way that they don't see this. Like, JD Gaming... Okay, now, from JD's Gaming's perspective, he can't really see. So, as soon as he stand up, JD Gaming is going to trade him off. But as long as Honey doesn't turn around, or as long as JD Gaming, there's nothing happening to him, he would not check on Arto. Because, like, I'm pretty sure, in Honey's perspective, I've been here for a good solid 1 minute. There's nobody behind me. Oh my goodness, the mind games. He has to take the shot, right? Nah. Don't risk it. Wait until JD Gaming checks him out. But I'm pretty sure. Wait. JD Gaming hasn't spotted him yet. No, he hasn't spotted him yet. Like he's still tunnel vision.
What are you doing, man? Learn from past. There's a man lying right in front of you.
He
don't spot him. What? JD Gaming, what are you doing? Finally gets him out. Oh my God, that is such a big headache. Ladies and gentlemen, learn from past, save them from absolute massacre. But finally, it brings us to the last two. It's going to be Team Apex Gaming versus Learn from Past, a 1v3, I see.
Okay, now Hydro is going to deny the point here. This is pretty much done for. But Learn from Past, they got the chicken. But a very, very well played here coming in from Learn from Past. But an even better play here from Arto. The solo warrior makes it to top 3. Might have disconnected from the game.
Yeah.
Got top 3, so that's decent amount of points, I would say.
I think he was just chilling down there. He was just one with the nature, possibly ordering his dinner for the night. But man had hopes of finding himself a chicken dinner, but that was kind of denied by Learn from Past. It's still completely fine, I think. 10 eliminations secured for this team, by the way, and 10 points from the chicken dinner. That is a big leap coming in from Learn from Past. And you know what? I see this team is showcasing. They certainly have got quality. Barring a couple of these oopsie moments, I think this team definitely has what it takes.
Yeah, definitely as well. Learn from Past did start their journey in Group A as well. They were a grand finalist. And for them to actually, you know, almost mess up like that because of Arto, well, I still take it. A win is still a win. But again, you could see the perspective from JD Gaming. He looked twice and thought for a second, am I tripping? There's actually a guy just prone right there. And then decides to take the shot. I was like, what was that? What was like, dude. Arto could have gotten a free pick on Honey for the longest of time. I was wondering, why is he not shooting? Like, I know if maybe JD Gaming, you know, he's afraid or something. But even when he was spotted out, he still did not move.
Hey man, there's always a saying, you can actually see the heroes, but you potentially can't see the devil. And I think Arto tried to be the devil, just failed completely in that occasion. But one man who did not fail is going to be Fraggy from NoNx Esports. 6 eliminations, 578 points of damage. And mind you, I see this man is an IGL, by the way, and just leading his team from the front, being calm and composed, getting 6 frags for himself as well. That's a brilliant performance right there.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, you know, Hydro definitely pulled a big one here with the push against Quantum Spark. Was phenomenal, was able to wipe the floor with them. Even Jonathan as well has been very, very spot on as well. I think Jonathan is one of the very few players that prioritize on the GS8, newly introduced gun that was exclusive from Rondo in towards the major maps right now.
Yeah.
So he has been using it really well, and the swing has been spot on from him as well. So I'm really excited whether or not will the meta actually shifts into his SMG because of it.
I mean, we kind of did see those eras where UMPs as well as the Uzis were kind of the meta guns, but right now, I don't really believe that the shotguns are going anywhere. But still, once again, we take a look at the highlights, and this time, True Rippers. The bridge camps were amazing, I think. Team Doxy definitely did not expect that. One page from their strat book has kind of been revealed. The True Rippers will try and stop you when you try and cross that bridge over. But then, from that point on, I think their strategy was very clear. Try and go for the best spot in the house. And the best spot seems to have been Everest for a very long time now.
Oh boy. But at the same time as well, with the circle, you know, forcing everybody trying to go for the live mass scrambles, well, Everest teams were very happy to a certain point until this final few moments where the circle actually shifts them out in the open as well. And this is where things got a little bit tricky as well, because normally teams on top of the mountains, if they're the only team out there, they do have one of the strongest positions to work with. But because they were getting attacked multiple times, and it was like about 4 to 5 teams still stuck in the crossfire in the top, Learn from Past was able to sneak in from Georgia containers without being contested, and while the rest take out each other, they finally clutched the winner chicken dinner. So that was a very nice read here coming from Learn from Past.
Hey man, I mean, you say that Learn from Past kind of sneaked in, but inside of containers, they had to go through so many teams.
Oh, fair enough.
I mean, that fight against, I kind of forgot who it was. I think it was NoNx, then there was NoNx Esports as well. 2 fights that were very clean coming in from Learn from Past, because of which they get 20 points for themselves. TAG on the other side, 16 points. There is a brilliant counter again. Chase at the top of the overall leaderboard. NoNx Esports with 12, JAGUAR FM with 10, and Dragon Claw with 6. Quantum Sparks, I see, in spite of having a good game, True Rippers also had a good game, but beyond 6 points is not what something which they could do in this game itself.
Fair enough, but at the same time, a big game here coming for TAG with their debut today in survival stages. And Godsend also making a little bit of bounce back as well, so that's going to be a little bit of a good game coming from them. However, let's talk about the teams coming from Group B. True Rippers didn't really do too well. K9 didn't really do too well. Santa as well didn't really do too well. These are the 3 names that had a decent amount of points here from the map of Rondo itself. So with this setback, it is going to hurt them in the overall standing. So this is going to be a signs of concern here, coming from that respective group here in B itself. But yeah, like I was saying as well, coming to Group C with TAG in the mix as well, I think Team Apex Gaming is on a right track if they can maintain this consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? I think Team Apex Gaming kind of worked on their mistakes. Not the same can be said for K9 Esports. I think for K9 Esports, the start has been a little shaky. Pretty unforgettable starts in the first 2 games. I hope they can actually make a bounce back, but Somraj is still yet to make his impact, in my opinion.
Yeah, fair enough. I think we haven't seen that moments. I think it's going to take a little bit more time, but that's the thing about survival stages, right? You can't really plan for every single match until you face off each and every single group at least once. So maybe the homework begins tomorrow, at least for K9 Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, again, overall standings of 32 teams, only 8 teams make it to the semi-finals. It's going to be brutal, ladies and gentlemen. It's just been 2 games. We'll be back after a short break.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Shawnee with me on the panel. And speaking of the change on the panel itself, now there's also going to be change in the group. Group D is going to be inside of the proximity, and we already know. So far, the competition's going great. TAG kicking things off with a lot of points in the overall standings. Quantum Sparks is doing a lot better as well.
Yeah, they're kind of being consistent. Well, from the first 2 games, at least they are being consistent. And I'm happy to see them move up with the pace that they are. Same goes for True Rippers. A decent start of the day. 2 games, extremely consistent. But as you mentioned, TAG, I think Learn From Past also have had a great start with that 20 bobber in their first game.
I mean, without a doubt, for Learn From Past, especially speaking of them, they were never supposed to be here in the first place. It's a team that started from the Group A and now over here inside of the survival stages, fighting for their life. And they're supposed to dominate these stages. And that's what they're exactly doing. The same expectations is from TAG. That's what they're doing as well. But one team that's currently flopping, and that's going to be K9 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, K9 Esports, I think getting hyper-aggressive in certain situations, at least that is what we saw from them in Game 1 itself. And I think, of course, once they find that stability, once they find that calmness within their roster, I think K9 Esports is a big threat to this entire survival stages. And as you mentioned, there are a few of these names that we kind of expect to do well by default. Teams like TAG, teams like True Rippers, K9 also is in that list. So it's just hope that they find stability in the opening day itself, because if they leave things for tomorrow, then things are going to get tougher with time.
And now, since we know Group D is also going to be playing their first ever game, we've got names like Myth Official making a comeback. We've also got Likitha Esports now playing inside of the spectrum. And to be honest, speaking of these names, you really do expect them to dominate as well. Myth Official in the BGS 2026 Grand Finals did pretty decent for themselves. H4K's performance recently has been going up as well. So I do believe that this group is going to bring in a lot of competition.
But the only problem is that H4K only performed in the last week. Myth still are yet to show us their best face. And Likitha, along with H4K, was one of the team that kind of just did well in 1 week and then just fumbled all the other 3 weeks of the opening qualifier. So it's just one-off performances. And for Myth and Likitha in particular, I had this conversation with Icy when we kicked off the day that we're just hoping that they show up in the same form that we saw them in during BGIS, because if it's anything else, if it's the form from 2025 or if it's the form from the first 3 weeks of the qualifiers, then Myth and Likitha might just bid us a farewell in the survival stages themselves.
And you know what? Speaking of dipping forms, even Troy Tamilin Esports should be a part of the conversation.
Very
we
true.
know inside of the BGS, they started things off so well. But now for Troy Tamilin Esports and the BMPS 2026, things aren't working out the same way they're supposed to. It's a lineup that's supposed to dominate as well. But Troy Tamilin Esports, it feels like all the competition, all the fire that they had in themselves is just fading away.
Yeah, it's just simmering down, and now it's just a small little flame that's left that has somehow helped them make it to the survival stages. But let's not forget, it's the BMPS. At any given time, things can take an unexpected turn, in fact. And I think that is what we are hoping to see from Likitha, from Troy Tamilin, from Myth, from H4K, and in fact, Aura X as well, another team that kind of did decent during that final week of qualifiers.
But the crazy part is only the 8 teams move on towards the semifinals.
That is true.
And 24 teams gets eliminated. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a lot of heartbreaks, and there's a chance that maybe the teams that are performing right now, even one of them can actually slip off in the overall standings.
Very true.
It's going to be a long marathon. It's not a sprint. You've got 12 games to play with. Every single game still counts.
Every single game still counts, and you need to make sure that you are getting about 8 to 9 points per match just to keep yourself on the safer side. But we do have the third game of the day commencing. Group C versus Group D. We have a flight path center towards Rozhok. My apologies, the circle center towards Rozhok. The flight path starting from Milta Power and ending towards Northern Georgia Pole. So kind of easier start than you would expect. A diagonal flight path, and well, it crosses the center of the circle, so it does allow a big cluster of these teams to stay in a safer spot. But same can't be said as we turn our eyes towards Novorepnoy, as Troy Tamilin Esports are looking to head towards the military base, and TAG have taken complete control of Novorepnoy containers.
That's where they like to go. And for Troy Tamilin Esports, as I mentioned, games are going to be important. First game of the day for Troy Tamilin Esports, they need to strike hard. You've also got a few names like T7 Orion, Phoenix Esports in the same group making an entrance. Even names like RX, Dragonclaw played their first game in the previous one. Performance wasn't that great. It was just one man standing in the end, and somehow he was unchecked till the end by the players who've learned from past, but unfortunately got caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, that was a hilarious moment in that previous game. JD Gaming also losing track, and I think caught off guard by the fact that the man was lying completely out into the open, just with a rock covering the front. But learn from past, here they are. And of course, as we spoke about it, a brilliant start to the day. Hopefully they can keep the momentum going. And JD Gaming in particular, I've always said this, an incredible athlete, underutilized talent in majority of the teams that he has played in, but finally getting a decent amount of playing time, this time with the roster of Learn from Past.
I mean, I don't even know what to say, man. Learn from Past is struggling. Let's be honest. Yeah, it's understandable. First game was great. But the overall tournament, they've struggled. So I'm still not going to say a lot about this team just yet. I would love to see them move on towards the semifinals, and then maybe we can't say anything confirmed.
Which out of these 32 teams that are playing the survival stages isn't struggling, Necro? They're here because of the struggles.
True. That's why we can't say anything about them just yet.
True. But that also makes the survival stages extremely exciting because you don't really know which 8 names from here will eventually move forward. There's so much talent still stuck in the survival stages, and it's just causing more and more confusion. Because if Learn from Past, or maybe even if TAG get reset completely in this game, that just completely changes what the overall leaderboard and the top 8 look like.
Johnny, something completely off the conversation. I've noticed one thing. Players are not really liking the new vehicle. Instead, they're prioritizing coupes.
The Roadster.
Yeah.
The Coupe is a little bit quicker.
No, I think
And-
Roadster is supposed to be the quickest vehicle in the game.
I don't know. I think this Coupes just feels a little bit quicker.
Or maybe they've got better skins for the coupes, and that's why they're going with the coupe.
Could be the case, man.
Yeah.
It actually could be the case that they have better skins for the Coupe.
They don't like to stay broke inside of the game.
Let's not talk about skins, man. I told you I lost my account.
That's why I like the new skin. Because everyone's on the same ground, equal level. No one's got the skins for it.
By the way, the new skin of the Mustang is there.
Ooh. Yeah, you know what? Don't talk about it.
We
Moving
need it,
on.
though.
Moving on towards the competition. Yeah, these teams are doing bad. That's why they're over here. That sounds better.
Yeah, that sounds better. It makes
Relatable.
Us feel, yeah, feels nice. Makes us feel nice about ourselves, right?
Yeah.
Pretty
'Cause
much.
Even we're bad.
Yeah.
But we're
at this,
worse. Yeah.
Pretty much, but I just hope that we might not have a lot of opportunity and a lot on the line for us to gain from playing our matches, but these teams do, man. You
Yeah.
win the Pro Series and it's life-changing. I mean, someone needs to have a conversation about AX and what happened to them after winning the Pro Series. A lot of attention on them. And, of course, the amount of money that was deposited into the bank accounts as well.
I know, right? Should have been the same way for us as well. What do you think, Johnny?
We have established the fact that we aren't that good, Necro. I don't think we have enough talent to even play the survival stages. We will get bodied pretty bad.
I know, right? But I still believe at least we're not going to be ending things on 0 points.
Not on 0, but like I think the best finish we can hope for is 15th.
Yeah, 15th, maybe 12th. We can do that.
If we make it to the qualifier stages of a major tournament, that itself will be a big achievement for us.
True.
Like if we make it past, I think, round 3 of BGIS.
You know what, Johnny? At this point, only skins can actually help us, because I believe we don't have any skills. And speaking
That
of
is true.
skins, we've got the Spartan skin. Spartan King's gold spin available. You guys can move on inside of the game and try and get your hands on the skin. It looks beautiful, looks amazing.
Your first spin of the day at 10 UC, and of course the first finish of this game at no cost for Signature Godsend. They do manage to pick off one man, I believe, from the side of NoNx Esports. NoNx as well, by the way. Let's talk about them for a minute. Great
Yeah.
start to their journey in the opening week of the qualifier stages, but week 2, week 3 were nightmare for NoNx.
We're speaking of Owen, PMWI GL at the end of the day. They have so much experience. But since Golden has left this roster, it seems like they're just not able to recover from that setback. 2023, you guys that were there doing so good. 2024 as well, performance was there. But right now, Godsend chasing him down. It's definitely not a good look. Shots were taken, pretty close as well, but whizzing past him. Not even a single one connecting well enough.
Awkward interaction between NoNx and Godsend. NoNx Esports choosing to just stay in this dip, stay huddled up, all 4 players still together. It's kind of weird what's happening inside of the game right now, by the way, and NoNx as well are going to be a part of that conversation because there's a big cluster forming between Rozok and Yasnaya. And it will be difficult for these teams to cross over if the circle takes Northern Shift, but we switch perspectives, moving towards the players of NoNx Esports, who have just now crossed that military bridge, a slow rotation coming through for NoNx Esports. And as they move west, right after crossing the bridge, they've successfully evaded any pressure that could have fallen upon their heads because GenX FM was still sticking around towards the lighthouse.
Hands down. For GenX FM right now, the game plan's pretty much going to be to survive. We've been looking at this team's track record in the past as well. This roster has been struggling too much. Not even a single week where GenX FM has proved themselves. Lost title right now, surrounded by too many foes. T7 Orion as well, around the proximity. Next circle's going to be quintessential. Centers on up once again towards School and even Rozok. The result's going to be Riot Nations around the field. Even Learn from Pats right there as well. H4K in the smack center. pretty much got themselves on the lucky side of the spectrum. And you know what, Johnny? Let's talk about a team like REDX Ross.
I was just about to talk about Red X Ross because I'm kind of confused as to what they're doing. It's an open position that Red Ross has taken, and just a few seconds ago they were split apart. Now finally looking to regroup. And you look on the radar, it seems like TAG are looking to move at the exact position that is under control of Red X Ross, and Gen XFM has the same intention. But on the other side of things, T7 Orion finally pulling the trigger, making the move on the players of NoNx Esports. And they kick things off with an opening knock as Arnav has hit the floor. Might just become difficult for the players of Phoenix to recover. What was that? Frenzy?
You saw your own teammate there.
Yeah.
What are these call-outs made from NoNx Esports? Confusion across the board, but at least he does find that trade, and he puts the gun back at the wrong time. Now Frenzy might just be knocked out, and that's what happens. Mistakes after mistakes replicated by NoNx Esports. Someone show this team a mirror, and now a third party as well is in the spectrum in the name of Godsend Esports. They're not going to let go of these tracks. Utilities tossed, but T7 Orion now safe. They can probably get the revival easily. The reset's going to be there, and Godsend forced to fall back because they're not able to find anything in that fight.
Just choosing to stay safe, Godsend, and I think the intention might just be to wait things out inside of that building, in that house, and just wait for the players of T7 to overextend through a window, maybe just looking for an opening. But on the other side of things, last started, they got uncomfortably close to the players of Myth Official just a few seconds ago. Now they're backed off as Myth are distracted by all of the commotion that was caused by T7 and the players of Phoenix.
Myth Official, I'm liking the fact that now they're being opportunistic. And speaking of NoNx Esports, you gotta feel bad for them. Just one man standing.
I don't feel bad, man. That was a big mistake with the way the nade was lobbed. I think the intention was pretty clear. He wanted it to ricochet off the wall
or
and
maybe
try and catch the man in the corner.
I think so. He wanted to toss it off of the window, like through the window that was right there in the front.
It went through the window. That's why his player got finished off, because they were both in the same house. Unless he wanted to cross it through both the windows and made
that's what I'm saying.
on the other side of the house.
Yeah, he wanted to go it through the window.
Then it was just a bad effort, man. Had enough time to line up that nade. It wasn't even a panic situation.
Yeah, it's just messed up. Just a bad nade.
Anyways. Not a great start for NoNx Esports. Can't really do a lot about it. Eclipse is just going to be stuck towards the edge now.
Yeah, has to play around the edges. Next circle, it's going to be a bottom right shift on TAG. And TAG does have a massive split. Hydra all the way towards the left. Jelly getting control of that potato hill. Jonathan as well around the southern side. REDX Ross right above them. And there's also going to be Dragonclaw Esports now making their entrance towards the potato hill.
Look at Thunder Gods. Do manage to move towards this warehouse, the vehicle spawn. Have Last Star Day up north, NoNx on the flank, TAG right behind them. Thunder Gods, if they start getting into fights, they might not walk out of it. Dragonclaw finally finding a breaching point inside of the play zone, stage 3, and they find a breach from the southwestern edge. It's quite empty as of now. They do have control of the potato hill as well, but with Red Ross waiting on the lower grounds, Dragonclaw, they have to be cautious.
And Troy Timlin Esports as of now, they found themselves a little slope to play with. That dip. Learn from past all the way from the school, taking those shots, but let LAFP, they're too far away. LAFP needs to do something. They will need to leave the school compound pretty soon and then maybe try and make it inside of the circle. But how do you do so? Learn from past is now going to be messed up big time. There's so many teams around them. They're surrounded by Troy Timlin Esports. There's also H4K in the proximity. There's another team sitting inside of those apartments. So Learn from past right now seems trapped.
I think there might just be only a few options left for Learn from past. Either rotate towards the extreme northern side or move along the western edge. Keep moving down south and breach either from the southwestern or the southern edge of the play zone. But all those rotations are quite risky. You're going to be moving out into the open. We'll have to see what the decision from Learn from past is going to be. But Godsend Esports, for some reason, moving around in the blue. This could be bad. Thunder God sitting on the flank. Godsend, they need to find the opening knock. if a fight begins. Otherwise, they are going to be fighting inside of the blue zone with no cover available to try and fall back, to try and go for those heals.
Yeah, also tanking a lot of damage from that blue now. NoNx Esports. Oh no, the vehicle flips. They need another one, or maybe just get that man in your own vehicle and be on the run. NoNx Esports. This is going to be such a tricky rotation. Eclipse's position is compromised and a lot of those shots taken against him. But luckily enough, all those shots whiff. Eclipse is still alive, but he's also taking damage from the blue, and eventually he gets taken out. Max connects that final shot. NoNx Esports eliminated with 0 points in this game. Now that's a blunderous start.
Yeah, that is not really the start that you want in any stage of any
Oh
tournament
my
at
God.
NoNx Esports. We'll see how things turn out for them for the future, but the circle, an extremely awkward shift. I think Riot Nations, they're going to be happy about this, along with the players of Myth. Still a little bit off center, both these two sides with all the threat around them completely visible. They know why the players of Aura Esports are, and I'm pretty sure they can see the players of Lost Stade moving in as well.
The circle just going north, south, and down north. Playing with the minds of the IGLs. JAGUAR FM, they've got a team pinned down in that compound. That is probably one of the worst compounds to be in. Your vehicle's not going to be intact, even you're not going to be intact. So Krafton Esports, this was just a Hail Mary attempt. And it does sort of work out, but they're not going to be surviving there for too long. It's not a well-fortified compound. But this is a replay of that fight between NoNx Esports and T7 Orion. Mistakes were made from both the sides. The man wanted the nade to go through the window, but instead it was tossed inside of the house, and that's why he unfortunately confirms his own teammate.
An effort that's just going to make you hide your face. Face palm moment for NoNx Esports, but learn from past. Hopefully we do not get to see any of those sort of shenanigans from their side. Are still stuck outside towards the northern side. Finally, they have some space inside of the play zone, but T7 Orion still blocked the way. Now it seems like as soon as Learn from Past run towards the other side of the ridge, they are going to have to deal with the players of Riot Nations as well. But Godsend towards the south, they've successfully dodged any form of pressure from the players of TAG. But there's one man from the side of Thunder Gods on the northern flank that can cause Godsend to stop in their tracks and cause a little bit of worry. But they can't forget about Apex Gaming in the backlines. Apex, if they move in at the right time and they find an opening, they can have a very easy time taking on the players of Godsend.
Too many teams live, Shawnee. To be honest, there's just too many men alive. 15 teams, it's the stage 4. Stage 5 is going to be commencing pretty soon. H4K, they mess up big time, and 2 men instantly cut off. It's going to be the entire squad of JAGUAR FM now. And what a send-it moment that was from JAGUAR FM. Collecting all those elimination points against H4K, and that's probably going to be a big threat neutralized as of now. There's still 2 more men standing for H4K, but they're way too far away.
They're on that flank. And I just hope that they are on the other side of the ridge as well. Towards Rozhok, because if they have a line of fire, then it will make difficult for JAGUAR FM to move out of the compounds eventually. But we're keeping an eye on these two teams. TAG still on the chase. Still haven't even tried to stop the players of Godsend in their tracks. Haven't tried to find an opening or maybe a finish point in this game so far. But Godsend, as they make that push towards the other side, running into the arms of Lost Stade, are losing bodies. And in fact, even Thunder Gods chiming in. Levi knocked and finished off, and Godsend down to the last 2 players. Make that the last man left alive. As the nade goes out, the knock has been secured. And Abi, along with Closey, are just going to look to wrap things up. And they do wrap it up in a very nice little package. Godsend Esports have been sent back to the lobby.
They've got the advantage now, Thunder Gods Esports. After wiping out a team like Godsend Esports, they've got to be feeling on top of the Cloud9.
They just get 1 point. It seems like points were stolen in that fight.
Yeah, it was Lost Stade Esports from the back, constantly taking shots as well. And even Myth, they've got a little bit of line of sight available. But as of now, to actually make it inside of the circle for Thunder Gods Esports, they have to breach through a team like Lost Stade. And Dragonclaw Esports somehow just wiped outside of the existence by Myth. Something happened there between those 2 teams. Learn from past. Quite a bold rotation comes through from them. A sacrificial lamb is already sacrificed, but is this rotation good enough?
It's a lot of pressure on the players of Learn From Past as they try to make the pounce on the ridge, and they could be caught off guard over here, by the way. NoNx has a line of fire, Myth is right on top of that ridge, and as soon as Learn From Past started to make that pounce towards the northern side, that is when they lost a man. They lost Max to the side of Aura Esports. LEFP, they have to be very paranoid playing the smack center of the stage 5 play zone.
Look at NoNx Esports from the edge lines. All together, just shooting at the moving vehicles, but the problem is, NoNx Esports, the moment the circle moves away from them, they're done for. They need to go through the open ground, and there's no vehicles available for them. They're messed up big time. Learn From Past as well, catching too matured. The players are out in the open, and JAGUAR and they've got the man advantage, and within the blink of an eye, it's going to be an absolute mop on the floor. But Myth can actually third-party all of this. JAGUAR right now is hurt a little bit, and Myth, if they want, they can take advantage of that fact.
They are going to have to just straight up take this fight head-on with the weapons that they have and without any utility. Not enough range, but Apex Gaming, a slap comes through for them, and they're looking for those knocks. Harsh finds one. But there's pressure from the rear as well. A lot of commotion being caused by the players of NoNx Esports, but that counter nade from the players of JAGUAR and Apex Gaming have started to fall. Harsh, he's barely surviving. Half his HP just chipped away with the utility. And JAGUAR, they're causing a lot of hurt for the players of Apex Gaming. Jolly from the distance, looking to provide some cover. Doesn't really succeed though. That was a brilliant nade, and he helped clean up. Harsh finally gets the job done. The finishes are secured, and Apex Gaming have a little bit more breathing room to work with than they did a few seconds ago.
NoNx Esports on the move, and these shotguns as well, they click pretty well. T7 Orion eliminated from the game too. Lost Tade inside of those houses. NoNx Esports, unfortunately, they've already taken too much hurt upon themselves as one man gets completely cut off from the game. And Lost Tade Esports, that individual solo compound that's available, that's being watched by everyone else. Is Lost Tade going to try to backstab the players of TTG? That's my question. And maybe the answer is going to be no. Blue on the move, it's going to close in as well. Next stage is going to commence. That's going to be the stage 6. NoNx Esports is still alive, trying to keep themselves out of the harm's way. And TAG right now is in the smack center. Not a big fan of that position myself. They're also going to be the center of attraction pretty soon.
There's 5 teams inside of that play zone. Everyone else is completely forced out. And it's the rosters with the numbers that are now going to be forced to deal with the situation where they have to push this open field, try and find or steal away some cover, be it either from the side of NoNx or from Myth Official, because those are the only 2 teams with a decent position to work from. TAG is stuck in a dip. H4K, Naughty, I'm pretty sure he's just sitting there or lying there on the floor with his belly touching the ground.
There's also going to be Ride Nations around the corner. For H4K at this point, they know they can't do anything. It's just Naughty trying to squeeze in some placement points. Being an absolute snake. And Myth Official trying to do something. They just want to find a breathing spot. But there's just so many teams around Myth. There's also going to be Lost Tade. There's NoNx Esports, AuraX as well soon trying to breach in. Too many names around them that can actually make their life absolutely miserable. But how is he not able to spot that player? Finally, shots taken, but not precise enough. All of them whiffed.
Yeah, it's just complete whip coming through. But Thundergods, I think that last man has the distance working for him, and also that broken vehicle, the blown up vehicle that was there to provide him some cover. But Last Started, they need to be cautious. They need to save ammunition, utility for the late game stages. But outside of the play zone, Aura Esports, either they are going to farm a lot of Aura, or it is just going to be taken away from them. As there's pressure building up with TTG sitting on the flank and Myth right on top of their heads. But distraction for Myth as the opening is there. Icy from the side of Thundergods has been melted. He has been knocked out. 2 players still left standing, Abhi and Closey. But Myth, they're taking fights everywhere. And look at the result. Daddy's running out of ammunition on that M4.
He indeed is. The fact that NoNx Esports is still alive is kind of crazy. Actually finding little bit of that slot, that ditch to play with. Still on the slope, by the way. Closey spotting out the entirety of Myth in the front, and Oryx as well actually pushing outside of the compound without taking a lot of damage. But there was still a sacrificial lamb sacrifice from them. And right now, Reddix Ross making a pounce, and they do actually find the first opener against Riot Nations. Are they completely picked up from the game? Riot Nations, what just happened? They had no reply to the entirety of Reddix Ross. Now utilities tossed as well, and they're going to find the right mark. Another man knocked out, Lucifer as well. He's finding the perfect connections with the utilities. Two nade in tandem tossed out, but the man from Riot Nations, he's on the run. These shots from the AKM finally do connect, and that's going to be Riot Nations eliminated from the game.
And a brilliant time to step things up as well for Reddix Ross. They were stuck on that edge, but we'll come back to that conversation in a bit as Myth Official are finally putting up that titanic pressure on the players of Thunder Gods. Last man left alive. It's a man who was knocked out initially in that fight, and there's utility from the rear as well. Aura Esports, all they need to do is just connect one nade, and they are going to have these finish points in the back. But the nades, either they overshoot or they fall a bit short, and there's the quick run over. Myth claim what is rightfully there. There's that finish point against the players of Reddix Ross, and, well, not Reddix Ross. It was against a different team, but Myth finally make it to the double digits on the board.
RIX, oh my god. Still trying to find just that one string, the first opener, and there we go. Chris OP gets knocked out, but it's fine. They at least do wipe out the entirety of Myth. And look at Myth, a massive performance coming through. 11 points in total, 10 finish points and 1 placement. That's a pretty good performance in the first game itself. RIX now still, they need to battle it out against too many teams. Reddix Ross as well, they're a part of this.
Lastade showing up at the right time actually saves Aura X from a complete wipeout. Otherwise, Myth would have had the upper hand in that fight. But Aura Esports, they don't really get any time to celebrate. As instantly, they are going to be forced to focus on the players of Lastade next. Chris OP knocked out. Kalio Glassman left alive, just crawling, trying to see if he can get close to his teammate to go for a revive.
Nux is still alive, by the way. And they've only got 1 finish point secured, which is not that good of a stance in the game right now. Look at that nade! It was tossed so well! Through that moving vehicle, the nade was tossed to get a confirmation as well. But now Superb is going to try to toss the same nade on that same trajectory. It's not even close. The man from RX is on the move. It's Kaliyug. 22 bullets in the magazine off that AUG. Kaliyug is still on the move. Blue as well is going to be doing too much now, so he needs to be extremely cautious. NoNx Esports, are they going to go for a drive-by as well? That's my question. Another nade tossed out from a moving vehicle. It's a new thing that we're seeing these days by a lot of these teams, right?
I think it's good as well. I mean, lining up nades might be difficult for a moving vehicle, but you save a lot of time for that, the time taken to cook the nade, basically. As soon as you're on the move, you can start cooking up the nade, and if you can line it up properly through that moving vehicle, it gives you a massive, massive edge in that fight. But NoNx Esports, they have to be cautious. TAG should have a line of fire to put some pressure on the players of NoNx if they overextend on top of this ridge, because there is a reason Lastade and Aura X, they are just completely prone, not really looking to take a head-on fight against anyone else left inside of this play zone.
The main goal is going to be to squeeze themselves in the circle first, and then maybe they can try and pull off some different shenanigans if they want. TAG is still surviving in the game with a 2-man squad. Jonathan and Hirsch actually not giving up just yet. Now finally Reddix, they might just break all the patience. And they might just want to be on the aggressive footing, but it seems like they're not going to be pushing on against TAG. Instead, they make the pounce against Lastade. Reddix Ross, they do make a few mistakes while doing so. The Blues on the move, and it's going to be doing too much damage. Reddix Ross lost out on one valuable player in that fight.
Oh, and they're going to lose another one as NoNx Esports show up with a perfect third party. Superb knocked and finished off, and all of a sudden Reddix Ross are down to the last 2 players. And NoNx Esports have the highest probability of walking away with a chicken dinner from this map of Erangel. They have TAG sitting on the flank. It's just a question of whether Skillful is going to be aware of the threat that's there lurking nearby. And also how much utility do Harsh and Jonathan have upon themselves to try and take out NoNx in the most efficient manner.
Three players of NoNx next to each other. TH as well with a two-man squad, Jonathan and Hirsch. How is TH even surviving? How are they even allowed to survive? TH is just avoiding all the eyes on themselves. While the teams are busy duking it out amongst themselves, TH is just sitting relaxed. But now the Blues going to be on the move, and TH, they need to be exposed. And that's what's happening. It's the final stage as well. Everyone is going to be forced to move out of their comfort zones. NoNx Esports having the biggest advantage as they control the massive terrain. While every single team, they need to be on the move. Constantly unsettled. And RedX now they spot out the players of TAG making that pounce. Nades being cooked as well against TAG. Not exactly tossed that well, but there we go. Finally a man gets knocked out. It's going to be Zera threading that first needle. But Hirsch, he's still able to fight back pretty well. Finds the first knock against the entirety of RedX Ross, but eventually RedX Ross gets eliminated from the game with a backstab from NoNx Esports.
And now it's just Harsh left to defend this streak, and, well, he fails. It was a 1 versus 3 situation, not a lot he can do over there. TAG, they might have missed out on the chicken dinner, but overall it's a very decent performance, good amount of eliminations, and of course the 6 points for placement. But a brilliant turnaround from NoNx Esports, who at the start of the game I thought were going to be struggling through and through. But hey, if they walk away with the chicken dinner, 4 eliminations, that's 14 points. And on Erangel, if you're making it to double digits, it's already a wonderful match.
Hands down, I mean, NoNx Esports, with the way they performed, yes, they were playing it real passive, but as you mentioned, still getting 14 points off of their first game, it's not too bad. Or off of their second game, it's not too bad. So NoNx Esports, off to a decent start, you can't say. Expected a lot better, expected a lot more finishes from their side, but it's not going to be every single time where the circle's going to be favoring you. So NoNx Esports, they need to be ready for a battle as well.
I think it wasn't even the favor of the circle, it was just the fact that Red Ross actually messed this up, because Red Rocks, I think, with where they were positioned and how aggressive they were being towards the end, had they known exactly where the players of NoNx were and avoided that unnecessary finish of Superb, RedX Ross, I think, would have definitely done quite well in this endgame, but hey, it is just a question of what could have happened versus what actually did happen. RedX Ross did overcommit twice. In fact, first it was that play against Lastade that they made, and then it was just overextending towards the ridge, falling into the line of fire of NoNx Esports and getting taken out.
But hey, TAG pretty consistent. I'm liking that. TAG is doing pretty good for themselves. Back-to-back 2 solid games, just like Quantum Sparks did in that previous group. But now, speaking of the teams coming through from this group itself, which was Group D, Myth did pretty good, 11 points off of that game, so a lot of names did actually stand out.
Yeah, and I think in a way, in the same way that we expected them to as well, because we spoke about Myth, right? The confidence, the aggression, that is how they got those 11 points. 10 finishes secured, and as you mentioned, just 1 point for placement, and same goes for Lastade. I think this level of confidence from Lastade, what we saw in this game, it's good, but we know that they have potential to do better.
Hands down. 6 finishes coming through from the man of the hour himself, Zeref. And I still remember Zeref's entire career. The man started from WSP in the past, but now over here inside of RedX, he's doing pretty good as an individual. But speaking of RedX as a team, we have seen a lot of loopholes, and I really do hope that in the future they will patch them. This was a pretty solid game coming through from RedX Ross, but this should have been a chicken dinner in the first place. Spy as well from Lastade getting 5 finishes on the board. Myth as well, solid game. TAG as well coming through with Hirsch with 3 finishes on the board, and Lucifer once again on the 4th from RedX Ross. Now, speaking of this entire Group D, I had a lot of expectations from Krafton Esports and even H4K, but both of them messed up.
But I think everyone can't live up to the expectation every single time. I think we should just be grateful that Myth and Lastade kind of showed up pretty well in the form that we expected them to. Otherwise, it would have just been a flop from the side of Group D. Group C was already warmed up, and I think it's just Phoenix Esports that we need to be concerned about as well, because a lot of misplays coming through from Phoenix. Hopefully they recover very early.
But Johnny, it's just human nature, right? Expectations are something that everyone has from each other.
Yeah.
So we cannot even blame ourselves for having expectations from these names, because we've been looking at them for the past 3 years now.
Yeah.
And we automatically expect the banners to perform. We automatically expect the players to perform as well. Now, looking at the final few moments for Krafton Esports getting caught off guard in such a bad manner, it's understandable, though the circle as well was just playing mind games. At the start, popped on the first side, which was on the northern side, then later on moved down south, then once again moved back up north.
I mean, you can blame the circle, but I also blame that Western shift that they did. Not a shift, a rotation that they took right after crossing that military bridge, because it increased their rotation time. And of course, it gave position to the players, to teams like NoNx FM, to actually move towards the southwestern and the western edge of the circle and try and gatekeep Troy and Esports. Because as soon as the circle shifted towards that school apartments area, between school apartments, Rozok, and school apartments were forced towards the western edge of the play zone. It's just an open field in that area, by the way.
Yeah.
So it makes it very difficult to find a safe haven, to find cover when you're trying to rotate late. You won't have anywhere to stop in the middle of tracks and just pick off those fights. And I think that was the one calculation mistake that was made by Troy Esports. Otherwise, there's a lot of firepower within that roster.
Hands down, there is a lot of firepower with experience as well. The match rankings popping up on the screen. NoNx getting a lot of points, which is 14. Still expected a lot more. Unfortunately, it's not there. Redix Ross getting 17 points for themselves, which is pretty nice. TAG as well getting 13 points. Myth getting 11 points. This team was going pretty frag heavy. Last Tade as well getting 9. Aura X, NoNx FM getting the same amount of points. But T7 Orion now slacking off a little bit in the overall standings, getting 5 points.
Do we call this a slack off? Because T7 Orion, it seems like the confidence is finally starting to build up. I mean, we remember that opening week that we saw in the qualifier stages. T7 Orion were very aggressive. That aggression faded away, and the performance went along with it. If they can play the survival stages continuously with the same momentum, with the same morale, I think T7 Orion could potentially stand a chance of qualifying within the top 8. But that's a story for another time. For now, the second page of the leaderboard. Not really the best start that Phoenix Esports would have wanted on this map of Erangel. Got taken out super early. Same goes for Dragonclaw Esports, by the way. The first team to get wiped out in this game. And then we have Troy Esports also with a 0-pointer from this map.
But Johnny, there's also a concerning name amongst that match rankings, and that's going to be Godsend Esports. 2 games done and dusted, getting 14 points. If you talk about it, the average is not too bad.
Yeah.
But speaking of the benchmark they've set in the league stages, you really do expect a lot more from them.
I agree with you on that. And I think, as you said, the average right now, it's not bad, but it needs to be improved upon. You do need about 9 to 10 points consistently to try and finish on that 8th position. That will be that benchmark. But as of now, NoNx FM, I think they've done quite decent for themselves. They are going to have a little bit of a break and then step back in for the third game, last game of the day for them. We'll have to see how that turns out. I think the goal should be to be above 25 points at the end of your third match.
AX is the only team inside of the top 8 with
just
one match played with 17 points, which is kind of impressive. Not even a chicken dinner, by the way. So that's really good stats coming through from AX. If you flip the page now, you will see a lot more concerning names over here. Thunder Gods Esports, 2 games done and dusted, only 4 points. That's an average of 2 points per game, which is pretty bad. Jaguar Esports as well, 2 games done, only 7 points. It's pretty concerning too. Rising Esports, we're also speaking of Team Doxy, bad performances.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, not the performances that you wanted to see. And Necro, you've been a big supporter of Rising Esports for a while, so what are your thoughts on this team?
I feel like they're once again back to their old tracks.
Run to the center.
This is the Rising Esports we saw in the past, and now once again they're back to the old instincts. I'm not seeing that aggressive intent anymore. That's why Rising Esports is struggling once again. And if a team is going to be confused between 2 playstyles, if you want to play aggressive or passive, you will struggle. That's what happened with Nebula. Now it's happening with Rising Esports, and I really would want to see them clear things out. But for now, let's move on to a short break.
Narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne in his league. How you moving so on his feet? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Welcome back after that short break. A little bit of a change on the panel. Now it's Salty back on the floor, but we've also got a change inside of the playing group as well. Once again, there's going to be another group back inside of the spectrum. But speaking of that previous game itself, expectations were heavy from teams like H4K, but unfortunately H4K not able to perform now. I feel like it's not a good sign.
I mean, for H4K, the journey has been very topsy-turvy in my opinion. Necro missing out on the semi-finals berth by just 1 point, now struggling inside of the survival stages. It's going to be a long journey for sure. I mean, it is going to be a cumulative standings. You need to make yourself inside of top 8. I still feel H4K has what it takes, but then it needs a couple of those big performances.
It needs that massive boost when it comes to the eliminations and the placement points as well. And you know what? Is that going to happen? Well, the future match will definitely tell us. Without wasting any more time, let's just move on towards the map of Erangel, since it's all going to be the most important game for these two groups. The plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Stalborough, heading all the way down south towards the Snoka military base. And this plane flight path is tilted all the way on the right side of the map.
Yep. And of course, this flight path, it kind of supports majority of them who want to take the fight to Novorupnoy, maybe towards military base as well. Milta, Shelter, Mansion, Prison, all of them is going to be under contention. But what about the regions that are on the west? Georgopol, Zarki, Primorsk, Squarey. I mean, nobody goes to Zarki, but then if you do want to go to Zarki, maybe spend a little bit of time over there as well. It's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, not a big fan of it, personally.
Why?
No, Zarki's not pretty. What do you mean?
It's the perfect date place if you're playing.
Yeah, but I don't think they're over here to play for a date.
Yeah, I mean, I get
They're
that.
here to eliminate each other from the competition.
But, you know, spending a little bit of quality time with your teammates does make sense, right?
On a date with their own teammate, that sounds kind of sus, my friend. But you know what? Right now, what's sus is going to be the teams on the latter half of the board. For Rapid Chaos Esports, they're doing pretty decent in the overall standings. Not too good, not too bad. In an okay stance. VXT heading towards Pachinki without a doubt. That's where they like to go. AX heading towards Novorupnoy since TAG is not going to be part of this group. AX is going to have a free go towards Novorupnoy. But what's happening here? Myth, they found themselves in one of the most uncomfortable spots.
Wow.
And two players instantly get ran over. Likitha Esports collecting 3 elimination points. Myth, after having such a decent game in the previous one, now this time already getting handicapped. It's just real bad.
What is going wrong with Myth Official? This is very much unlike their usual terrain. Of course, jumping down into places we know this flight path is going to cost those early game drop collisions. But Myth Official usually, as far as what we've seen in last season, they know how to counter these plays. But last start, he seems to have picked every single piece of the pie. They're reading Myth Official like an open book. And now there's just one man left alive, Necro.
That was such an impressive knock. That too with an iron sight of Tommy Gun. I consider that as the worst iron sight in the game, by the way. It is actually the worst.
Doesn't really matter as long as you know how to play the game. This time, Harshil definitely knows how to hold a little bit of trigger discipline. But can he strike when the opposition is not spotting? Yes, he does have the DSR, and he finds the first one. Position has been given up. Myth Official know exactly where Harshil is going to be playing from, but can they counter it? Not really a lot of bullets as the nades come in flying. They're storming towards him. And Harshil is trying and back off from this fight. Got a lot of HP on this man as well. A 1v3 on the cut. Finds not anymore. As last at Esports, they wipe the floor with Myth Official. A little bit of a try coming in for Harshil, but that's about it.
Should have been a clean sweep in my opinion.
Yeah.
Losing out on that player like that is definitely even worse. But 1 for the trade of 4. It's a good trade. But since the game has just started, it's not a good trade in my opinion. Could have been a lot cleaner, could have been a lot better. But moving on towards Myth, man, the first game was real good. They got themselves 11 points, but now in this game, just getting 1 point, and that's going to be 12 points on the board. An average of 6 points per game, which is not terrible, can be worse. But we're speaking of Myth here.
We're also speaking of the top 8 instead of the bracket of 32 teams. I mean, 6 points on average. I don't really think that kind of does the job, Necro.
Yeah. At least you need 8 points, or not even 8 points actually. You need a lot more.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think 10 points per game you are going to be safe, but then unless and until you're getting that, you need to keep on trying.
Yeah. AX right now, they're probably going to try to get their hands on this loot truck. Sticking those C4s. There we go. Is it going to be enough to blow it up? Maybe no. It is actually enough. Almost blows it open.
It's funny. There's just somebody trying to walk past you and then you trying to explode it, take everything away from it. It's kind of sad. isn't it?
What? Bro, it's just a truck. It is meant to be exploded. You're supposed to take the goods inside of it.
I mean, think of the truck as well, right? It does have a life.
What? It's a non-living thing, my friend.
Yeah, but then it's made for a reason, not to get exploded.
But then you look at the good loot that you get through it. It all makes sense, man. The MG3, the P90. It's going to give you a massive edge inside of a battle. I would take that trade any day.
That is humanity for a reason, man. I'm telling you, all the humans out there, they're selfish. They just take away from everything that you have, that the earth has got to offer.
Well, then that way, this competition should never take place then. Everyone should be peaceful.
Well, the world inside of the battlegrounds is a little different. And maybe the teams, they're doing a good job so far. Barring the fact that they are in the survival stages. Had they done a little bit better, maybe they could have booked a ticket to the grand finals towards Jaipur.
It's kind of crazy to think about it, right? 8 teams are already sitting there.
Yeah.
And one of them can actually be a champion. It's just insane to think about it. It feels like the tournament's just started, and we've already got 8 grand finalists just waiting for the remaining 8 to qualify.
I'm thinking of a Cinderella run. Somebody from the survival stages surviving through this phase of the game itself, surviving through the semi-finals, potentially through last chance qualifiers as well. And then finally in the grand final just takes it all home. Like, imagine the storyline.
Yeah, the biggest under-god story, huh? But if you want to look like a god yourself, maybe you should go for that gold spin. First spin of the day is going to be only for 10 UC, and we've all got 10 UC lying around in our accounts, right?
I don't want to comment on that, ladies and gentlemen. Your man's a little broke. It's still fine. NoNx Esports on the other side, they are kind of broke as well. Honestly, in terms of the points that they have secured so far, absolutely nothing. And the games have gone very haywire, in my opinion. I think the players have played extremely uncoordinated, and they will have to fix that, at least in today's day itself. They don't really get a lot of opportunities right now. They are sort of setting up ambush against H4K, but their vehicles collide. And Nodi is not going to give any chance to NoNx Esports to kind of back away from that error. A little bit of trade is going to be there as Faith finds a knock on Sujal, but their man is still knocked down. Eclipse OP needs to get brought back up.
And H4K, it seems like them winning the fight's not going to be a tough deal. They can easily do it. A man from NoNx Esports out in the open getting the confirmation, easily squeezes that in as well. How is he even allowed to get away with that confirmation? NoNx Esports should punish that player. But I guess no one's there to actually punish him. Shots are quite lethal from NoNx Esports, but none of them are finding any sort of connection. And that's what the real concern is. Now NoNx Esports finally running thin on patience. They're done playing that soft game. They want to go aggressive. First nade tossed out. Is he going to find the re-knock on the player? Yes, it's going to be the answer, but instead it's going to be Frenzy with his own gun, finding that re-knock. A few more nades tossed out, and that's going to be able to find the second knock. H4K, now the table's flipped against him. Once again, they've only got 2 men standing, Rage God and Naughty. Somehow, NoNx Esports is doing a phenomenal job in tackling the entirety of H4K, but even H4K, they reply back. A man knocked out and confirmed once again. Now the situation's down to a 2v2.
I think that was brilliant thinking coming in from NoNx Esports to try and double down on the players that got knocked out as well. Have a look at this Frenzy, this time finding the frag for himself but running him over, but Nodi replies back in kind. Trade fire happening back and forth as NoNx is down to just 1 man. Nodi peeking out of the tree, shots getting fired.
What are you doing?
Man loses the fight. NoNx Esports. What a brilliant counter, just leaves 1 man left behind in the backline. It's going to be Rage God from H4K.
There's no way you can tell me that was a fair fight. It was straight up unfair for Frenzy. He was out in the open and the man was busy selecting his weapons. It's like he had a massive options of vehicles, massive options of weapons as well, and he was selecting from it. Come on, man. Just pull out a shotgun. He's out in the open. The odds of you winning are way higher. You were just supposed to press on the trigger. That's it. And now H4K.
Oh, no.
Rage God. He knows a revival's coming through. He needs to make that pounce no matter what. The opponent spots him, and eventually, Rage God, he connects both those shots. Brilliantly done from H4K. They do come out on top. But man, I still believe Naughty almost threw that fight.
I mean, this fight is already thrown, in my opinion. H4K has spoiled the entire game. 4 finishes at the cost of 3 players is definitely not the best of trades that you would want to have for yourself. T7 Orion this time, of course, shutting down Erangel on the way. Easy pickings to get up the mark. T7 Orion, 6 points on the overalls. Need to push themselves up further. But that fight, H4K and NoNx Esports just destroyed each other one by one.
I just can't believe Naughty could have won that trade any day. Frenzy ejected outside of a moving vehicle. He took damage from that. Frenzy was on low HP as well. And he's out in the open while my man is busy selecting a weapon. Which one should I use? Should I use the AUG or should I use the shotgun? I mean, up close and personal, you're supposed to use the shotgun. That could have been a better option. But you know what? Moving on from that conversation. T7 Orion. There's also going to be Ares Esports on their tail, so they need to be a little bit cautious. Ares Esports can actually, anytime, just break them. And it's also going to be a pretty unexpected move as well.
And speaking of unexpected moves this time, pushing inside of the circle, moving towards the center is going to be a tough job for them. It's going to be a tough stretch. The circle is centered on around that Everest region. Multiple teams occupying those high grounds for themselves. You've got VXD, you've got Right Nations from underneath as well. You've got Aura X, HADX as well, kind of lining up, trying to put themselves up in for that fight in case a team does fumble in from that position. But having said that, it is not an easy circle to play from by any means, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at this. Ares Esports, we'll talk about them up in a battle this time. Mudit just find a brilliant knock on top of Bijoy. T7 Orion now on the front foot in this fight. A couple of their men has been knocked out. Firo in a risky position out in the open gets knocked out once again. Basic mistakes after mistakes, but the trades do come in as well.
Yeah, trades back and forth. And now here's Esports just alive with one single man. Bader has already taken a few much shots upon himself. And even the blue is constantly chipping away a lot of damage, so he needs to be a little bit more careful. Bader drives around. Probably wants to get the revival as well on his own teammates. These shots, they're way too close, and Bader, he's on the run. Is he actually just going to back away from the fight? It does not make any sense. Or is he going to try to create an off angle? I think that's what the game plan is. Wants to make an off angle on the foes first. Bader is going to wait for the opponents to be completely careless. And the moment that happens, he's going to go for these shots. The execution comes through. But none of them connect once again.
The buggy's just acting like a shield over there. For Beta this time, it is about fully sending it in. T7 and Ryan aren't really quite healthy themselves, but Beta kind of seems to disengage and now sends himself towards the circle. He's lost his teammates already in the process. No wonder doesn't want to take that fight any further. Moving inside of the circle is going to be a different challenge altogether. Look at those teams go in migration mode this time. Team AX in one of the greatest of positions, in my opinion. The circle kind of shifting hard towards the southeast part of the play zone. Aura X at the center of it all. And then if you look at the high grounds, it has been occupied by VXT and Right Nations. There's just too many teams who certainly have a chance of winning this game away, taking it all home. It only depends on how well you execute your plans right now. Last Target themselves find themselves the edge of the circle, a couple of compounds to work with, but I guess they're going to soon find information about Rapid Chaos and their presence.
Last Target Esports tapping away. And there you go. 4 eliminations already secured from Last Target. It's not a bad start. We saw what exactly happened off the rip. But now looking at Last Target. One thing is for sure, they're going to try to play a passive game. With only a 3-man squad, you're not going to have the confidence to actually go for a fight. They are going to try to execute a tactical and a slow gameplay. While speaking of a team like MADKINGS, this team is supposed to dominate. A team with experienced players like Simp, Clutch God. They're supposed to be smurfing in a lobby like this. But the struggles are clearly visible. It seems like they're confused themselves on what sort of playstyle they want to execute.
I'm just thinking about the fact that so many teams are going to go back home from this stage itself. 24 teams to be eliminated from the survival stage, and MADKINGS, for them, the stakes are going to be sky high, in fact.
Insane, right?
The players having so much experience, so many achievements under their belt, but this time against these inexperienced lads, they certainly are struggling, and it seems like the game has gone quite a tad bit tougher. There's a circle dust shift once again. NoNx seems to be enjoying possession of the greater part of the circle. Meanwhile, AX, Troy the Million are still lining the backlines. You've got Rapid Chaos at the edges as well. Likitha Esports can come in and challenge their position any moment in time, but last Day has been betrayed. For them, entering the circle is going to be a tough task, Necro, and I don't really see any openings for them. Unless, of course, they go and take a fight against AX or Troy the Million Esports, maybe.
I mean, that's what I was about to say. AX has got such a solid spot as well. And Troy the Million Esports taking that spot away from them as well, it's going to be tough. So Likitha Esports with only a 3-man squad, they wanted to execute a passive gameplay, but without the circles taking shift, they are going to be forced to take a fight. And they can definitely win the fight as well, but Likitha, they have to commit every single thing they've got. T7 Orion looking at them, even they're going to be outside of the circle, even they need to breeze through. Even they're going to be forced to take a fight, either against Riot Nations or HADX.
Oh, by the way, it seems like we're going down to Everest round right now. MADKINGS slowly have made the climb against VXT. Same, but the double nade does so much damage. This time the shotgun of Smoker in the front lines finds one, but the nade from the back line does so much damage. Versatile. They're making their teamwork sing the songs of death this time. MADKINGS, 2 players on their knees. The rest kind of fall back. Shadow in the back lines does manage to connect a couple of those shots. VXT, though, is going to be in a world of danger, Necro.
Once again, the mistakes being punished. And MADKINGS, they're making the same mistakes. Replicating it over and over again. Man number down to just a 2-man squad for MADKINGS. These utilities, they're not even being tossed on the point. Another nade was tossed out, but MADKINGS this time, they're taking too much damage, and eventually, the entirety of MADKINGS eliminated from the game. Versatile, making some light work against him. Not even breaking a sweat in that fight. What just happened, MADKINGS? How do you mess up a fight like that? We were just speaking of them. They were supposed to dominate. They're supposed to smurf. But now MADKINGS not there in the game anymore. They don't exist.
VXT is playing on a different league altogether. They're playing well coordinated. Their front lines and their back lines, there's so much communication going on, and every single move seems to be like a combo. As a shotgun strike somewhere from the other lines, the nades do come in as well. You've got to be so aware to pull off something that VXT is doing right now. 11 points on the overall, 4 points still having secured. VXT have a challenge in front of them, and that is to come down Everest, because the circle is no more on top of them right now.
Indeed.
On the flip side, T7 Orion on the south side, there's a massive accumulation of teams down there. You've got Troy the Million, you've got Likitha, AX, Rapid Chaos, along with T7 Orion, and it seems like only one of them is supposed to survive this.
Just a couple of seconds ago, T7 Orion was all the way towards Ruins.
Yep.
And now they sent it towards the southern side. I do understand they did not really have a lot of options, but that is probably the worst option they've chosen. And now T7 Orion, they're on the verge of being extinct. Taking too much damage from the utilities. Eventually, there is once again a revival. So for T7 Orion, things are now going to be safe. But for how long, that's the question. How long can they survive the wrath off the utilities? Likitha Esports, the star boy, he's patching himself up out in the open. Soon even this man's going to be eliminated. Is too exposed. Circle once again shifting right on top of RX. They've found themselves in the prime spot. It's going to be a difficult one to take it away from them.
You know, looking at the map right now, I can set the teams in 3 different subgroups right now. There's, of course, that cluster in the south, including 4 or 5 teams together. You've also got the teams coming in from the north who are coming down the mountain. For them, the job is going to be quintessentially more difficult. And amidst all of this chaos, there are a couple of those outliers who are occupying the center of the circle. RX to be exact. They found a compound which is dead center of the circle. They can almost contain the entire lobby. Amidst them, but it's not going to be easy. Firepower needed to execute those plans is immense. Meanwhile, Rapid Chaos keep on tapping away. 3 finishes under their belt, and they are still searching for more. Versatile did find an exit coming down from the Everest region, but now it seems like they are going to be forced into fight against NoNx. But have a look at this fight once again. You've got Smoker in the front line, somebody who is challenging to be the eliminator of BMPS 2026. He's not an opponent to scoff at, and while you're dealing with the shotgun of Smoker, somewhere from the backline, and Nate comes and arrives. It's just the timing of VXT and the teamwork that they have driven to perfection.
But that's where you really start to question. How was Smoker alive for such a long time while taking shots exposed?
Yeah.
MADKINGS was supposed to compromise that player way before. There was supposed to be proper trade instantly, but Smoker, he was still doing too much damage. So mistakes are being made from MADKINGS' side, 100%. And they need to find a cure to that. AX right now. Lastade on the receiving side. It's just going to be one man from Lastade. And AX looking at their position. They once again can't be the real gatekeepers. Secure all the elimination points that lie outside of the circle. AX is probably just waiting to devour every single elimination that lies. And they know. It's going to be an absolute feast.
Should be a big game for the defending champions. We'll wait and find out what happens when NoNx this time sends it. VXT on the floor. Just 2 players left alive. Can Spot and bring this game back? It's going to be a big question. Rex this time falls as well. Shots coming in from NoNx. Extremely devastating from the backlines. Hexy still trying to dish out as many smokes as possible. Shots connected on Spartan, but he gets away. NoNx did find a couple of elimination points, but now needs to get back their teammates on their feet. Meanwhile, X and HADX have a go at each other as the nade comes in from Fragger. Beautiful execution of that as X still have one dead surviving in this fight.
Man advantage in the hands of X. One more man surviving compared to HADX. Few more nades tossed out, but these ones are not going to be exactly on the mark. HADX now needs to be pressured right here. If HADX is allowed to stay alive for too long, then they're probably going to get the reset, and that's what happens. Cypher is once again back up on his feet, and now X, they're losing out on too many players. 2 men instantly knocked out. HADX, they flipped the odds in their own favor. X waited for too long, and HADX instantly went for the reset. It works out perfectly. And now Kolyuk, the only person left standing, is also stranded between too many teams exposed. Needs to fall back to safety, and that's what he's doing. He's the only person. And that's what happens. You're supposed to capitalize the moment the opportunity arrives. And HADX were not able to do that. Ride Nation's barely surviving. And even that man in the end is going to be eliminated.
This is just rapid chaos tearing the opposition apart right now. 9 eliminations secured already, and you can see the way they move. It's so well coordinated. Something you can't really say the same for X right now. The way they lost that fight against HADX just should not really have been the case. This time, though, is T7 Orion, who are going to be in the receiving end of it all as the explosions do come down on them. Cabeza is still down on his knees through the smoke. This man is trying to bring it back up, but Troy them in an ESPORT. They don't break a sweat to try and eliminate this team. Beautifully done. 3 finishes already, but a lot of shots coming their way, and seems to be coming in from Team AX in the backlines.
Eventually do eliminate them completely. And speaking of X, the ball's got a man on the flank, by the way. It's going to be Cyrax from the backlines. He's probably going to be looking to apply more pressure. There's a man from Krafton Esports, which is going to be Aiden inside of the circle. And it's probably one of the worst possible spots you can find yourself in, but you've got nothing else to work with as well. The circle is exposed out in the open. Rapid Chaos Esports is the only team with the maximum advantage, and soon even AX, they would need to leave this comfort zone. And that's what they're doing. The blue is now going to be doing too much damage as Cyrax. Oh my god, you can actually be knocked out. What are you doing, Cyrax? He barely survives.
A little bit of scare, that's it. But for Team AX right now, it seems like they fear absolutely no one. Raiden like a crocodile in the waters. He's just cruising across the rice paddy fields. He knows he's got an absolute tank. No matter how many shots come in from the distance, he's still going to find those finishes. Has to be a little careful while disembarking. Does find the finish point for himself. Now wants to get back to safety. This is tough times for Team AX. Defending champions looking to take it away from the undergods. As Rapid Chaos keep on tapping away. Inside the top 4 Team AX, you've got Rapid Chaos as well, HADX, and that one man from Versatile. Spartan is still alive, Necro.
Yeah, and Team AX, they need to go for the reset. Raiden's knocked out. Meanwhile, speaking of Rapid Chaos Esports and HADX, this fight, how do you convert it? HADX right now is just grouped up inside of that house, but one man, Jax, he's out. And that's going to be the X factor. That's going to be the X position that the man has. X from the back as well, unknowingly providing the cover fire for HADX. HADX not even moving a single inch from that house, and they're just waiting for someone from the side of Rapid Chaos Esports to move out, and there we go. Jax, he already strikes, and he's quite venomous too.
It's not really going to give them a lot of advantage. There's a rage that kind of separates this fight, that separates the two teams. And I think Rapid Chaos quite comfortably is going to get the time to try and get back the reset. But from the other side, it seems like there seems to be an interruption in this fight. Team AX are going to be knocking on the doors. It is Cyrax, it is Raiden, and it is Devotee. 3 players you can't really get away from. Devotee has been in a blinder performance out of BMPS. Cyrax has been competing for the Eliminator, and Raiden as well. He is an official trophy winner. Can Rapid Chaos survive this mega collision? It's going to be a tough battle for them. Dhruv is not going to be a part of this fight. I still wonder, does Rapid Chaos have what it takes to keep themselves alive?
Oh my god.
This is so much out in the open. This is so sweaty.
Oh no, this is going to happen once again. AX, why are you guys so clueless? That man gets the confirmation as well. AX now down to a 3-man squad. A game that was supposed to be AX's, now the performance and even the percentage is going to drop down. With just a 3-man squad left over, AX, they've got too much to live up to. But luckily enough, they've still got players like Devotee and Cyrax standing. And their firepower can definitely make it happen. HADX from the sidelines, though, they can definitely be the troublemakers. And they are someone you need to watch out from. The stalemate in the top 3. It feels so weird. Not used to it.
I think this patience is going to be the key to actually try and win this game. It can be for HADX, it can be for Rapid Chaos, it can also be for Team AX as well. None of these teams can take the first move. Even if you are Rapid Chaos, even if you have the numbers advantage, it is AX and HADX from both flanks and they can take you down instantly.
Make a prediction. Who's going to win it?
I have a gut feeling it's going to be Rapid Chaos.
I think it's going to be AX.
Ooh. I mean, maybe. They've got an entire bombing squad for them. 13 nades in that arsenal.
And not just that, they've also got a massive terrain that they control. And soon the zone's going to be collapsing as well. That's where AX is going to find themselves in a big advantage spot. At the moment these teams are forced to move out in the open, that's where AX will get all the advantage. Unless they somehow mess things up, then that's a whole different thing. And we have seen some funny mess-ups today.
You know what? If I was AX right now, I would stop thinking about it. I would send those 30 nades inside of the compounds and in front of me, man. Why not just blow up as many houses that you can?
I mean, that's why we're not pros.
I mean, I am very close to being a pro, by the way. I'm just about to cross that fine line.
What?
Yeah.
What is that fine line again, by the way?
A little bit of experience and maybe a better device.
You already have a good device.
Yeah, but now, because of that, I'm broke.
That
I need a
doesn't
little bit
make-
of salary as well, man. I need my mental peace.
That doesn't make any sense, by the way, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that fine line is going to be so fine that it's going to take years for him to cross. Maybe another lifetime.
Wow. No doubt this man always doubts me. This man
Not
always
just me,
underestimates.
everyone doubts you.
That
Even
is-
the people from the Hindi desk doubt you.
Yeah, that is because I've got hidden potential.
Yeah, it's too hidden, by the way.
Never mind, it's going to come out someday, man. Just like Team AX. Nobody thought that this team is going to be able to win BMPS last year. They doubted. They were doubted. They were questioned. There were a lot of criticism as well on how they were playing. But at the end, when it mattered the most, this team delivered performances after performances, snatched that trophy away from NoNx. I still remember that finale. It was so close. This time, once again, AX. They certainly were struggling, I think, right from the get-go. But now, finally, inside of the survival stages, somehow, Necro, I think you must agree as well. The performance is growing on an upward trajectory, but not as quickly as we expected.
I think it's pretty quick. If you talk about AX's performance today itself, it's been incredible. AX is the only team inside of the top 8 without any chicken dinner, with only one match played. I'm speaking of before this game, by the way. So AX is already doing pretty remarkable. While speaking of a team like Rapid Chaos Esports, I'm not sure what the game plan's going to be. Everyone's going to be waiting for each other to actually move out and be exposed. Blue's on the move. Rapid Chaos Esports is soon going to be forced to be on the move as well. The only possible team that's going to be in the advantage is going to be AX and HADX. And the moment Rapid Chaos Esports starts to make a move, they're going to start to crumble. But even Cyrex falls apart. He was too exposed. HADX right now has got a well-fortified cover. And to shake away HADX from that spot's going to be impossible. Elimination point secured as well. HADX is just fighting those knockouts over and over again. But even AX sort of supporting them from the back. Rapid Chaos Esports down to just Toxic and Fragger. These two remaining players, can they dismantle HADX? That's my question.
Amidst all of this chaos, AX just watching this fight unfold right in front of the brilliant nade as Toxic get absolutely evaporated. HADX this time. That was a brilliant move coming in to survive inside of the compound, but now Team AX is going to come in and try and capitalize. It is going to be only Devotee who still stands on his feet, but this nade connects. Now it comes down to a 1v1. Can Team AX get that much needed chicken dinner to send them flying at the top of the overall leaderboard? As HADX, they still have that one man standing, but the reset is not going to be allowed, Necro. AX back on a two-man team. They are taking shots, of course. Man exposed, HADX down. AX lifted the chicken dinner for themselves. And of course, a lot of points.
See, you doubted me. I told you it's going to be AX taking the game.
Hey man, listen, stop predicting, alright? It was the easiest of all.
Well, and you still messed up. That's the funny part about it.
I went with my gut feeling. You went with
All
your
right,
head.
buddy.
There's a difference, man. Always listen, always start listening to your heart.
That's why head is always important, my friend. But you know, winner chicken dinner stats on the screen. For AX, it's such a massive game. Phenomenal stuff. But the fact that Cyrex has got 0 frags from this game, now that's a little bit concerning. Since you mentioned this man is also going to be on the eliminator list, and
Yeah.
Cyrex getting no points off of this game, that's definitely going to be a little bit of a problem, but it's completely fine. As long as AX performs as a team, that's all that matters. Second game on the block, AX has already found themselves in a real good spot in the overall standings. Now they're going to be unshakable, my friend.
Absolutely. I mean, and like you said, I think that is going to be the least of their problems for Cyrax not being able to get eliminations, but he's still there to contribute. And I think positions that he was holding, it kind of made a lot of sense as well. We saw that fight in the south side of the circle where he was kind of split away from 3 players from his own team, getting those flank angles under check. I think for Cyrax to be there, I think it's enough. But more so as well, I think AX, if they can stitch performances like these together for them to qualify for the semifinals, it should not be a big question, by the way.
Hands down. I mean, I'm liking the way AX is performing right now. I'm liking the changes they're making as well. AX is actually going for those fights. We're seeing them make those off angles as well. AX is now using a lot more brain than they were before. And I'm liking that because the off angles they're creating, the tactical nature they're showcasing, it's a lot better. Even inside of those fights, right? The micro adjustments we're speaking of, sending Cyrax a little bit closer to that compound, the 2 players in the back lines, even that made such a massive difference.
I just love the way you put it, right? Using a lot of brain in their fights right now. It is. I think you go down to the basics of it. Even Rapid Chaos for themselves, I think they did whatever they could from a position where they were. It's just the fact that the fight was not coming to them. They were kind of exposed and towards the back lines of the blue zone as well. But never mind, Devotee once again snatching the MVP away from the rest of the lobby. 5 eliminations, 874 points of damage. I think, Necro, it's high time, Devotee. He was the rising esports player of the year last year. This man, with the amount of consistency that he's shown in the tournament, he should be the esports player of the year this time.
Hands down, Devotee has been popping off in the BMPS 2026. It's not even a question. And if you look at the AX roster, right, if Raiden wakes up, if Cyrex wakes up as well at the right moment, if Devotee's also performing like this, then they've already got a crazy lineup.
Yeah.
AX is going to be extremely stacked, but then you look at a team like Rapid Chaos Esports with a lot of talent, and you look at Dhruv G once again performing pretty well, getting 4 finishes on the board, even Toxic getting 5, Fragger getting 3 as well. For Rapid Chaos Esports, nonetheless, they did not get the chicken dinner. It was still a real good game coming through from them. Even T7 Ryan getting an okayish amount of points, but HADX's performance, I feel like they could have secured a lot more elimination points.
I think looking at their form lately, I'm going to be happy with what HADX could achieve from this game itself. It's just about going in the right direction. Of course, those performances, those big numbers are going to come through as well. But this was the fight. H4K kind of spoiled their entire run with this fight against Phoenix Esports. Should not really have committed so many bodies in, because of which they lost majority of them.
Hands down. Ride Nations in the end moment, unfortunately, they were just surrounded by too many foes, and Rapid Chaos Esports, they just devoured them, engulfed them like an amoeba. In the end moments, NoNx Esports, they tried to pull off a Hail Mary attempt. NoNx Esports were not able to stand a single chance against AX, since AX played a perfect pounce against him. They sent one man, which was Cyrex, on the flank. The remaining players, even they were just constantly chipping them apart, and unfortunately, NoNx Esports could not survive the wrath. HADX, they had a well-fortified compound. They used that to the advantage. It worked out perfectly well. In the end moments for AX, they just got the reset pretty well, and it was just Cypher standing against 2 men of AX, so he could not do a lot. 20 points secured from AX. Once again, they might just be on the first spot in the overall standings now.
20 points for AX, that is a brilliant stat, by the way. But also for Rapid Chaos, you look at that numbers. 14 elimination points, and then you've got 5 position points, 19 points from just the 2 games, from the 1 game that they played. You've got HADX 11, VXT on 9. I think VXT has been very consistent in all the matches that they play. NoNx Esports, T7 Orion. We talked about them having good plays, but T7 Orion, I think they're still struggling with those early eliminations. They are finding those early squad vibes, but can't really carry that momentum towards the end game.
And speaking of our early eliminations, Myth was the one that got instantly dismantled the moment they dropped down. Even though Myth got taken out the first, then you look at teams like Likitha Esports and MADKINGS who were not even able to get a single elimination points off of that game. Especially for MADKINGS. We're speaking of veterans over here. We're speaking of players who've got a lot of experience. We're speaking of players that have played the professional tournaments for the longest time in their careers, and they're still messing up like this. Overall standings on the screen with just 2 games, 37 points secured. That's an insane average X is moving with.
That is a great average, rightly mentioned. You've got Team TAG that has been dethroned, by the way, 29 points for them, True Rippers. But Rapid Chaos climb up massively. 2 games played, 26 points. They are moving in with a decent number as well. And as long as they continue that momentum, I guess Rapid Chaos is going to be unshakable. But there's been entrances coming in as well. HADX, with that good performance, they are going to climb up. And I think that is going to be the case of the day. As long as you keep yourself in the top 16, I guess, you're still going to have that chance of making that big bounce back. But if you go on to the next page, this is where problems are going to lie. Problems in the form of K9 Esports. 2 games, 8 points. It's kind of like an average start. H4K as well can be said the same thing. 2 games, 7 points for them. The last 8 teams, what is going wrong with them? I mean, you got Rising Esports, MADKINGS, Troy the Million, Likitha Phoenix Esports. These are some big names, Necro.
Yeah, some big names on the last page, right? Really concerning. And you mentioned, right, I mean, even K9 Esports, you mentioned saying that it's a decent average. No, I would say that's a terrible average.
Yeah.
1 game, 4 points. That's not what you expect from a banner like K9 Esports. It's understandable that even if they do get 20 points in the upcoming game, that's going to be an instant comeback in the overall board. But we're still speaking of the consistency that's needed for this marathon. It's going to be a long marathon. You've got 12 games to play, enough games to prove yourself, and if you're not consistent, you're done for. But hey, maybe you can sip on some Monster Energy and do a lot better. But for now, let's move on to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
I like the narrative that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne in his league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
And we're back again, once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is BMPS 2026, the English broadcast. My name is Salty, and joining alongside is going to be Super Johnny, who's back on the panel once again. And by the way, we've been working on something secretive. Should we disclose that, or should we just hold down?
Not right now. I mean, we haven't even started officially, right?
Yeah, but the seed has been planted.
Yeah, seed was also planted by MADKINGS. I mean, with how well they played on the last few days. But hey, I don't see that tree growing anywhere.
Well. when it comes to MADKINGS, I think I'm going to hold on to that thought for a second because MADKINGS know how to quickly bounce back. So maybe a couple of more days and before which we start criticizing them. But if they don't really buckle up quick, then the elimination axe that lies on top of all the teams inside of the survival stage is massive, by the way. 24 teams going home and just 8 teams qualifying to the semi-finals.
That is true, and that is something that kind of makes your head spin, right?
Yeah.
Only 8 teams surviving the survival stages, and of course, as we spoke about MADKINGS, because why not? Sitting on the last page of the leaderboard, there are a few big names as well that we expected to do a little bit better than they are. Right now, at least as far as day one and the first 2 games for everyone is considered, teams like eSports Social, who are there on the 3rd page of the overall leaderboard. But again, it's just the start. One big match, 120-pointer, and you should be able to cross over onto the side of safety, onto the top 8 bracket. But as we have the schedule on our screens, A versus C, the next match, I think we are going to have to wait to see what MADKINGS do till the end of the day for that last map of Miramar. But for the next game, I think eyes need to be there, not just on MADKINGS. AX will be there, I believe. They've done quite well for themselves. 2 matches, decent performance coming out. And of course, since they are about to play their last game of the day, hopefully they do manage to secure enough points to stay at the top of the leaderboard.
I think for AX, the journey has become very simple for them. 2 matches, 37 points. Now, one more big game, Johnny.
Yeah.
I think they are going to be, not of course safe. There's still a considerable journey for them left around. Only top 8 qualify. But I think they're going to be one way into the semi-finals, at least 1 foot inside the semi-finals. So I think the job is going to be very easy for them. But for the rest of the lobby, I think for them, it's still very difficult. I'm talking about K9 Esports.
Yeah.
I'm talking about teams like H4K, maybe, who hasn't really had a lot so far in the matches that they played today.
Pretty much, and I'm glad you brought up K9 because K9 is also there on the 3rd page of the leaderboard, so big performance will be required from them. And as you were talking about AX sitting on the top, yes, 30 plus points in 2 games, keeping an average of 15 plus points per match. That is brilliant. But they need to keep this going because I think we need to take Group A and Group D as references. 6 matches played during the qualifier stages and only the top 8 were able to qualify from their particular groups. Same is the situation over here, but you're playing against 32 teams. But we have that 6-match average number from 2 different groups, which was about 30 to 40 points with both the groups combined. I think one ended at 37 and the other one was somewhere around 43, 44 points. So I think just double it up. Go over 90 points if you want to attain safety inside of the top 8. 12 matches, you have double the number of matches that you would have played in the qualifier stages. Let's see how far one of these teams or how fast anyone can reach that 80-point mark or 90 points, just to stay safe.
I think for now, let's just hold on to that number as 80 points. And for AX, I think this is going to be an easy run, in my opinion. 37 points acquired already. Just do double that number. Maybe reach about 60 points at the end of the day, and they should be through.
Yeah.
But of course, as we commence the 5th match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Group A and C duking it out on the map of Miramar. And these maps, they're going to be, I think, the table turners, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. I think Miramar these days has turned into that map of comebacks that no one expected.
Yeah.
Rondo is where you set yourself up if you have that Rondo on that opening day. Otherwise, the Rondo becomes the default comeback map. But Miramar is where majority of these teams have been turning their fate on its head and have been doing really well for themselves. But then again, now the situation is different. The pressure for the survival stages, it's different from what it used to be during the qualifier rounds.
If I was Ocean Sharma,
Yeah.
and if you had said pressure, I would have said, what pressure?
So what am I supposed to follow it up with?
What pressure?
What pressure?
Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, it was a very unfunny joke from Salty as usual, but now we are going to be watching the game right now, and so far it seems like Rapid Chaos and TAG, wait a second, they are extremely close to each other. TG and Rapid Chaos might just be duking it out in the early stages. The Circle also, by the way, landing towards the south.
More than them, more than TAG and Rapid Chaos. Look at Dragonclaw and HADX right on top of each other, and neither of them is having a good day so far. This is a fight that both these two sides desperately need to avoid. But we all know, inside of the match, if you see someone, your first instinct is to just scream, aim, and fire.
Speaking of screaming aim and fire, so far, none of the teams taking shots. Dragonclaw going through the neutral round to lose himself, but Harsha this time tries his luck. HADX kind of get away from those shots. no real risk so far, but all
Yeah.
of this action is happening at Monte Nuevo. They're still inside of the circle, by the way, so I'm expecting these two teams to hold on to their position for a while, but HADX might just have an opportunity to try and get away from this fight, maybe try and get some isolated compounds and complete their loot.
Yeah, I think just putting that distance between themselves and the players of Dragonclaw Esports, that was the important thing for HADX. Because in the early stages, not everyone will be able to find rifles, scopes, and everything needed to commit to a fight beyond, like, I think, 60, 70 meters.
Yeah.
So you still have that one little thing working in your favor if you're HADX right now. But I think that time, it is going to take away very soon. Even HADX are beginning to get their loot up for the early stages if Dragonclaw decide to push. Apart from these two teams, I think one more potential drop clash could have happened between the players of Godsent and Ares, but both the teams deciding yet again to not really commit into the action. So we switch focus now, moving towards the players of AX, who are present all the way towards La Cobriera.
What an opportunity for Team AX right now. Defending champions, they've been struggling for a while inside of this competition, but now finally kind of showcasing what they are worth. Leading the table of the survival stage so far, I think that is going to be a statement, but for them to continue that run of form into the semi-finals, they would have to stay there for a while. Maybe dominate every match that they are in, but the lobby's still going to be tough, I think.
Yeah, it definitely will be quite tough.
In my opinion, Group B is actually the group of death. You know, you've got some big names on there. Quantum Sparks, True Rippers.
Really, not Group A.
I mean, Group A is difficult. It's definitely not going to be easy. But in terms of overall competition, when it actually comes to those technical team fights, I think Group B, yeah, hands down.
I think survival stages themselves are like a stage of death. Pretty much. I mean, so many big names spread all across different groups. And only 8 will get to survive. It's quite unfortunate that we might have to bid an early farewell to a team that a lot of people might have considered a top contender for the trophy at the start of their journey. But now, those thoughts have changed.
I mean, when you put it that way, I think H4K is going to feel very sad about the fact that they missed out the semi-final slot by 1 point, but doesn't matter. As of now, Dragonclaw, who kind of was looking for an early start, they certainly were taking shots again. HADX could not connect, but this time they've connected shots against Red X Ross and found the opening.
Yeah, Red Ross just running into that position, completely unaware of the threat, but a trade still has been found. And it could be an opportunity for Red X Ross to recover. They could have potentially pushed that warehouse up front had NoNx not been on the hills right behind them. But now, since the threat has been revealed, Red Ross, they are going to have to be cautious about this. Not a lot of smokes on Aman. I want to know what the situation is of the rest of the team for Red Ross, because the only way you can cross over is by laying out that path of smokes and then just dashing through and hoping that NoNx do not manage to connect any shots on your body.
But in my opinion, I think it's only Aman in this fight. The rest of the players are still kind of off-angled. And from the minimap as well, it seems like NoNx Esports, they are watching this fight from the backlines. Trying to spot out how many players are left inside. If they do find a favorable number, if the information they find is good, I'm pretty sure NoNx is going to come and slam into this fight, trying to get those early finish points.
I guess so, and Red X are going to be aware about it, because Superb and Zarif weren't spotted out in these houses. NoNx might have to pay a heavy price for being extremely lackluster with gathering information in this game. But this was, again, potentially a risk taken by the players of Red Ross, because what if NoNx just straight up went for the slam fight against Dragonclaw and Aman?
Yeah, that could have been a tough job for them, but I guess NoNx is trying to avoid all these early collisions, just want to focus on their placement and their positioning in the early stages of the game right now. The circle is still around the Chumasera region. A couple of those teams already have good positions. I mean, I'm looking at MADKINGS right now.
I'll look at TAG as well. Right behind the players of MADKINGS. They're looking to climb up that hill, but that split, if a fight begins, it could backfire on TAG.
Yeah, 100%. those hills, if you do kind of take control of them, maybe can be either of two things. You can try and go on a finish frenzy, but if you fail, shots are going to come at you. You're going to be the center of attraction. Taking you out isn't really going to be that difficult.
Oh, for sure it wouldn't be, but luckily for TAG, all the 4 players do manage to group up at the perfect time. Especially when we saw that map, we saw Learn from Past also moving along that southern highway east to west. Another potential team that could have picked off maybe an individual from the side of TAG, making their life in this game harder than they needed to be. But Thunder Gods on our screens now, in the middle of nowhere, by the way. They have a few teams on either flanks. We do see VXT already on the radar on the eastern flank, and towards the west, Thunder Gods might have to deal with the players of Dragonclaw Esports, but it is VXT who choose to commence that fight. Few shots taken, no contact found though.
And for Thunder Gods as well, I think they are looking for a compound to try and get a pit stop on themselves. On the flip side, NoNx versus Dragonclaw is a fight we'll have to watch out for, as the opening has been found. One man brought down Dragonclaw and sent the rest of them in as well. The finish is going to be secured, and NoNx Esports can't survive with all their players standing. They've lost 1 already. The other 3 looks to fall back. 2 got away to safety. Aman was still taking in some shots. Dragonclaw is trying to chase them down as well. But finally NoNx might just be able to get away to safety. Shots coming in. All of the players spraying down. But Aman still survives.
Yeah, somehow he does manage to run away with his life intact. And I love the fact that Dragonclaw, they are getting very eager. And of course, why not? It's a very awkward game of Miramar with how the circle has shifted. I think if we get the map on our screens, there it is. Look at that. Still a decent chunk of that southern island is still a part of it. And as we head towards those Minas del Valle hills, things get awkward because the terrain is laid out as such.
Like you said, it's going to be an awkward fight once again. Height advantage for Gods and Esports. They've got Thunder Gods out in the open. One man getting knocked down, but for Gods in this position isn't really that good. Shoulders of the lanky 16-year-old Junaid Oji, this time having a lot of pressure on him. Too many teams around the corner. MADKINGS this time is going to face the wrath of getting up the team, but Sim finally finds the opening. RBTDR has been finished off, and Thunder Gods keep on wrapping around compounds, but MADKINGS find away the finishes.
My oh my, MADKINGS, I think we were waiting for this and we spoke about it. The struggles of the Kings as they are about to lose their kingdom. But this time putting up a fight. First finish on the board. We'll have to find out if that is going to be enough. But NoNx, they strike back. A player lost early, but this time they do find a pick somewhere as Thunder Gods Fragger is about to be shut down. There's the finish getting confirmed by the players of NoNx.
I mean, interestingly done. I mean, there are still going to be so many teams out there moving out in the open. Does invoke a lot of risk. It seems that NoNx, amidst all of this risk as well, has been still driving around. Aries is going to be in the corner. MADKINGS as well. Gotson coming in from the back lines. And you know what? These teams, they've been trying to eye the center for a while now. But one team that made a super fast rotation from the north has been Team AX. And if you want to do the same as well, lads, find yourself the Ford.
The Mustang. Yeah.
The Ford Mustang.
The Ford Mustang.
I had to specify Mustang. I'm sitting beside a car consumer.
Consumer.
Connoisseur.
Connoisseur. Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, you got to be classy about it. But anyways, one more thing that you need to grab for yourself. It's going to be the new Spartan King set, ladies and gentlemen. It's a gold spin, so do go ahead and try out your luck over there. Do make sure to tag us if you do end up finding the Spartan King set, and especially do make sure to tag Necro since he does not have it yet and you can make him jealous.
A lot of people don't have it, Johnny. I just found a stat that there's a 0.2% chance you're going to find it. It is extremely rare. That is the beauty about it.
Exactly.
Find it and you are going to be one of the few.
Find it and flex it, basically.
Well, speaking of a flex, this time, Krafton Esports can flex their height advantage. Have a great positioning advantage for themselves, and shots were certainly taken, but from the other side, it seems Likitha and Thunder Gods Esports don't really want to give away the finishes to Godsend. They are still duking it out between themselves. Just one man left alive for Thunder Gods. And on top of Closey, it is going to be an absolute ambush, Johnny.
Yeah, it is an ambush. You gotta pay the tax. Can't dodge the tax over here. It's quite heavy. Thunder Gods, they're about to lose their life in this game. There it is. 2 players claiming their point. And I think everyone got a piece of Thunder Gods. Everyone just wanted it very badly in this game. Feel bad for them, by the way. 15th position in this match. And just 5 points on the overall leaderboard. That's definitely not a start that you would want.
But also very surprising, that is also the first team to get eliminated inside this game. Majority of the teams
What is he doing?
Massively patient game, but Redix Ross kind of lost that patience and AX took at most advantage of it.
That truck going over that ridge had zero momentum. That's the kind of shenanigans that you and I would pull in our games, man. Like completely confused as to what Zeref's intention was. Did not even pull the trigger at that point. I think even he knew that he had made a mistake. Miscalculated the speed. And AX, well, they've been claiming free points up until now.
I think he was also trying to scout something out. He had his head out the window as well. Just making it easier for Devote to just find the frag, right? AX sitting at 3 frags, 40 points touched already. It's such a lovely start for a team like that. They need this for sure. And now AX are going to make that entry inside the circle from that Partona bridge. This is a massive rotation. A lot of miles covered by this team together. The same game is set for NoNx FM as they try and make their way inside. But Johnny, this is already going to be the 4th stage and we still have 15 teams alive. That is a massive number, by the way. I'm waiting for absolute massacre. A little bit of shots coming in at Damu. He tries to get away from this risk. Team AX from the bridge itself. No, wait, I was wrong about them. Not the Partona bridge. They are trying to make Minas Tel Sur theirs. AX are going to be crossing on over. Shots being fired at NoNx FM, but NoNx FM try and get away. Couldn't really find themselves a good pit spot, but AX have an opportunity at hand.
There was Ghost who was right behind the players of AX, but luckily for the side of AX, Ghost has been shut down by HADX from the top of the hill. Now he has the last man remains. He was hiding inside the smoke. Aryan charging forward. Easy finish point claimed. But that interaction between Ghost and HADX, it has me worried now. Does HADX have a line of fire for the players of AX? Has learned from past on the southern edge of the circle as well. So there is a potential of AX getting sandwiched. Look at that. The vehicle spotted out at the top of the hill already.
Talking of vehicles, talking about the ones in the low grounds as well. Doesn't really matter if you are spotted out in the open, you're getting shot at. HADX Esports just live by that principle. 2nd frag for this team. But now they are going to be forced out of the play zone. Moving inside is going to be a whole different ball game altogether. Dragonclaw Esports getting spotted, shots getting fired. Rishi has been trying to contest this region for a while now. Hugging the blue zone has been a good strategy for HADX so far. But they need to deal with so many more teams right now. They've got DAG looking to gatekeep them. They've also got Ares, and on their southern flank, they've got AX as well.
A lot of names all around, but AX moving in, learn from past. That spray from JD Gaming. An absolute whiff. And AX, they might have found a little bit of breathing room to work with, but it's not enough. Devotee, he gets stuck. And I think this is just a disaster waiting to happen. Devotee gets knocked out. Should be an easy finish point claimed by the players of Learn from Past and AX. They're just forced to fight from distance.
Love that spray coming in from JD Gaming as well. Learn from Past. They've got good positions inside the circle. Playing in from the edges does have its own risk. Right now, speaking of risk, Likitha Esports can be a big risk for Ares. BGMI in the front lines, Nade being locked in as well. The little valley can ricochet so much damage. Daniel taking a lot of that HP bar getting chopped off as Ares Esports don't want to stop on those nades themselves. Still, either of the teams yet to find the early opening as Likitha Esports. They have that small little ridge that is acting as an advantage, but from the back lines, unfortunate stuff that MADKINGS Esports come in with a knock. Same finds the end of BGMI. And now even Dragonclaw gonna come in and chip away a little bit of damage at Likitha Esports.
Yeah, I think both those two teams could be stuck over there. There's TAG in the nearby vicinity as well, and HADX. They've been there for the longest of times. And Aries and Likitha Esports. Yeah, this is just going to get worse by the second. That utility exchange, players getting knocked out, looking for reset. It's just more time delay that they're taking upon themselves. Well, Knuckle has finally had enough of it. Moves up, Starboy gets knocked out. Likitha Esports facing an early exit, and in fact, they do get eliminated from this game as Dragonclaw hands out the final blow in that fight. But Dragonclaw, TAG, HADX, the trifecta of death, make it a square, in fact. Aries still alive with all 4 players.
You've got 12 teams duking it out, and just look at the terrain. Possibly the roughest terrain that there exists on this map of Miramar. It's going to make life an absolute hell for all of these teams out there as HADX keep on moving
they're
forward.
making it happen.
This will be a jumping in. TAG are looking quick to counter them. A little bit of a 1v1 coming in. Train fire back and forth as Rishi still manages to be the last 2 men surviving. Couldn't bounce into action as quickly as the rest of his comrades. Caesar still knocked out. Can be revived back, but they need to win this fight against TAG, Johnny.
Yeah, that was a brilliant attempt coming in from the players of HADX. A nice spray from Jonathan to chip away on that HP bar. And of course, numbers even Steven, Apex Gaming need to be cautious. Jonathan with a sliver of HP as his teammates are just getting shut down in the back lines. Jelly shows up, the savior this time, and wiggles his way to all 4 players still on their feet. And Apex Gaming getting a few extra finishes from this match.
That was Jelly screaming redemption for all of his team out there. Man was underperforming throughout that season, but when in the nick of time his team needed him the most, just showcases his class once again. Aries Esports on the other side, they've been dealing with the threat from Dragonclaw for a while now. These 3 teams on the western flank of the circle has been quite a nuisance for the rest of the lobby. MADKINGS from a little bit off center. I think they have been at a comfortable spot for a while. They are observing this fight from the distance, but watch this war breakthrough. Aries Esports taking in shots. Dragonclaw, the teamwork not really making amends. Chokeboy this time, the shotgun does not give him any sort of dividends, and the entire team falls and crumbles in the hands of Aries Esports. 4 frags secured and all 4 players, Johnny, still managing to stand tall.
Pretty much, and well, a good outing coming through from Error OG over there. Our damage dished out. Frontliner just tanked everything upon himself, caused the big distraction. TAG in the distance now. Again, that big clash between the 2 former teammates. The icons colliding. At MADKINGS. All of that commotion from the hill. A big distraction. As now there were just 2 players checking to see if anyone pushes down from the summit. On the other side, TAG. They evade that pressure from the players of MADKINGS moving further down south, and that has caused an awkward interaction. Again, the players have learned from past.
This is going to be a tough fight. An uphill battle quite literally as Jelly gets knocked down by the nade itself. Jonathan, can he try and go in for the revive? This is going to be a big question. Apex Gaming on the flip side. Come in from the back lines. Have no idea of Honey's presence. What a beautiful angle it was. Apex Gaming once again crumbling down under pressure and learn from past to prevail. Quite brilliantly so as well. But on the flip side, Team AX could not really rally away from this fight. Back in the blue. Cyrax taking so much damage and now finally electrocuted as well. Nux coming in to chip the little bit of damage and they get all the finish points. BMWI Chill lands a triple for himself.
5 points from this game for the players of AX. Definitely not what we were, the trajectory that we were hoping for. A little bit of a halt in what AX was trying to accomplish, but still, I think managing to secure 13 points per game. A little bit over that, I think they are going to be celebrating. Just need to make sure that when we have a look at the bigger picture, at the end of the survival stages, they're still there sitting at the tippity top, but NoNx Esports now a part of a cluster that in its entirety has been forced outside of the play zone. Towards the south, we have NoNx, Rapid Chaos, and Learn From Past.
Learn From Past might just be able to show a little bit of game awareness. From the map feed that we have, it seems like they're disengaging from that fight, disengaging from the cluster, trying and make a sudden rotation for themselves, which is, of course, going to give them a straight entry inside of the circle. But for Rapid Chaos, what do they do right now? You can either try and take this fight against NoNx Esports, or you can try and send it in directly inside of the circle. But if you take the second round, you can escape from NoNx Esports for sure, but you can land into the crosshairs of VXT. They've got to choose the better of the two fights, and it seems like they're trying to get away. And this is the opportunity for NoNx to try and take shots, but Dhruv does not really do that.
Yeah. They sent out Flash a little while earlier just to scout for a safer spot, and as they move in, it is finally go time, I guess, for the individuals from VXT and Godsend. Rapid Chaos finally put under pressure from the top of the hill is where the pressure is coming from. It's just an absolute shooting fish in a battle situation as Rapid Chaos are just getting pummeled and peppered with bullets. No escape remains.
It's almost everybody who's trying to play from the center. NoNx this time kind of suffers similar fate. Godsend shooting down on everyone, just like you mentioned, 4 eliminations being secured. And Huntro, once again, the man to watch out for. Has been fabulous in entirety of the season, this time as well from Rapid Chaos. A performance that is consistent once again. But on the flip side, you've got MADKINGS surviving. There's something that we've been expecting for a while now, making it inside of the top 6. Try and play in for the top 3 is going to be my suggestion. Up against this fight, up against NoNx Esports, KlutchGod does find a big knockout for himself. No D with the nade. Finds a rest. It's just one man from NoNx Esports who is still alive. The last player is a little distant. 3 men are reeling down on the ground, Johnny. There's no saving for these lads.
Yeah, Ares is pretty much done for, especially with the third party from the top of the hill, as Godsend do manage to claim that last finish for themselves. But MADKINGS, they're very close. And Godsend Esports, considering they have that high ground advantage to work with, if they have enough utility, can put additional pressure on MADKINGS. Just keep them down on the low ground. And just go for the peak from different sides of the ridges. There's the initial fire being initiated from either sides, but Huntro finally lining up that nade. In fact, from tandem, one came from the other side as well.
Yeah, it did, but
learn from past. I wonder, are they in range to lob nades at MADKINGS?
I mean, Honey is. He certainly can try and do something magical, but the circle kind of betrays absolutely everyone. It's in no man's land right now for Godsend, for MADKINGS, for Learn From Past, and for VXT. How do you make it inside the circle like this? It's completely out in the open, and for a wee while longer, majority of the teams from the outside, they're going to have the high ground advantage. MADKINGS are going to ditch that. They're going to straight send it in against Learn From Past as Ryu prepares himself for battle, patches himself up, and finds a little bit of HP points for himself. JD Gaming flicks outside. Finds a brilliant knockout. MADKINGS now. A little bit of trouble, Johnny.
Not a little, they're in a world of trouble over here. Just 2 players left standing. They are desperate to win this fight. KlutchGod finally falls. And the last man from the side of MADKINGS, top of the hill, spotted out. Did you forget about Godsend, my friend? As they're trying to move in, the pressure from LEFP gives a little bit more breathing room to MADKINGS. Simp still alive on that flank. And look at that, the distraction from the houses. It seems like gave him a few extra seconds to survive, run off to the side. But now he has just drawn the attention, lifted up his arms and told Godsend where he is. There's the nade from Fraggy. Does not find any contact. In fact, Simp's nade takes him off the board. Godsend could be in trouble. We saw VXT looking to move in from the rear. But in the meanwhile, Learn From Past, they are on the verge of getting wiped out from this game.
Yeah, they are second guessing a little too much, I guess. Sending Ryu on the flank angle against that fight against Godsend Esports. Meanwhile, the rest of the team tried to leapfrog all of these fight and send it for the center of the circle, which was denied, of course. Learn From Past, they've lost 2 bodies already. The last 2 players, they aren't looking that healthy. And Godsend Esports keep on wrapping up as many finishes as they possibly can. Simp has been finished off. MADKINGS finally find themselves the elimination axe. 5 finishes is all that they could find from this matchup. And now finally Godsend Esports they will have to deal with the threat from the other side of the circle, learn from past from across the terrain. Have a good line of sight, by the way. They can certainly take shots, and the same can be said for Toxic as well.
Toxic can't do anything away. I think the best case scenario would be to line up an 8 and just drop maybe one from the side of VXT. But that doesn't happen. He gets finished off. Now we're down to the 3 teams remaining. Top 3 teams of this game. Learn from Past still there with 2. You have Godsend with 3 and VXT with all 4 players still alive. And there's a massive difference in the amount of utility also remaining on either of these teams. But Learn from Past, I think a brilliant performance from them as well, not just in this game, but in the matches that they played before this. VXT, they do find a big performance, I think, from this match that should keep them in a fighting position for the top 8. But Godsend, and this is what we wanted to see from the players of Godsend. Hunpro, he's back in his prime form. The form that we saw in that final week of qualifiers, and he's not slowing down. I think Godsend should be able to rack up a few more finish points before the game concludes.
100%, I think Godsend Esports are going to be in prime position. They've almost got 50% of the circle coverage as well. The split between the players, you've got Huntro and Junaid in the front lines. You've got Levi kind of left back, providing in cover fire from the distance as well. Learn from Past to breathe their final breaths as JD Gaming and Ryu. Both were caught in the crossfire and now couldn't really do much. It is, of course, going to be the final standoff, and VXT have taken the first step already. Catching Levi from the back lines. It's just down to the 2 lads. Young for sure, but can they bring the chicken dinner back home? Huntro falls. It's down to Junaid OG as Versatile charge at him like a pack of wolves, and they shut him down as well. VXT with a beautiful and a much needed winner chicken dinner.
Pretty much, and a brilliant performance coming through from the players of VXT as well. I think it was made easier considering they landed close to the northern edge of the circle, and as soon as that Mina still Valley shift happened, VXT were pretty quick to move in inside of that cover. And of course, decision making during the late game stages from stage 6 onwards was done properly, just picking fights along the eastern and the northern edge. But Godsend Esports, I think this was a good match from where they can recover, find a spot inside of the top 8 bracket and Learn from Past. I think they're going to be sitting number 1 though on the overall leaderboard. 10 eliminations, top 3 finish.
Potentially, but I'm just looking at Smoker right now. This man is constantly just racking up his stats at this point. I think he wants to challenge through for that eliminator title at this point. Might just have crossed down that 50-point mark. Maybe even gone past it as well. But this final fight, Godsend Esports, they had a lovely split to actually work between their teammates.
Yeah.
But then again, you had a Versatile who was waiting in from the other side. A lot of technicalities in that game, to be honest. It was a very sweaty lobby. I kind of felt like Learn from Past, they could have actually gotten themselves the chicken dinner, but that was kind of denied.
It was denied. I mean, same can be said for the players of Godsend Esports, and it all happened because of that one compound where I don't remember which team it was, but towards the end there was a compound towards the western side. Learn from Past pushed it. Godsend tried to push it. At the same time, it was MADKINGS. MADKINGS were the ones that were there. So MADKINGS got pushed, they got wiped out. Learn from Past pushed the same compound. They were forced to move down south. Godsend tried to play that hill. They got taken out by the players of VXT because that valley of death that was created, I think that was the position that you needed to survive. And for some reason, everyone just was pushing down the slope instead of just staying on the other side of the ridge. The only team that did that properly was VXT.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I had a small smirk in my face, and it's also because of the fact that Huntro from Godsend Esports finally getting the MVP. Young lad coming in, showcasing his technique once again, his capabilities individually. 5 eliminations secured and a lot of damage points as well, 607. That is a good number if you consider with the rest of the lobby. Max, JD Gaming from Learn from Past is slowly kind of bouncing back in form journey. 5 and 3 eliminations secured between these two lads. You've got Knuckle and Keshu from VXT. But overall, in general, I think everybody barring MADKINGS kind of made a mark. I still believe MADKINGS with the kind of performance they had in the first 2 games. I was searching for MADKINGS in this one. It should have been a desperate performance for them to try and please gain those 10, 11, 12 finishes. That high fragging game which kind of restabilizes your position on the overall standings. But nothing of that sort was visible.
Exactly. And I think from this match, in fact, from the highlights that we have on our screens, that's the one thing that I want to see. How many finishes were MADKINGS able to claim? Because we saw them getting aggressive. We saw that squad wipe that they worked towards as well. And it was a top 4 finish. So they do have a decent amount of placement points from this game. But for MADKINGS, considering they were on the last page of that overall leaderboard, I think an overall successful outing from this match would just be to get enough points to find spot inside of the top 16. Let's not forget, you have more days, you have more matches, you do not need to qualify just with a single day.
Absolutely. And MADKINGS, in my opinion, I think
they
they
were
are...
fifth, by
They're
the way.
kind of really good on the maps of Rondo and Erangel. Miramar isn't really their strongest of suits, so this performance is going to be rather bonus for you. You have your matches of Erangel and Rondo waiting for you on the other side, but for now, you're supposed to really rack up as much as you can from these games of Miramar. We do have the match rankings on our screen, ladies and gentlemen, and VXT 16 points in total. I think it is a fabulous outing, very consistent outing, and this is not just in the survival stage. VXT has been consistent in all the days that they have played so far. Gotson, 15 points. That is a big jump. Learned from past, ever consistent, potentially number one right now. And MADKINGS with 8 points might just be regretting that they could have had the opportunity for more, Johnny.
Pretty much, and I think, as you said, there is going to be a lot of regrets from the side of MADKINGS, be it in terms of the moves they made inside of the game or how they played the maps that they played before this one, because this was the last one for the day for MADKINGS. Now they're going to be waiting for tomorrow. Same goes for Ares. AX, I think that's the only team that won't really be worried about the result of this game, just 5 points, and it's still a decent outing for the players of AX, considering, again, 34 points for the first 2 games that they played. It's a decent average that they've managed to keep up. NoNx Esports, I think a big step up is needed from them. Big step up needed from the side of Dragonclaw Esports as well. TAG, this Miramar just resets everything that they've done so far.
I think it was kind of coming, honestly. It was always supposed to happen. TAG, Jelly is kind of still struggling on the map of Miramar. But even though individually, I think as a fragger, Jelly did kind of fairly well in this game. We saw that kind of 1v3 in front of us. But the overall standings finally coming in front of our screens, lads. And AX still at the top, 42 points. You've got Learn From Past, who kind of climbed up those 4 spots, 36 for them. As TAG has been brought down yet again, 33 points. They had the opportunity of potentially taking away the lead after the end of first day's games, but TG kind of failed to do that. VXT has been consistent and Rapid Chaos as well. I think, Johnny, this has been a fabulous attempt. 3 games, 32 points. You should be very happy with this performance.
Yeah, of course. I think 10 points per game. If you can do anything over that, it is going to be enough to save you from the elimination bracket in the survival stages. And I think that is where the stats are going to head towards when we have more matches. But as we move to the next page of the leaderboard, I think K9 Esports, this last match of the day, they need to step up along with the likes of Phoenix, along with the likes of Rising Esports. There's Troytherman Esports as well, Myth, Last Star Day. A few names that have shown us that they have great potential in them. It's just the consistency that has been lacking all this time.
Talk about consistency, and I'm looking at Troytherman Esports, I'm looking at Likitha Esports as well. I mean, it has been consistent throughout the qualifiers, but for now, it seems like inside of the survival stage, they certainly are struggling. And it can be said, the same can be said for Myth Official as well. I think what a team it was inside of BGI semi-finals, right? They were trying to survive for sure, but they were also battling against the rest of the lobby. But here it seems like that fight doesn't really come to them. They've been waiting for those fights, and they're getting picked off out in the open, which kind of shows that this team does not really have a lot of plans in the boarding room.
Pretty much, but I think if you're going to refer to how they were playing during BGIs, I think then that should be the game plan, right? Just all-out aggression. If it works, and if it's not broken, then you don't need to fix anything. And I think that should be a take for Myth Official. Just go back to that raw aggression. Just start picking those fights head on. And maybe, just maybe, you're going to have enough points to qualify. But elimination leaderboard, finally we have more players joining in Dhruv, having crossed that 50 finish marker. There's Jonathan, there's Cyrax, there's Smoker. But Dhruv still leading the charge on that list with now having 59 eliminations in the tournament so far.
It's been 26 days. Dhruv has been at the top of the elimination leaderboard, by the way. 26 days, players have come in, they've gone out of the top 5, they've come in close to Dhruv as well, but nobody's been able to match it. And also one interesting fact, there's always one IGL out there. Rex from VXT out there is inside the elimination leaderboard. What is this man on, to be honest? Maybe some Monster Energy drink for that extra piece of energy. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a small break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel. And after witnessing that previous game, we definitely did see a few comebacks, right? A decent game coming through from MADKINGS. Not something we expected, but yeah, definitely these sort of games can actually keep MADKINGS in a decent spot in the overall standings. They're not doing too terrible now.
Well, I would say they're still part of the top 16 in the overall standings here, but that's also, you know, there's two more groups that hasn't exactly played their games yet as well, so they might be kicked off here in the bottom 16. But for all things considered, I think the one that really stood out for us here has to be AX. This has to be one of the biggest improvements since the past few weeks here. Week 4 was, you know, a very easy cruise for them, and then table topper for Group D, making the survival stage, and now they're cruising their way in the survival stage as well. So this is a good sign here for Team AX, but there is a particular team that I've noticed that is part of the top 8 as of yet is going to be True Rippers. They have only played 2 matches and they have already broken past the 20-point marker as well. So this upcoming game is going to be between Group B and D. So again, True Rippers is back in the equation. Quantum Sparks is also back in the equation as well. And I think if these two teams do really well, they should be able to sneak in the top 8 by the end of today.
Yeah, I mean, True Rippers, they have been consistent in both the games that we saw today, right? And speaking of AX, once again, they've been on a phenomenal streak, just manhunting teams down. It's not even a struggle for AX inside of the survival stages. And to be honest, it's not something I saw coming. AX's performance, I personally did not expect it, but it's a good thing that AX is already on a real good spot in the overall standings, and now they've also got a lot of cushion if you talk about it. The previous game was taken home by VXT, so it's quite a solid performance as well from VXT. But now since we move on towards Group B and D for the match 6 of the day, which is of course going to be the map of Miramar, as you mentioned, Quantum Sparks is going to be back inside of the equation. And Quantum Sparks, today's day has been looking pretty good. The first 2 games were pretty consistent.
Yeah, and speaking of consistency as well, I think, you know, at the start of the day, me and Johnny had a little bit of discussion as well, and in terms of prediction, who is going to be the table toppers by the end of today itself. It would most likely come from Group A or B, just because of the fact that Rondo does give you that additional points, just because of the recall, etc. as well. And true enough, AX did do really, really well in the map of Rondo. Yes, they weren't the one that got the chicken dinner, but they had about 20 over finishes. Sorry, not 20 over finishes, they had 20 over points in that game respectively. Yes, they couldn't got a chicken dinner. I think they had about 16 finishes just off the map of Rondo. And with that chicken, that pretty much adds on top of the layer of points that they are going to be getting here. But again, it's still not safe yet, especially when there's so many teams eyeing for the top 8.
So pretty much to sum it all up, it's going to be a pretty interesting game. And a lot of things are going to be unexpected as well, especially with True Rippers now back inside of the race. As you mentioned, in only the span of 2 games, they've got 26 points right now in the overall standings. And if the last game as well, True Rippers does a lot better, then there's a chance they can actually snatch that first spot away from AX if they do get a chicken dinner I'm speaking of.
It is going to be a little bit tricky, but I think for that to happen, True Rippers needs a chicken dinner and also about 15 eliminations to snatch it away from AX. But as of yet, we will have a clearer picture tomorrow itself when the other teams, the other 2 teams that has played Rondo as well. And that's where we have the official equalizer between all the maps itself.
Hands down, and without wasting any more time, we're going to be moving on towards the last game of the day. This is also going to be the most exciting game, since it's also going to be the final game to decide how the overall standings and the overall structures are going to look like. There's still so many teams on the latter half of the boards from these 2 particular groups, and they need to try and mount a comeback today itself. Tomorrow it might just be too late, and every single game counts. As the plain flat path starts all the way from Torremuda towards down south, it's going to be Los Leones, and we've still got a few names like H4K who are supposed to do a lot better, who have a lot of potential, even NoNx Esports, NoNx Esports, but for some reason we're not seeing that good performance yet.
Yeah, all of them at least need to have one good game from this map itself here if they want to stand a chance to fight for top 8 here. Because again, survival stage is an absolute cutthroat. There's no mercy, no second chances, no nothing. It's called survival of the fittest for a reason. And out of 32 teams, we're looking for the 8th best team to survive and advance into the semi-final land, which is going to be happening in Delhi. So be sure to book your tickets when it comes. Pay attention to the KIE social media. So be sure to watch out for that. But, of course, as of yet, seems like the flag path is going to be a pretty balanced one. You know, pretty spread off between all the teams. I don't think we are going to see some major drop clashes here. And K9 is going to be very happy that they will have an opposer for themselves. No Nebula in the picture, I would say.
JAGUAR Esports as well, heading around Power Grid. Then you've got Picado contested by Krafton Esports. No one's going to be around that block. Ride Nations as well, heading towards Chumasera maybe. NoNx Esports, Smith Official around Los Leones, and the Circle forming on the complete opposite side of the plain flat path too. For a decent amount of these teams, gliding is not going to be a problem. They can easily glide inside of the circle, but heading towards drop locations like Chumasera, now that's going to be a difficult stretch. I really would love to see. Are we going to see some sort of drop collisions?
That's going to be a little bit tricky as well. I don't think we are going to see it, but I'm a little bit surprised with a little bit of a shift here, especially from Lestadia as well. They are in a very wide spread around Likitha as well. All of them are not close to their usual drop spots as well. So seems like they are going to try and be on the run here to try and rotate and loot at the same time. Same thing we say for Quantum Sparks, who, again, I think they pretty much abandoned Los Leones as well. Interesting.
There we go. The cavalry arrives for RX. And a man from T7 Orion just all by himself. For some reason, why are you not making a pounce yet? That's my question, RX. You've got the man advantage inside of the compound. Both the players should get inside of the vehicle and try and hunt that player down. He's just one man. Are they going to do exactly that? That's my question. And maybe the answer is going to be yes, but they're still way too cautious. Before his cavalry arrives, you're supposed to get the squad wipe right now. Not the squad wipe, but at least wipe that player out.
They're actually going to play this a little bit safer as well. They're committing all 4 players. One, they're going to be rotating around to the top here to try and get a little bit of information. Doesn't seem to scout out Phantom yet. Phantom's still stuck in this small little shack. Hasn't moved a muscle yet as well. He is pretty much trapped. And I think Aura is going to be on the hunt to try and hunt him down. They're going to check every single corner first, but it seems like they are not going to go for the warehouses first. But they do see him proning his way down and eventually gets taken down. So that's going to be a point here in the hands of NoNx Esports. Oh boy. Poor guy.
Yeah, the fact that T7 Orion did not even try to fight back, it's insane. Where are the remaining players? That's my question. T7 Orion, you cannot just give up on your teammate like that. You're supposed to fight back. Quantum Sparks on the screen against that one man of Myth. Oh, they are going to be running into an entire squad of Myth. This might just be a tough fight to be converted. Myth in the overall standings on the struggling side, not doing too good, while Quantum Sparks, they do have a decent bit of points on the board. 22 to be exact. Herschel is taken down low himself, and the remaining players of Quantum Sparks, they definitely do want to try and make the pounce. An 8 from Master can actually be the deal sealer. Nate Toss does a bit of that chip damage, but it's not enough to get any sort of confirmation just yet.
Oh boy, Quantum Spark, they're pretty much underlooted as well. They tried to group up. They're going for a little bit of a push and slam here, trying to get a little bit of pick off. They just stocked up a little bit more, but now Myth official, they pretty much got the reset. At this time, they will be the ones that go in for the wraparound against Quantum Spark. Scout on his M1 Garand. It's going to try and hope for an opening pick here. Man, trying their best to try and get Harshu out to safety as well. They want to disengage. Meanwhile, Quantum Spark can't really do too much to actually commit to this fight, so they are going to hold Harshu hostage to a certain degree, but they cannot afford to be picked right here. Quantum Spark is not exactly looted as well, and I don't think Myth official knows that. They are going to try and go to save for Harshu. Straight comes through. That is going to be the confirmation as well. That's going to be a point taken away. Quantum Spark gets traded off. Myth now not too happy that Quantum Spark actually found it pick.
That's actually going to be Scout who finds the knock. Nicely done. And even Myth instantly want to press upon the matters. Quantum Sparks, these 3 players, they're chipped down pretty low, and Scout OP, now he wants to close on in. Myth official, they do want to make the pounce, but eventually Myth official, they seem a lot stronger inside of the fight as they've got the HP advantage in this one. And Quantum Sparks, 3 men standing. The fight's down to a 3-on-3, but the moment I say so, 2 more players get struck down. Quantum Sparks, they're on the verge of messing up this entire game. And now Scout OP's the only person left standing. He's got full HP, but is he good enough to shut down 3 remaining men of Myth official? Might just be too much to ask for.
Oh, this is the worst possible outcome you can ask for here coming from Quantum Spark. They were grouped up. They were just trying to loot on their way. Runs in towards a straggler. Couldn't even stock up. Couldn't even restart those healths as well. And now, even Scout OP, he's already committed to the fight. Now, it doesn't really have a lot of options. No nades, no meds, no whatsoever. But all those gunshots, guess what? Has attracted a lot of attention here. It's going to be Rising Esports to come in and keep tabs. And Myth official, they're trying their best here to try and equalize, try and figure out what's going to happen as well. They are going to slowly wait for Scout to make a move. But even then, it seems like they may have just heard Rising Esports as well from the back line. So, as of now, they can't really overcommit to this. And if Scout pulls off the big clutch, Rising Esports is going to gobble up. So Myth, they are weighing their options, but do they have enough times?
It's going to be a stalemate situation, 100%. No one's going to do anything for a long time. True Ripper spawning out the players for Esports out in the open. That's going to be Aiden taken down. A big threat neutralized. And Esports on the move. Shots from Punk, not even close. And for some reason, Esports just giving up on that player. What is happening with these teams? I guess they're playing under too much pressure. Giving up on the individual players. First it was T7 Horizon, and now it's also this team.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense as well. Just because of the fact that, number one, they were picked off out of position. It's so hard to actually go in for the save here, considering that Aiden was out. Number one, out and open. If they commit to that fight, they are going to risk getting third party from out and open as well. For T7, it was pretty much a no-brainer as well. The moment they try and go in for save, they are going to be committing the fight straight up. So it's understandable why they had to sacrifice that one player. But in this case here, Lestade, they were able to find a pick here. Ryan Nation's losing easy. And they are kind of spread out as well. Seems like they are all just splitting off. Ryan Nations just wasn't prepared to actually take this fight. They're still not exactly in position as well. All three players from Ryan Nations hasn't exactly grouped up yet.
That's what we're saying. A lot of these players, a lot of these teams, pretty scattered. No proper game plan, no proper structured plays. Unorthodox moves on the board, and that's why they have to let go of these individual players. And for Riot Nations as well, the same thing happens. Not even given the fight. So many teams around the centric part. Still a few names all the way back in the blue. We're speaking of Team Doxy, Santa, and even RX. Only the three teams back in the blue.
Speaking of the blue here, Santa usually wants to go in for a little bit of a priority into those high grounds here. The circle is going to be a little bit tricky, but let's see how the circle shifts as well. It seems like it's going to shift back on towards the east side. Clear pathing here for Santa actually break through, but do they realize that a majority of the teams are already on the south side is going to be the question as well, because who would have thought the circle actually giving us a little bit of a scam here.
Shifting all the way towards the northern side. Krafton Esports, they found themselves in the prime spot. H4K as well, not too bad. And True Rippers once again finding themselves around the lucky block. But this stalemate between Scout OP and Myth, it has to end. Both the teams out in the blue. Not a big fan of what's going on here. Even Myth official is taking too long. But now Myth is finally getting inside of the vehicles. And they just want to move away from this spot. Scout OP spots one of the players. The spray, not too precise. As man at the back is still standing at Scout. Oh, that whiff. Should have actually continued spraying that player down. And look at Daddy. Oh my god. Salt on top of the boots. That's what we love to see.
Yeah, but as of yet, Corner Smoke first team being eliminated means they are not going to be getting any points here. They will be in the bottom half. Well, at least in the top 16 for now. But for Myth, they're pretty much stuck out in the circle as well. So this is going to be a very, very long drive for them. On screen, however, Santa going for a slam. T7 losing a player. But Adonis gets dropped. T7 now fights back.
Santa not looking too good. Two players instantly knocked out. T7 Orion. Got a man like Frenzy. And someone on the outskirts as well getting the confirmation done. T7, you need to be a little bit more cautious. What am I watching? Coffin. He had a free hand. He could have actually struck that player down, but he was too busy switching weapons. Coffin loses out on that opportunity, and T7 somehow get away with that murder. And now Santa Esports, just a two-man squad left to try and disengage, or maybe engage it in a better way.
Oh boy, Santa, they really want to go in for the reset as well. The confirmation was good. But for Santa, Coffin is trying to buy a little bit more time, but T7, the only reason why they're backing off is just because they do not have the numbers. And because of this, Coffin was able to somehow survive this. He could have just got the rush. They picked up Adonis, so this is going to be the reset coming from Santa. As now they are going to be making those pushes against T7. But they have to wrap things up quickly as well. Teams are going to be stalking very, very soon. Wall of smoke being deployed here to try and cross as Adonis makes a rush as well. Barnes are going to be the focus fire here. T7, they're hiding in corners to corners, trying to get a little bit cheeky with those angles here. But the Molotov does clip on Firo. He needs to get out, but no, he gets flushed out. That's going to be an easy takedown from Santa.
Oh, Mudit. He does find that little bit of a pixel to work with, but the shotguns still not good enough to actually prevail against these SMGs. Santa Esports wipe out the existence of T7. But now there's also going to be third party in the name of Likitha Esports. And this third party It might just be the end for Santa. The circle once again taking another shift, catching everyone off guard, and all these teams around the southern side once again forced to make a move around the northern side.
Oh boy, Lastadi. They don't really want to give up with center control right now. Seems like they are going to hug the bottom house, one of the most difficult to hold. But he does give them a little bit of an easy entry, at least for the next two circle. But for the rest of the pack, it is going to be tough. H4K moves up to the north. It seems like H4K might have the high grounds of those mountain terrains to actually look down on towards the teams on the cross as well. But it is still going to be tricky. The circle is still undecided yet. Santa's split off from the pack, and interesting enough, look at Santa's positioning. Punisher has pretty much left up ahead to try and scout things ahead, while Coffin and Adonis was left behind. So, interesting enough, they realize that there's just nobody on the northeast corner.
Riot Nations as well. They're not in that good of a position, as Rising Esports is going to be around the block. And this fight between Riot Nations and Rising Esports, it has to be a deadly one. Someone has to be eliminated from here. Rising Esports is once again back to their main roots. Play a passive game, which is not the exact strategy you're supposed to have in these type of scenarios. K9 Esports against this one man of Esports Social, and it's going to be an easy strike. But Snowshot himself has taken too much damage, and what? He's whiffing those shots on a knocked player. Whiffed another shot. What am I even watching? Esports Social, they might just be able to get that reset. And a man like JAGUAR is also creating the off angle, wanted to get the confirmation, but unfortunately misses the opportunity. JAGUAR as well. He's not doing too good in this scuffle, but he does get that trade, and he instantly gets the confirmation as well. But mistakes are being made from both the sides.
Yeah, but interesting enough, you know, Snowshot missing on knock players, but gets a second knock though on Esports Social. That was just weird. But the third party comes through. JAGUAR Esports comes in. Taurus gets knocked off. K9, now they're in shambles. Seems like they have no choice but to lose two players in this process. JAGUAR came to take a look, but unfortunately could not find those conversions here. So JAGUAR Esports not too happy. They got 0 points, but they are going to re-rotate it away, and seems like they are going to run into trouble here. Immediately you can see the Team Doxy just thinking of just completely abandoning ship right now.
They're still behind the cover though. That container. And JAGUAR Esports hungry for these elimination points. Utilities tossed out and exactly on the mark as well. One man gets chipped real low. And once again, Team Doxy's on the run. What's going to be the actual game plan? That's my question. Shogun patching himself up. With 0 eliminations on the board for Shogun, it's just going to be a lot of pressurous moments. Even inside of the elimination feed, you will see Esports Social getting dismantled once again. For Esports Social, there's just that one man standing.
This is going to be a tricky spot to work with here. Circle is going to force them to cross them. 45 seconds before they need to make move here. JAGUAR Esports, Team Doxy, they're still outside. They haven't really pushed in as well. Needs to be a little bit careful. But on the minimap as well, you can see H4K is going to be very happy. They do have the high grounds on top as well. And guess what? Nobody around them, so that's going to be huge for them.
Indeed, it will be huge. Team Doxy, unfortunately, dropping down a body. And this time it feels like JAGUAR Esports once again back in the playing field. Once again back inside of the fight. But getting that revival on Shogun's going to be the main priority. And that's what's happening. Shogun's back upon their feet, but Team Doxy, they just straight up commit to the fight. Inside of the vehicle, the players just straight up send it. And JAGUAR Esports, they're retreating. But the longer this fight extends, the more the problems are going to extend as well. And JAGUAR Esports, they need to realize they need to be done with this fight as soon as possible. The blue's going to be doing too much damage. You cannot afford to stay outside of it.
Oh, seems like Team Doxy, they haven't made the move yet. Avnish with the nade. Does he look good? Seems like he does do a decent amount of chip damage. But both teams now going to be tanking the circle very, very soon. Avnish, he needs to get out. Pre-fires are coming in, but he's stuck. He needs backup. His car is blocked as well, but he finds the knock as well. But he needs to patch himself up. But no first aid kit. Has only the bandage. Will he survive? No, he does not. Gets picked off by Team Doxy.
That's a big knock. And Team Doxy, though, they're taking too much damage. There we go. I think this man's going to be knocked out. I don't think he can sustain the damage from the blue. He's done for. He's probably going to be knocked out within a couple of seconds. He's trying his best to heal back, but once again, the play zone's doing too much damage. Team Doxy, all of those efforts down the drain. played such a passive game, but Jaguar Esports Loki makes it out. But the Blues not going to be having mercy anytime soon. It's still on the move. It's not going to be stopping.
Well, while this was happening as well, we saw a fight where Team Phoenix was going towards Esports Social. And Esports Social actually goes in for a slam. And Gyro God actually picks not one, but two players right from the get-go. And finishing off the last one as well. The other was a shotgun, goes for the one pump and takes out Team Phoenix. What a way to go down there. Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
Indeed. And indeed for Phoenix Esports, it's been a real bad day. We're speaking of playing 3 games today and only getting 4 points in the overall standings. That's real bad.
I think it's kind of same here for Riot Nations and also potentially Team Doxy as well, who barely even got much. As you can see, Team Doxy, remaining last 2 players, finally makes a push into the zone. Gets spotted out by H4K. The sprays are coming in, but the vehicle is hurting. But they do find a pick before they actually descend. And that is going to be a player of H4K. Wizard goes down, but Team Doxy finally finds some space inside the zone.
That's a big knock. But for H4K, the Vault's got the high ground to play with, which means Team Doxy, it's already done. The moment Team Doxy moves outside of that compound, they're done for. It's all going to come down to this next stage, this next circle. Where is it going to shift? That's my question. And the circle's going to be shifting right on top of H4K once again. They've got the advantage, the high ground advantage as well to play with. But even True Rippers, Lastata, and Santa Esports, they're going to be in it.
Yeah, but speaking of the west side here, Smoker in a lot of trouble. He got the initial knock, but the points was actually stolen away by Troy Demlin Esports. Oh, you hate to see moments like this where K9, they're just struggling for points. Not a great day as well here for K9 Esports. Only Smoker remains. It seems like he's going to swing outside the zone to try and find a potential loot here to try and get in, but I think he might just bleed out to the zone. Okay, he's got first aid kit, he's got a buggy, so I think he should be able to survive for a while now. But it's got a lot of problems. He's so far away from the zone.
RX. Looking at their position around the slope. Even they need to be on the move soon. True Rippers eliminating the last man of Esports Social. No more Social standing. Esports Social, they have been on a big downhill curve. Let's have a look at that replay. The fight between K9 Esports and that man from Esports Social. It was a great knock at the first, but then Snowjawed, the fact that he was able to strike down another player with that HP shouldn't have been allowed in the first place. Esports Social just played themselves around there.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. But it seems like Nif, seems like they do expect a little bit of company here with Aura going for the slam. Chris gets knocked as well. Detrox on the high ground. Forced to get off the roof to try and regroup with Lucifer. While the rest of Aura is pushing in. Lucifer gets dropped. The rest of Aura is coming up. Daddy from the forefront can't seem to provide any backup as well. Detrox is all by himself. He needs some sort of help. But Aura is looking for those resets instead.
They indeed are. Utilities tossed out as well from the side of Myth. They've only got 4 elimination points secured. Speaking of the overall standings, Myth, they need a lot more points. Way too far back still. And winning this fight with only a 2-man squad, it's even worse. Looking at their stance inside of the circle, Myth can still do a lot better. The concern is going to be the players of RX, since they're being surrounded by them. And Detrox is constantly taking too much damage. Daddy's all the way on the opposite side, but I guess Daddy cannot really be off any help. This nade's going to do a lot of damage, and the man from Myth, he almost barrel stuffed them down. He was able to find the first knock, but getting the retaliation from RX, it was expected.
Kelly, quick response here, but Daddy seems like he's scouted out a little bit of a company here. Rising Esports goes in for the slam. He might be able to survive this, but Aura, they're getting attacked here by Rising.
Oh, it's such a back and forth going on. Aura X is also losing out on too many men at Rising Esports. This third party was played to perfection. The timing was incredible. And it works out well. And somehow Myth outlives Aura. Hard to believe, but that's what happened. And for Myth, Daddy's still standing. Inside of the warehouse, is still trying to bring in some placement points for the boys. And now the game plan's going to be simple. Make it outside of the warehouse, try and survive for as long as you can.
Yeah, he's going to try and run as well, but Daddy, he's getting shot from every single direction. He's running out of space here, forced to take the buggy to make a mad dash. It seems like he is going to try and attempt to outlive here with the circle, forcing him to re-rotate as well. Rising Esports will not give chase, but Daddy, he is going to be in a very, Very awkward push here. He's out in the open, finds a small little rock, but guess what? Gets spotted out by Santa on the north side. Gets shot from himself. He's stuck in all directions. He is done for. He is out.
Too much to deal with. 4 teams taking shots at him at the same time. Lastade, Rising Esports as well, and even Santa Esports together mowing the field. And he could not do anything. H4K is definitely going to be one of those teams that will possess a lot of intel. But let's just see how they're going to be utilizing that intel to place themselves better. Team Doxy's still alive.
But that's the thing, right? Like, even if they have the intel, they haven't been converting finishes as well. They've only got 1 finishes. And Team Doxy, surprisingly, still surviving as well. Hiding under them. But based on this replay, this was a very nice timing from Detrox. Hearing those 2 grenade pins, decides to go in for the rush to find 2 picks. But he only found 1. Then immediately Kelly was able to trade him off. But while all this fiasco, Rising Esports heard all these commotions. Third party, Aura could not reset, just completely flopped from that fight.
Yeah. Rising Esports on the move around that same spot. And I guess now it's going to be time for Rising Esports to be eliminated from the game. It's also going to be Sacrificial landing the back lines, and he's taking too much damage. But somehow even that man is surviving. Can he actually make it to the safety line? Maybe yes. Barely by a sliver of HP, but Rising Esports, they're out in the open. They're taking too much damage, and eventually they will be extinguished from the game too.
Smoker somehow finding space inside the zone as well. He's smack in the middle in this shack. He thought he was about to be done for, but guess what? Rising Esports could not even close the distance. It seems like everybody around the map has protected Smoker to keep him alive, so that is going to be placement points in play here for K9 Esports in terms of salvation. But for Team Doxy, it seems like they've snuck up from behind H4K, and they will be attacking H4K from the back.
Hands down, and that's what they're doing. Look at Naughty, what a nade! Naughty eats that one. Instantly getting knocked out, H4K. What is now going to be the game plan? What are you going to be doing? You can see the players of Team Doxy on the move, and it's just a big problem. And there we go from the top. It's also going to be H4K taking those shots. 2 men standing for H4K. Sujal just whips every single one. And now Rage God left to defend off the entirety of Team Doxy and even H4K. And eventually that's going to be the elimination.
Oh my god. H4K. They tried to shut down Team Doxy. Suja from off top got shot from True Rippers from across the map, and that's why he couldn't get the cover. Talk about timing. Team Doxy, they survived, and now they've got the entire mountain for themselves.
I know, right? Talk about some lucky and unexpected moments in Team Doxy. They are so lucky today. Feels like literally the god is with them right now. And they actually do get both the players back on the board. Unbelievable stuff. Both are looking pretty healthy. Krafton Esports, now they need to deal with the entirety of True Rippers, and what? One name that's going to find a quick 3-piece. Krafton Esports sent back to the lobby.
Okay, True Rippers, I don't know what's going on, but are you guys looking for a second winner chicken dinner? Because that is some impressive timing. But speaking of position, they did have a very decent amount of control to the south side. But this time, now you are forced to push. But the question is, where do you push? Because Smoker, not a big threat, there's only one guy. But Lastade has got a firing squad on the east side waiting for you. So I'm curious to see how True Rippers gets out of this predicament.
They need to force a fight, that's it. And I guess taking a fight against Lastade is the only thing that makes a lot of sense. It's going to be an all-out brawl. But hey, Icy, remember I made a prediction. True Rippers might just take that first spot away from the overall standings. And right now, it definitely seems like they might be able to do it.
They could if they get the chicken right here, right now. But weren't you the one that actually predicted H4K right from the get-go? Only me and Johnny went for True Rippers.
Yeah, I did. I thought H4K can do a lot better. But looking at the performance today for H4K, I'm disappointed. But what's happening here? Santa Esports, they send it. It's a crooked rotation. They're trying to make it work. And it somehow is almost working. The man does get knocked out, but at least they found themselves around the safety cushion. Punisher from the back is providing the cover. And that's why Santa Esports, they're inside of the circle looking safe.
True Rippers, they can't really cross. They realize that Santa across the other side of the map is the biggest threat. They want to take that fight against Lastade, but they can't do so. As long as Punisher is still up here, it is going to be extremely difficult. Same can be said for Team Doxy, who's somehow able to creep their way into the zone as well. But it seems like True Rippers, they are going to swing left instead. They are going to go in for the chase of this Team Doxy. And here they come. The push comes through. Doxy first to take this fight. They get the first dog. Turnby goes in for the slam, takes one out.
God.
That's a wipeout onto his team Doxy as True Rippers takes them all out.
True Ripper's not even breaking a sweat, showcasing a bit of those patience, then realize where they exactly need to pounce up, and they played it so perfectly well. Now the only team that can actually possess a massive thorn in the way for True Rippers, it's going to be Santa Esports. And Omega is a little bit far away from the rest of the pack of True Rippers, so let's see what sort of a game plan True Rippers is going to be coming up with now. And that man from K9 Esports, which is going to be Smoker, he's all by himself too. Utilities tossed against Smoker to try and do something, but the Blue's going to be doing too much damage on Omega. He gets caught off guard.
There's nothing he can do. Lestade's got him completely pinned as well. They tried to go for the wraparound, but it seems like Lestade, they are going to go in for the pick here to try and farm some finishes here. Smoker, they've realized that there is a loose solo warrior in this shack as well, as nobody has been able to take him out yet. K9 has some sort of protection, and even True Rippers, they're not too happy. They really want to take this spot, but they can't exactly do so, especially when so many teams are looking to try and take him out. So Smoker, again, still has a temporary sanctuary as long as Santa, True Rippers, and Lestade is still alive.
There we go. True Rippers making a move slowly and steadily, trying to possess some threat against Santa Esports. But unfortunately for True Rippers, that's going to be Cheyenne knocked out. But what a nade! A three-pointer from Termi. Terminates that player instantly. Santa Esports, you are not safe yet. A few more nades tossed out from True Rippers to try and do maximum damage. But Punisher is just way too far away. Providing that cover might just be impossible. And that man from K9 Esports is still somehow surviving. He's the only person that gets the entirety of Likitha Esports. And he actually finds 2 knockouts.
Oh boy, now he's even got meds as well if he can actually go for the reset, but he's not going to take the risk here. Lestade, they are going to try commit for the save as well. Smoker's got this guy pinned. Evo is about to bleed out as well, but now he just needs one pump, and guess what? He finds the knock as well. K9, somehow the hopes and dreams of this guy survives, and Lestade, they crumble into pieces. They get completely mowed down here by True Rippers and Santa. What a survivor for Smoker.
I know, right? This man is literally carrying the flag of K9 on his back. One man from K9 Esports still surviving till the end. He's already secured 10 points. What else do you want? K9 Esports, and he's not giving up yet, by the way. Smoker, he's still ready to fight even more against the entirety of True Rippers, if that's what it takes. And Santa Esports' coffin is knocked out. So basically, to sum it up, it's a 3-on-1-on-1 scenario. K9 with 1 man standing, Santa Esports with 1 player standing, and 1 man knocked out. Smoker now tossing out utilities to try and create some sort of cover, but I guess Smoker is not going to be surviving for too long. The moment True Rippers, they start to spam that smoke, Smoker's going to be done.
Oh my goodness, they know exactly where he is as well. 15 elimination here for True Ripper, and they will secure the winner chicken dinner. That is their second chicken for today in 3 matches. 2 winner chicken dinners, and True Rippers is now on top.
Exactly. A massive performance for True Rippers, exactly what they needed to move on to the first spot in the overall standings. And Punk once again back in form, I guess, and he's also going to move up the IGL rankings too, by the way. He's also going to be around the first or the second spot, but Cheyenne popped off. Smoker, the fact that even he was able to survive from K9 Esports for such a long time was also incredible.
Yeah, that was a saving grace as well here, where everybody was getting distracted. Every team that tried to push Smoker got completely shut down by True Rippers, by Santa, by H4K on top of those mountains. He had so many protection and Guardian Angel, and my oh my, the final Guardian Angel has to be True Rippers as well, because he got the top 2. He was able to get placement points. He was able to snatch away a decent amount of points as well, and Lestade just crumbled.
He himself got 9 points. And K9 Esports in total have got 11 points right now. Smoker literally carried K9 Esports in this game. And look at this one single moment. The entirety of Likitha Esports were collapsing on top of Smoker, but he still held on pretty well, eliminating every single man from Likitha Esports. The final player got taken down by True Rippers, so that's a different story. But still, K9 Esports is Smoker. He really saved the day, and at least now K9 Esports is going to be in a fighting chance. Now, speaking of True Rippers, that was just a big game. Santa Esports as well, surprisingly doing good.
Yeah, Santa has done really well as well here. I think Santa and also True Rippers is undeniably one of the more consistent teams throughout the entire day. Even AX as well did really well. But now, let's talk about the MVP from the match here. Cheyenne is the MVP with 7 finishes here with 802 damage. And, you know, of course, True Rippers, one of the biggest menace in this game. They had so much control to Southwest corner. Even the circle kind of had a little bit of scam. True Rippers held their grounds on the southwest mountains and just slowly inched their way into his endgame, forcing every single team to rotate around them, getting picked outside. So this was a very, very impressive macro gameplay here coming from True Rippers. Shiyan, Termi, Punk joins the top 5. D-Trox also joining in the top 5 here with 4 finishes. We also have UNQ from Team Doxy also making a little bit entry here with Team Doxy shutting down H4K.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Doxy, it's just a different thing. They were so lucky in this one. H4K had the man advantage. They had the high ground to play with as well, but still somehow H4K, they could not do anything against Team Doxy that was trying to move her along the edge, and Team Doxy actually outlived H4K, which is kind of insane. Moving on towards the highlights itself and reliving all the moments that happened in that previous game, this is how the action really kicked off. For T7, there was this one man who was between the entirety of RX, and no one actually came to rescue him.
Yeah, there was just nothing much you could do. Leaf Official just shut them down. And then as the game progresses, well, Corner Spark also having a little bit run-in with Mif Official, which resulted in Mif forced to tank the zone early on to win that fight. But after that, rotating in the circle hasn't been easy here for Mif Official. As the game progresses, well, we saw even Esports Social had their moment of brilliance here coming from Gyro God. We saw Aura having a little bit oopsie here with Mif Official, which resulted in them all getting picked apart. The entire fiasco of fights was all just desperation pushes.
We saw a lot of those individual blows as well from these teams, right? We were not able to see proper squad wipes till the later phase. It was just individual players getting picked off, but this nade from True Rippers, man, look at it. Termi, one single nade, instantly finding a quick 3-piece. Team Doxy getting pushed on by True Rippers. Every single decision made by True Rippers was to perfection. Their decision making was great, and all thanks to Punk, by the way. He's the one who's making calls like that.
Yeah, I agree. And even here as well, the start day, they decided that, hey, maybe we do have a little bit of opening to push out here to try and take those shags, but unfortunately messed up as well, because as long as Smoker was alive, it was so hard to push that as well. You could realize from True Ripper's perspective, even for Omega as well, he knew that that was the biggest threat. And the moment you don't take out the guy inside, there's no way you're going to take that shag for free.
So Smoker got 9 points for K9 Esports all by himself, and K9 getting 11 points in total. Smoker carried K9 Esports, and that's why K9 is now going to be alive in the overall standings with a big chance to actually breach inside of the top 8. True Rippers is going to be on the first spot. Santa, they have been really consistent in this previous game. Maybe not an explosive performance, but I guess consistency is what matters. Team Doxy as well getting 8 points. Last Tide Esports, expectations were a lot since they were alive in the final few, but still Last Tide, they got absolutely shut down by that one man from K9 Esports.
Yeah, it's so unlucky as well. Like, you know, they push one by one, sure, makes sense, you know. But the moment they push one by one and then they double down for the save and then got so desperate to a point that they completely ignored that there were so many other teams looking in that direction as well. And it makes a lot of sense because those kind of pushes, you need to make it fast. You cannot go in one by one. And if the start day actually went for a synchronized push, they might have gotten the confirmation, and maybe they'll lose like 2 or 3 players, and then they'll probably reset inside, just because of the fact that, again, that spot is just ridiculously hard to actually be out in the open and not get shot.
Yeah, hands down, right? But, you know, speaking of other teams that we thought should have been consistent, there's also going to be Quantum Sparks in that name. Myth Official as well is going to be around that name as well. For Myth Official, the first game was decent. They got 11 points off of that first game. But then right the second game, Myth Official got taken down the first. And now in this game, Myth was not able to have a lot of points. It was just D-Trox that got some sort of points for his teammates.
I think the entire fiasco of both Myth and Quantum Spark was just unfortunate timing. Quantum Spark was actually trying to rotate and loot on the fly to actually rotate. But the moment they actually met onto his Myth, they committed a fight, they couldn't wrap it up, and didn't even find any loots here because of the fact that that initial compound was actually already looted up by Myth players. And they were disengaging, they were trying to back off, they tried to go for a save, and then realized that, you know what, we lost one player, might as well just commit to the fight. And because of that decision by Myth to say, hey, let's commit this fight, they gave away all those early rotations. They waited until Circle 2. Quantum Spark got picked off, but Myth didn't exactly survive the league game as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? We've got the second page of the match rankings as well on the screen. Jaguar Esports messed up as well, big time in that game. T7 Orion 2, for some reason, now we're seeing them being consistent. Ride Nations, they need one big game tomorrow. If that's not going to happen, then Ride Nations is going to be slacking off in the overall standings, which is not even a question. You speak of Jaguar Esports not doing too good. H4K, I don't understand what's going on with them. And for Rising Esports, once again, that strategy isn't working out anymore. Rising Esports is getting easily countered.
Yeah, but Rising Esports' initial slam against Myth was good, but I'm surprised they didn't actually exactly get too many points out of it as well. So it's a little bit unfortunate run here from Rising Esports, but again, it was a tough circle to play. It was very long range, and True Rippers was, again, one of the biggest menace in that game. From start to finish as well. Perfect macro control, just completely dictating how teams are moving across the map. And that's the reason why True Rippers was able to make the end game as well. And like you said, great IGLing here coming from Punk, resulting in them making the best play as well. For a second, we thought they were going to push Lastade.
Yeah.
And they thought otherwise as well. I think they scouted out that Team Doxy only had 2 players and realized that maybe 2 players is just... Knowing where the 2 players are is just better than pushing a warehouse where you don't know where all the members of Lastade is going to be looking at.
Yeah, overall standings popping up on the screen. The top 5 is clear. VXT, TAG learned from past AX on the second, and True Rippers is now in the first. That's going to be a major catapult from True Rippers. 6 position catapults, which is insane. 52 points in the overall standings in the span of 3 games. True Rippers is already living with a big cushion. Then you move on towards Santa Esports. Currently, they've got 23 points in the span of 3 games. It's not too bad. Even for Quantum Sparks, since the last game was a flop, but it's still not too terrible. Quantum Sparks is currently sitting on the 9th spot, which means tomorrow's day, it needs to be the same way today was.
Yeah, they definitely need to actually bulk up as well here. But for True Rippers, again, I think they have 1 day of an advantage as of yet. But 52 points in 3 games has to be the record so far here at BMPS. That has to be the biggest amount of points in a single day so far. Like, so far we've seen like 40 overs, 50 something, but 52, that is ridiculous. And 2 chicken dinners on the single day.
Yeah, that seems like it. That's got to be the record, but I don't really remember how many points which team was able to gather, so I'm not really going to say a lot on that. But as the latter half of the board pops up, right, HADX as well, we saw some clear improvements from them. HADX almost got that chicken dinner too, but in the final few moments, HADX messed up as well in that game of Erangel. NoNx as well, getting 14 points. Speaking of the last page, though, Likitha Esports, Riot Nations, Phoenix Esports, Thunder Gods, Rising Esports, Jaguar Esports, H4K, all these names, they're the big names, by the way. They're supposed to perform. They're quite the known names inside of the community, and still slacking off like this in the overall standings. That's got to be bad.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time here, let's talk about the elimination leaders as of yet here. Droop now still sitting in the number 1 spot here with 59 finishes here. Joined with him is going to be Smoker with 53. With that performance coming into play, VXT has also brought in Smoker into his top 2. But for Jonathan, still going to be on top 3 here. Cyrex with AX with 51 finishes. And Rex takes a little bit of tumble here, but is still on the 49 finish ballpark. So it's not that far off. But need I remind you as well, all 5 players from this top 5 are players that are playing in the survival stage. So they will have additional matches compared to the other teams who are already in the grand finals and in the semifinals.
It's kind of crazy, right? 2 players from the eliminators are from VXT, which is insane if you think about it, because it means that VXT is just completely focused on firepower. And if you look at the performer of the day, of course it's going to be someone from the side of AX. Devotee was on a different level today, getting 14 elimination points, and that's why AX found the success they did today. AX also got a chicken dinner in the match 4 with 20 points in total, but True Rippers today was the team that got the most amount of points in 3 games.
Yeah, they got 46 points in 2 games as well. That's impressive from the chicken dinner. 26 from Miramar, which, again, I think we were expecting more points coming from Rondo itself, but True Rippers has pretty much broke that barrier, saying that, hey, Rondo is not the only map that can score some serious points. Miramar is also one of those maps. So 26 points from True Rippers, very, very impressive. Team AX as well with 20 points in that game. And I believe Team AX also had over 20 points from almost 20 points from the first map as well. So I would say the top 2, hands down, has to be True Rippers and Team AX.
It definitely looks like True Rippers right now is just smurfing on the lobby. The same thing can be said for all the teams currently inside of the top 5, even TAG. But if you remember, TAG in that last game sort of slacked off. So there's a big chance that TAG might just lose the momentum tomorrow, and we might see them once again go on that downhill curve, which is going to be real concerning. But then if you look at the latter half of the board, still so many big names struggling. They want to make a comeback, and is that going to happen or not? Well, only the future can tell. But for now, it's time for us to take a leave. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and Icy. We'll see you guys tomorrow with some more exciting and amazing action inside of the survival stage.
It's about that time. Say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind. Yeah, I'm all about prime time. We mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean woes. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I'm rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause city is voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city is voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city is voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the